Hello, everybody. Welcome to opening day for the Blue Otter Premier League. The BOPL is a tournament focused on competition between amateur esports organizations, meaning that each org has only been allowed to submit a single team to compete. There are 8 orgs participating in this season of the Premier League: Conduit Esports, the Spire, Literal Monkeys, Dorado Gaming, Omega Esports, High Alert, Elysium, and Team Solo Invade. These organizations, I believe, will play a single round robin of best of 3s against one another over the course of the regular season. Our first couple of matches on the schedule for tonight are Team Solo Invade versus Conduit Esports to kick things off, and then later on we will have the Spire versus High Alert. Before we get to all that, we of course have an episode of Otter Talk so that we can check in with some of the players and get some of their thoughts and expectations heading into this season. That starts right now. Guys, thank you for joining us on the stream for this first episode. If you could please introduce yourselves. We need your IGN, what team you're playing for, and some goal that you have for this season, either a personal goal or a goal that you have as a team.
I guess I'll go first, right?
Please, yeah.
Yeah. So, hey everybody, I'm Glada. I am the captain for the Conduit Esports Premier League team. So I'll be kind of subbing in throughout the season when people need us, but I'm actually not on the I won't actually be playing on the starting roster for most of the split, I think. Goal for the team. I'm really hoping to see a lot of these guys grow together. I think we're gonna kind of start under expectations, and then by the end of the season, I think we're gonna be really, really good. I'm really looking forward to seeing some of our players start to move up in these leagues. I think we have a few people here who haven't played that much in Emerald yet, but I'm really excited to see them start to play in Emerald. I have a lot of high expectations for everybody on this roster. And yeah, what I'm really looking forward to, I guess my goal is just to see everybody improve and have fun while doing it.
Fantastic, fantastic. Yeah, the ramping up strategy to peak at the right time. I think that is a good way to go about it. Definitely looking forward to seeing how the squad grows over the course of the season. Saren, I believe we have you up next.
Hey, my name's Saren. I am Omega Esports' mid laner. I am, sorry, I've been a member of the competitive scene for quite some time, and to really kind of talk about my roster, it's kind of a mix of veterans and new folk to the competitive scene. I think the org owner Ivar has a real vision to kind of have these veterans really introduce more and more people to the competitive scene. So obviously I set very high expectations for myself. I don't like to do poorly, but overall I want to see kind of the org owner's vision come to life.
Excellent, excellent. So really quickly, Saren, I'm sorry, I'm actually not too familiar with any of the names on the roster here. If you could just enlighten us as to who the veterans are. And,
sorry.
Yeah. No, that was
the main veterans are myself and Caxi. I've been playing with Caxi for years at this point, with and against. We've come together, come apart. He's played on my personal little teams. We have a very storied history together. Right now, Concrete is Ivar. He's the org owner. He's going to be playing for us this weekend, but that was because we recently lost our support player just before the season started. I have I know who the new support player is, but I can't leak any information yet. And then Perspicacious is probably the newest member of the competitive scene, but he has really taken to it like a fish in water. He's a rock in our top lane and just someone I've been week in and week out impressed with. And then Maj, I'm not sure how experienced he is. I know I've heard his name tossed around from a few people that I've interacted with, but I'm not sure if he's super new or the storied veteran like myself and Caxi. But I think he's somewhere in the middle.
Okay, gotcha. So expecting you and Caxi to be leading the charge here, at least at the start of the season. Sounds good. I definitely do appreciate the sort of having that framework that I can use to look at your team and kind of, go from there basically. So definitely very useful. Appreciate that. And then last but not least.
Hi, I'm MBK. I play mid for Team Solo Invade. So I'll be subbing in and out throughout the split. This team was originally kind of formed by our owner, Brendan, who wanted to kind of showcase some of the players that we have over in Slash All, which we all the players in our team play in. And so yeah, we just all kind of came together and wanted to kind of show the kind of skill level we have across all these different amateur leagues and things like that. And I've played against a lot of these organizations and players and scrims and other tournaments, so I'm excited to kind of see what the Premier League has to offer.
Yeah, very cool, very cool. So you're saying that the full starting roster here for your squad for Team Solo Invade, you guys have actually already been playing together for a little while in a different league?
No, not necessarily. So, but our roster is made up of people who have won our other league
Okay.
in separate times. So, just kind of showing, and we have a lot of subs, right? So people are going to be kind of popping in and out to kind of just showcase all the different players.
Gotcha. Interesting. So showcasing the best of Team Solo Invade is kind of the idea.
Yeah, exactly.
Excellent. Well, that all sounds good, guys. I think now would probably be a good time. We just go ahead and move into predictions. See what everybody is anticipating to transpire here for this first week of competition. Let's see, how should we do this? Let's just go one matchup at a time, yeah? So we'll start with myself, Conduit Esports versus Team Solo Invade here. So Team Solo Invade, I am not really familiar. There's another one of those situations where I'm not really familiar with any of you guys. So I'm not familiar with your game as it stands right now. And Conduit Esports is definitely a pretty well-known org, at least for me. I recognize Genetics was obviously pretty involved in the last season of BOL. So I just, there's that known quantity for me is really the only reason that I have Conduit Esports there as my personal prediction. Glada, what are your thoughts on this matchup? Are you familiar with most of these players already, or?
Actually,
Well,
I had the
obviously.
exact same reasoning as you did for my prediction. And it does sound kind of weird because yes, I do know the players that are on my roster, right?
Right.
But maybe not the best litmus test for who I think is good. But I think really, I mean, and I mean, I really seriously mean no disrespect. I just didn't recognize a lot of the names on Team Solo Invade versus. I think all of our players have a lot of comp experience. We have, I mean, literally top to bottom. I think every person on this roster has been wildly successful in different parts of comp, and as well, everybody's played with each other in some regard. I think our mid laner Derizen is actually like the least played with person on our team, and he and I just went to Titan finals last season, so you know, if the least played with person on your team is going to admittedly plat finals, but still going to finals, I think we're in pretty good shape. So I think we're coming in with some baseline synergy. I think we're coming in with some known quantities, and I think we're gonna do really well.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you were also saying though earlier on, when you were talking about the goals for the team and that sort of thing, that you were, really expecting to maybe not start off quite as strong, right, and really ramp up over the course of the season. So, obviously it feels weird to predict against yourself. I wouldn't expect you to predict against yourself, but is that, something that, like, if you do end up losing tonight, is that going to be pretty upsetting for you guys? Like, is that going to be, sound some alarm bells, or are you really, just kind of taking it easy at first and not too worried about it?
Absolutely not. I think I mean obviously all five of us want to. I mean all I think we're at 7 or 8 right now, including the subs that I haven't put on the roster yet. Sorry. We're all like all of us love winning, right? All of us do this. We're not loading into these League of Legends games intending to lose by any means.
Right.
But I think when I say that we're going to start off kind of slow, I think what I mean is that compared to where I think we're gonna end up. I think a lot of us,
Mm.
the dedication. I mean, kind of our in-game mentality, our out-of-game mentality, like our whole philosophy here is like we don't really care about the minor setbacks. It's the end vision that really matters. You die in lane, that doesn't matter. You still got to win the game. We drop a series in the regular season, doesn't matter. We got to win where it matters, right? Getting hot where it
Yeah, yeah.
matters. I think obviously all losses are going to hurt. But I mean, this is a pretty stacked league already. And
Yeah,
I think
that's the idea, I think.
we're gonna take each game as it comes and improve from there.
Excellent, excellent. Well, NBK, I actually want to come over to you next here. Obviously, you are also predicting yourself to win. How familiar are you with the players over here on Conduit Esports? Are there some familiar names here for you, NBK, or not really so much?
So the two players that I think I recognize Yipsy, but I'm not sure. And then I know I know Obi. I've seen them around the scene before, and I think I've scrimmed against them or maybe played on a sister team of an org or something like that. But I know, again, like they said, I know all the teams in this league are stacked, and they're all going to be putting their best players in game forward every week. So you really do just have to take it 1 week at a time and focus on what's ahead of you. And I think the fearless format changes are going to basically, well, I mean, maybe not basically, but just level the playing field a little bit. It's going to be weird.
Oh, we are doing Fearless for this, for all the matches here in the Premier League? I didn't even actually know that. Very cool, very cool. Or is that going to be later on?
I think it's all fearless.
I think it's all
Okay,
I'm not
cool.
sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
but-
it's like the BOL fearless with the for the regular season, the best of threes, it's all fearless, and then we do the no ban thing at the like the best of fives.
Makes sense. Makes sense. Sounds good. So NBK, one other question before we move over to Saren here. Without revealing too much, obviously, what's kind of going to be your general strategy or general plan of attack for your own squad? Just to start out here. You were mentioning, obviously all of these players have found a lot of success in your own league. You said, but not necessarily had played together on the same team before. So. What's just kind of going to be the approach here starting out? Have you guys been practicing together a lot, or anything you can tell us really about the team's general strategy or mindset heading into the season?
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I think the fearless is going to change a lot with draft and everything going into this, but I think all the players on the team have a reputation for just being consistent, not putting their team in a position to lose, and I think that's the best thing you can do in most League of Legends games is just not put your team in a position to lose and not be the weakest link. So I think if everyone's just focused on the champ they're playing and the role they're filling in the match, then the matches should be at least close and enjoyable. Either way,
All right.
the outcome rolls.
Focus on consistency. I feel like that's a solid way to go about it. Absolutely. So, Saren, having heard what both of these guys have to say about their respective teams, here on the prediction sheet, obviously, you have put down Conduit as your prediction. But, having heard both of them now talk a little bit about their respective teams and their expectations heading into this matchup, what are your thoughts? Are you still feeling like Conduit is going to be your prediction for this one?
So it's funny when y'all messaged me and I was asked for predictions. I wasn't sure if I needed to give like game scores or whatnot, but it is relevant to this point. I told the person who reached out to me that I thought it was going to be a 2-1 Conduit, and the only thing that gave them that slight edge was just my familiarity with some of the players there. But in my personal opinion, the match could go either way. You can't. I hate it that it feels like I'm not committing to an answer because I do slightly favor Conduit. I can't deny it, just based on first impressions and people I know there. But I think I basically would not be surprised if Team Solo Invade took the match as well, and it wouldn't catch me completely off guard.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's just really hard to predict, honestly. We haven't seen any gameplay at all yet from any of these teams, so this is all kind of just speculation at this point. It's really hard to actually kind of have a a solid prediction before having even really seen anything. But definitely, I think most of us here leaning slightly towards Conduit, but maybe NBK, you and the rest of the squad are going to be able to surprise us. Let's go ahead and move on now to our next matchup. We are going to have the Spire going up against High Alert. That's going to be the second match tonight. Personally, I am predicting the Spire in this one, and I do feel pretty good about that. You know, the Shattered Spire obviously were the Emerald League champions last season in the Blue Otter Emerald League, and there are a couple of familiar faces here. Witched Black Mass and Boostus both were on that roster, and I have no reason to think that they are not going to be able to just kind of pick up where they left off there, and that's why I am predicting the Spire for this one. Glada, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I went the opposite. I mean, I went with High Alert. Most of that is actually due to familiarity with their AD carry Verja. I think there's a few other names on this roster that I recognize. And obviously, I actually have more familiarity with the Spire roster, but I think just kind of talking to Verja, I think this team is really finding its step, and this is a match that I am comfortable. You know, if I come out with my predictions and I'm wrong, and High Alert drops this one, I'm totally comfortable with that. But I think that Verja is really just going to take this game over. I have a lot of respect for Verja, and he has recently reached mental nirvana, so I think he's going to take that into this game.
Wow.
Well, I say that, and now I'm looking at his op.gg, and he just went 0-4 in solo queue. So, so maybe, is it too late to change?
Nah, man, not too late.
No, I'm sticking with it. I'm sticking with it.
Okay.
No, listen, for every loss streak, there's an equal and opposite win streak, and Verja's win streaking into this series for sure.
So he's due. He's due.
He's due. He's so due.
That sounds good. That sounds good. I'm looking at the roster right now on the Google sheet. It looks like the hashtag at the end of Verja's name is hashtag Kaisa. If we do see Kaisa get banned, is that going to be cause for concern, Glada?
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
I think Verja, something that I really respect about Verja is that he has a really, really wide champion pool. I mean, I'm looking at his op.gg right now, and he's gone Smolder, Zeri, Caitlyn, Varus, Smolder, Kaisa, Caitlyn, Zeri, you know. Okay. Very different kinds of AD carries, and while his Kaisa is definitely monstrous, but I think he kind of does solo queue the best way, in that he has this Kaisa champion that he learns the game through, and then he applies those lessons on the meta, on the game, to other champions. So just like his hashtag Kaisa, his little one trick, for sure, definitely horrifying. I've seen Verja take over games on that Kaisa, and it's not even fun.
I'm sure it's fun for him.
Oh, I'm sure it is. I mean, otherwise he wouldn't have his name hashtag Kaisa. Yeah. But I think he has a I think he's really figured out the game right now. I think he has the game pretty solved, and I think he's ready to come in.
Very cool. Very cool. Saren, coming over to you next, a fellow High Alert predictor for this one. Do you have a similar read on the squad and on Verja in particular?
Funny enough, I chose High Alert for different reasons. I am familiar with Verja, and I'm familiar with some of the members of the Spire. But a lot of this was kind of first impressions, just kind of taking what I can see at a glance, especially since it's been a minute since I've interacted with some of the players that I knew from the various teams. And I'm just going to put a point of criticism right out there. When I was looking at the Spire to kind of like compare the two teams and kind of give my predictions, if I saw that my support had a 35 games only on Nami with a 43% win rate going into a Fearless League, I would be horrified, not just as a coach, but as a team. So I worry for the Spire. That seems like a point that can be aggressively contested, especially in a Fearless League where champion pool diversity and depth is a really important thing. So
Yeah,
that immediately put my vote towards this towards High Alert, because I think that they, at least from first impressions alone, they seem like they have on the surface more depth. I
Yeah,
could be wrong,
definitely.
but
All right, that reasoning makes sense to me. That's definitely something that we're going to be keeping an eye on later on tonight to see the support for the Spire. It's going to be a tricky pronunciation. The end is Penguini, though, so we'll just call him Penguini for now. See what they're going to be able to bring out if the Nami does indeed get banned, like we probably should expect it to be. But last but not least, to discuss this matchup, NBK, you are also predicting the Spire. Were you aware of these potential champ pool issues for the support?
Well, I'm never gonna give away my secrets, right? So, because I got dirt on all these guys. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. No, I really wasn't that familiar with High Alert as a team, so I couldn't really. And with like the new ranked season starting, and like people are just like all these different ranks, it's hard to get a good read on how good players are unless you actually know them. So I just don't know that team that well. I scrimmed the Spire like twice last week or something. So, and I know some of these players from previous leagues, so they're pretty good. They're always solid, right? So,
Yeah.
it's kind of one of those things where I don't know if this High Alert team has been together a long time, or if these are like 2 or 3 people that have played together for a while and 2 new players. So, I do think whatever team's gonna come in is maybe like preformed and has some time to practice are gonna have an advantage. So.
Yeah, makes sense. I don't know if you can reveal this information, but did Penguini play Nami in those scrims that you just mentioned?
I believe they had a different support, so
Did they?
not a
Okay, interesting.
yeah.
Well, we'll have
Not
to
of you,
see.
sir.
Let's go ahead and move on to our next matchup for now, guys. We've got Dorado going up against Omega. So Omega, we do have, of course, our representative here, Saren, to talk a little bit about your team. You are actually, it looks like, the only Omega predictor, similar to NBK's situation just a little while ago. Maybe we'll actually start with you for this one. So predicting yourself, obviously, walk us through it.
of course, I mean, the most important thing is you have to have pride in the people who you work with. And if I wasn't going into every week assuming that we would win, I think there would be a major problem. But one that needs to be fixed pretty regularly. I don't think that I need to be humble and say, "Oh, the opponents will win" or whatever. I have a lot of respect for the people over on Dorado. Many of their members are people who I have competed with and against over my career. I know it's going to be a rough matchup, but I know the strengths of my team. We've been together since pretty much November of last year. We've been scrimming regularly, really building synergy as a team, and I think maybe there's an upset on the horizon.
Okay. Very exciting. So you are definitely expecting this to be a tough battle against Dorado. So
First weeks are always intense, and I feel like if I said that it was going to be easy and suddenly it's tough, there's going to be memes about me constantly. So I'll be a little humble, okay?
That's good. I feel like that's a good strategy to go about it as far as the predictions are concerned. For me personally, the thing that I'm really interested in about Dorado here is just the fact that we've got Wok Warlock in the jungle there. I am actually a bit of a Wok Warlock fan. I really like watching that guy play, but I've only seen him play top lane. I've never seen him actually in the jungle. So I am really curious about that to see, how he actually does in the jungle position. But that's really, the main reason, honestly, for my Dorado prediction is just because I enjoy watching that guy play. But Glada, what do you think about this one? Hearing Saren's thoughts as well. Why do you have the Dorado prediction here on the graphic?
I think a lot of this just comes down to it being week 1. I actually really like the Omega roster. I have them rated very highly. I recognize a lot of the names on the Omega side of things, but I also recognize more names on the side of the Dorado. And I have a lot of respect for those players, and I think that they're very proven in the game, less so than they are in their roles. So the role swap doesn't really bother me because I think that you can just be a good League of Legends player and you can do really well in these leagues. So I kind of expect there to just be a more I don't want to say more familiarity with the game, because obviously it's not the best way to put it. But I just kind of expect a better competitive kind of conglomerate here for week one. But if we replayed this match at the end of the season, I don't know if I would have the same prediction.
Interesting. Yeah, it's Dorado, obviously a pretty storied organization. They've got their fingers, in a lot of different leagues all around the NA amateur scene. So definitely pretty easy to predict them, I think. And yeah, I hear you on the role swap maybe not really being as much of a concern as well, but I will, play a little bit of devil's advocate here and just say that, with the new season, there's a lot going on in the jungle right now, with the extra objectives and everything, and really just trying to balance both sides of the map. There's a lot to consider. So, definitely the game knowledge just being there as a foundation is obviously the most important thing. But yeah, jungle is definitely got a lot going on right now. So I'll definitely be interested to see, for all the junglers that are playing today, what they really decide to prioritize and how they approach the game in its current state. But we have one more guest here that does need to weigh in on this matchup between Dorado and Omega, and that, of course, is you, Mr. NBK. You do have Dorado here on the graphic as your prediction. What are your thoughts about this matchup?
Well, before I give my Dorado thoughts, let's be real here. Like, jungle is a PvE rule. How hard could it be?
Yeah, that role's so
Okay.
easy, bro. That's so easy.
So let's.
Sure.
Anyway, my thoughts mirror some of the others. I actually don't know a lot of these. Do a lot of these players? You guys seem to know a lot of these players. Are a lot of them from Blue Water? Is that why, or is it like other leagues that you've played with them?
I mean, honestly, for me, really the only player that I'm super familiar with is Walk Warlock, and I actually think I did see him play in other leagues before I saw him in Blue Water. So, that's the case for me at least.
Yeah, I mean, so I'm familiar with Dorado as an org, and I don't recognize these players specifically, but they wouldn't put players that they weren't that they didn't think were capable of winning a championship in this league. So I just have the utmost respect for their owner and the teams he puts forward, and these players are undoubtedly very solid. And I agree with Glada. I think Glada said it. You could probably play this matchup later in the year and have it go the complete opposite direction. Both of the orgs, Dorado and Omega, are powerhouses, and I think they kind of just both drew poorly, I guess, week one, having to play another top tier team. But it'll give them a good. I guess everyone this week will get a good litmus test for the other teams.
And obviously, you got to play everybody eventually. So
that's true.
We'll just have to see how it all does break down. But one more matchup to discuss here, guys, before we close things out. That's going to be the Literal Monkeys going up against Elysium. That's going to be the last match of the week. Tomorrow night, obviously. It looks like I am actually the only Monkeys predictor here, which I find pretty interesting. There are a couple of players on these teams I recognize. I know TDK and Ferromancy, I believe, were both playing on Literal Monkeys last season in the Emerald League. And then, of course, I do recognize Dilly as well for Elysium, another pretty prodigious AD carry here in BOL. But, for me personally, it's actually, I've known Ferromancy for a little while. Cam's kind of an old acquaintance of mine, so that was really the main reason why I went with the Literal Monkeys prediction. But NBK, let's actually start with you for this matchup. You do obviously have Elysium there on the graphic. What are your thoughts on this matchup?
So unlike every other team, I actually know all the players on this Elysium team.
Oh.
So I think they're solid. But I think like the other matchups I picked, it's going to be a 2-1. I don't know if people are going to be able to just snuff out the whole game unless they really figure out like a solid strategy right away. But I know Cool Pro Ninja from Literal Monkeys, so I think some of the players they have over there are definitely good enough to pull a game off of Elysium. But I think Elysium is really good.
So high expectations for Elysium. Are you expecting them to be one of the stronger teams in the league then?
Yeah, I think. I mean, I'm gonna exclude our team just so I don't get any flame. Right. But I think Dorado, Elysium, Omega are kind of like my top three.
So you think those three and yourself are your projected top four?
Sure, throw us up there at numero uno.
All right. All right. Sounds good. Very interesting. Very interesting. Saren, coming over to you next. What do you think about? What do you make of this matchup? You recognize many of the players on these rosters?
That is, I do not think it's going to be a 2-1. I think it is a 2-0 easy Elysium.
Wow.
I think that whole roster they've not only just been playing together for years. Dilly and Arrow are a notable duo that have been running leagues for years at this point. They're highly respected, highly known, Elo standers, I believe we'll call them. And I have zero doubt that they're going to take this team and run it all the way to playoffs.
Okay.
The second I saw that roster, I did not even I barely gave a glance to the literal monkeys. I have very high hopes for that Elysium team. Even taking a look now, yeah, my opinion hasn't changed. The only message I have to Elysium is get rid of your sub, smiley face.
Okay. Interesting. Interesting. Wow, so that's both of you guys then. We're 2 out of 3 so far that have extremely high expectations for this Elysium roster. And Glada, where are you at? Are you in a similar mindset in terms of, expecting Elysium to maybe want to be one of the stronger teams in the league?
No, it's just that I hate Pack-a-Paul. That's really it. It was just
Sure,
it was just
sure.
one for the ops. I
Understandable,
think
yeah.
yeah, he just sucks. He sucks at the game, sucks at building teams, sucks at everything. And I give it about 10 minutes before he's in my DMs once the Little Monkeys players start pinging him.
Okay.
No, I'm just playing. Pack-a-Paul's my boy. I just think that Elysium might have like one of the best junglers and one of the best AD carries and one of the best supports all on the same roster. I don't know the mid and top that well, but I think those three are going to be really, really solid. I think that's a really solid lineup. And I don't have that same level of faith in the Monkeys roster, which I'm also relatively familiar with. I think I also know jungle AD carry and support. I've played with Ferromancy once or twice. Really cool guys. I love my boys over at Monkey, but I just think Elysium takes this because I think I would take this. I think once once the schedule gets filled out and we decide when Conduit's playing Monkeys, I think I'm gonna roll swap back to jungle and hope that Paul can come in. I think we'll take on Monkeys then.
That'll be a fun one. That'll be a fun one for sure. I'll keep my eyes out for that. But very interesting. Okay, so that's definitely one of the big takeaways for me from this fun little conversation we've had about all the teams, that you guys are all really hyping up Elysium. So I'm actually kind of bummed now that I'm not going to be casting that game, but I'm sure I'll get around to it sooner or later. But that, I think, is going to pretty much cover it for everything we needed to discuss for this first episode of Otter Talk. Of course, before we go, I'm going to give each of you guys the opportunity for some shout-outs. Glad we'll come to you first. Any shout-outs you have? Any words for the stream? Any final notes, remarks?
Who all can I shout out? People on my team, can I shout out anybody?
Up to you, man. Yeah, shout out anybody you want.
Shout out my ops, Genetics, Pack-a-Paul, everybody else. They're all my ops, Pack-a-Paul especially. Shouting you out, big dog. I miss you. We should hang out again. And then shout out Yipsy. Yipsy will get really upset if I don't shout him out. He's
okay, glad you got that in.
He's my baby boy, and I gotta keep him happy. So, and then shout out my mom.
Oh, wholesome. Wholesome.
Really rock with my mom.
Fantastic. Saren, your shout-outs, please.
Yeah, obviously shout outs to Ivar. He's one of the best friends, one of the best TOs that I've had the pleasure of working alongside. He's a great org owner and a great friend. Shout outs to Lester, our coach. That guy has put so much faith in our team, really working alongside some new faces and old faces. Shout out to Caxi. You're the biggest inter I've ever met, and I love you to death. And gosh, who else? I guess shout out to Maj and Persp, who I know are watching this right now and expecting me to flame them. They're not going to get that luxury.
Oh, the shout out instead of the flame. The curveball there. Well played. Well played.
They can wait for me to jump in voice to flame them.
Okay, that sounds good. I'm sure they're eagerly awaiting that. NBK, once again, last but not least, your shout outs, please.
Shout out my team. I know they're all watching, especially my boy Hacks. And then shout out Brendan, the owner, who for everything he does. He does so much for our team and our league and everything. And he just had a kid, so I know he's super busy. So shout out to him and his family, and my mom, and also Gladys' mom, and Ivar and the rest of them.
My mom just get 2 shoutouts.
She
What?
did, she did. Goat.
Who didn't shout out my mom?
We're gonna leave that. You can
that's
go
messed
back
up.
on the VOD
That's
later
messed up.
and find out maybe
It's
if you
messed
want
up.
to.
I'm not gonna shout out my mom.
It is what it is. It is what it is.
No, I get it. It's fine.
Anyways, thank you
Yes.
guys all very, very much for joining us for this first OT episode of the season. Really appreciate you all being here to share your insights, your expectations, and just kind of your general thoughts before we really get into the thick of things. That is going to do it for this first episode. We have our first game of the season starting. That's going to be in about 10 minutes or so. And that is, of course, Team Solo Invade NBK here going to be taken to the Rift versus Conduit Esports and Glada. So don't miss it, guys. We'll see you back here in just a short while. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. We are now getting underway with Game 1 draft for our first best of 3 of the season here in the Blue Otter Premier League. Starting things off with Team Solo Invade on the blue side, going up against Conduit Esports on the red. Crewman 44 here, joined by the glorious Gopherino to help bring us all the action for this opening day. Gopherino, how you doing?
Pretty fine. Woke up with a small headache, but everything's fine right now. But getting to the bans here, nothing really too surprising being taken off the board here so far, crewmen. Like MF Wei, those are all meta picks. The Skarner Wukong also high priority picks in this meta. So both teams just kind of playing it safe with their bans here. Very respectable bans. And we'll see what the prio is for the pick. With only the Misfortune ban, I know the Varus has had, the Lethality Varus has had some decent prio.
That is still available. Somebody would like to go towards it. Most,
Okay.
80 carry pool still pretty wide open at the moment. This is fearless, I believe. Just an important thing to note here at the start. So something to keep in mind for us as the Maokai is going to get snapped up on the B1.
Yep. And is it full fearless or just the half fearless?
My understanding is that it's full fearless for the best of 3s, and then when we get to playoffs later on, we're transitioning to the more BOL style fearless, where like there are fewer bans as you get later on into the series. Is my current understanding of how that's gonna work.
Alrighty, Vane's second pick, that would be very adventurous blind. Typically we've only really seen this champion if the top player wants to carry and it's a counter pick, and it's usually into very specific comps. Right now, the comp you're picking it into is a Maokai, and for all we know, that could be support Maokai, that could be jungle Maokai, maybe top. Okay, that makes a bit more sense. Sivir, definitely a bit interesting here. Gonna add some nice scaling and some wave clear here to the red side.
Yeah, I mean, Sivir is definitely a pick that I feel like we don't see too often these days. It's definitely, like you said, a strong scaling character. Definitely can get a lot of work done in those team fights later on. But of course, the big weakness of the Sivir is just the fact that you're relatively short range. So it is very interesting decision to pick it so early on in the draft. As Corki is going to get locked in on the other side. We think that's going to be a mid Corki or a bot Corki. What's your initial instinct here, Gopherino?
We've been mostly seeing the bot lane Corkis mostly this season here, Crewman. Definitely can be flex mid, like you said here, but it does kind of feel weird because this is like the first time in, I want to say like 8 years that we've actually seen Corki being played more bot than middle. Because throughout the entirety of him having the package, like after the initial burst of people playing him bot, people are like, wait, this makes more sense mid because he can roam much more easily, but you don't have the package anymore. And finally now, back towards the bot side with the Ornn as well. So definitely a very tanky comp so far here from Team Solo Invade. I'm expecting another carry to be locked in here to have front to back. You don't typically see the all eggs in the Corki basket for your DPS comps, but
right. I'm sure we will have some more DPS getting locked in for Team Solo Invade later on in the draft. As the Casio comes there for Conduit Esports, definitely a pick that's very good into these tankier champions that TSI have locked away so far.
And also, a fun fact, since the Miasma grounds you, if you cast that on the Ornn when the Call of the Forge God is called, you can't recast the ultimate there as the Ornn. That's one of the reasons why we sometimes see this singed into Ornn. It's very rare nowadays, but whenever the Ornn ulties, you just pop the glue under the Ornn, and next thing you know, can't really cast that ability. So, little interaction to keep an eye out for. Do also have to be careful though as a Cassiopeia. You have very low base armor, so if this is a Corki mid, that Corki might be able to burst you here.
Yeah, and pretty low range on the Casio as well, right? So that does, seem to be a bit of a weakness for this Conduit Esports composition with what they have so far. I have to wonder if maybe Team Solo Invade are going to index into, some more long range characters in the last couple of picks here to try to capitalize on that potentially.
Yeah, I mean, so far right now it's fine. It's not like Team Solo Invade has the longest range comp themselves. Right now it's really just the Corki Rockets. Yes, with the not the Twisted Advance, not the Nature's Wrath, the Maokai Ultimate.
Nature's Grasp, yeah.
That is Nature's Grasp. Okay, the Nature's Grasp plus the Call of the Forge God here. They do have two very long range non-committal engages, but that's at least manageable here if you are the Sivir plus Cassiopeia, because those are two just fat tanks. They're going to walk up to you and get mowed down by the Cassiopeia. And Also, just a quick thing here for the viewers. We did confirm this is full Fearless, so whatever champions do get picked here won't be available for the rest of the series.
Right. But definitely, like we said before, something very important to keep in mind. It does really feel like, honestly, there's a lot of really high priority champions that have just been kind of slipping through this draft so far. But there's one of them. The Ambessa going to get picked up on the R4 here. Riot's latest masterpiece.
Well, that's Mel.
Oh, true. Oh, dang, I forgot.
He's only
about
the second most
Mel
recently
already.
released champion now, but
And that's old news already.
Yeah. Yeah, Mel certainly had an interesting release. I don't think Mel's enabled here for this, although she's been out for a week. I did not confirm before this. So could technically be available here. The Xerath, okay. Now that is definitely going to be some very long range here. It's been... We've only really ever seen Xerath in comp against very specific situations where you want the range to counter someone. I think we've seen it into Vigar a bit, into the Azir a bit, because you're just able to outrange them, you're able to outpoke them. Can be similar to the Cassiopeia as well, and right now the Conduit composition doesn't do the best into the long range, so we'll see what Conduit locks in here for the last pick. Ooh, yeah, that's another source of long range engage here with the Seraphine.
Oh, interesting. So that does confirm for us that the Maokai is going to be going into the jungle position. The support flex for the Maokai was still alive until the very end there. But it's going to be jungle Maokai, Seraphine into the support position. And yeah, I do really like the Xerath pick here into what Conduit Esports have put together so far. But when you take a pick like that, it definitely does alter the way that you have to play, right? That means Team Solo Invade is going to have to be really patient in these fights. They have to buy the time for Xerath to get out that damage before fully committing to any kind of engagement. And there are some pretty strong engage tools here on the side of Conduit. The Yamumu notably can close that gap very quickly with the bandage toss, and now the Rel we see getting locked in here as well. Definitely some very threatening engage that the side of Team Solo Invade are going to have to be really careful to avoid at the outside of these fights.
Yeah, and I like that you brought up that the Xerath does kind of have to change the way your team approaches fights, because that has also been historically one of the reasons why teams haven't really touched the super long-range artillery mages as much, like the Xerath, like the Vel'Koz, because you do have to change the way how you approach things, and it does have to be slower, and of course you can't always do that. It does require more setup, whereas typically it's a lot easier if you have, say, a battle mage who can play from afar, can play near. Do a bit of both. So we'll see here if the Conduit Esports team is able to get on top of them, like you mentioned, because if the bandage toss doesn't land, it might be a little bit difficult here outside of a flash rel engage to really get on top of them. And that can be an issue here, because if you're not within arm's reach here of this Team Solo Invade composition, you are definitely going to be feeling the poke.
Yeah, no doubt about it. No doubt about it. So that's going to be really fun to see these kind of like, almost opposing styles getting drafted for here in this first game. I do really enjoy that, just to, we're going to be able to see which team is going to do a better job of kind of exerting their will on the game and playing things out that's going to be more suitable in a way that's going to be more suitable to their own style, what they've respectively drafted for. So definitely going to be really exciting to see. What do you think about the bot lane matchup here in particular, Gopherino? Let's zoom in on this bot lane for a second. Corki Seraphine going up against Sivir Rel. There's obviously the double range advantage for the side of Team Solo Invade here, but how do you really expect this bot lane to play out?
It's kind of interesting here because the Corki really likes engage supports early on, because you want to be Valkyring into the enemy ADC's face and just dumping all your damage on them. You have very strong early all-ins here. Seraphine doesn't really set that up as much. Yes, if you land the E route, that is something, can help set up, but the Seraphine's not going in with you. The Seraphine also pretty squishy, so you guys are both vulnerable here. On the flip side, though, the Sivir Rel, it's kind of obvious. You really want the Sivir to just hit the Essence Reaver in this lane, then the Sivir can just be AFK farming while the Realm roams. And of course, you can just roam beforehand too. The Sivir wave clear is pretty decent before then as well. It's just you don't have the extra infinite mana sustain, if you will. So definitely going to see some action here in the bot lane. Both junglers can also very effectively gank this bot lane here. Bandage toss, very long range. The Twisted Advance, it is predictable it will get spell shielded, but you should have follow-up, thankfully. So there is that.
Yeah,
And
and Maokai does, of course, have other CC in the kit as well, and Sivir only has the one spell shield, so that definitely can work out for the side of the Maokai and Unleashed. I was going to be piloting that one. And yeah, you were saying that you're also expecting Ipsy on the Rel to be doing some roaming, even potentially pretty early on. So, that is definitely something that could be really interesting to look out for as well. Do you feel like there is a significant scaling advantage for one side or the other? Like, is one of these teams going to be under any kind of pressure to find an early advantage, do you think?
Not really. I mean, for the Conduit composition, you definitely don't want to fall far behind as this engaged composition, because then that just means you get poked that much more easily. Of course, on the flip side, you could say, well, you don't want Team Soul Invade here to fall too far behind, because then their poke does diddly squat. There's no real hard advantage on either side. I mean, Sivir Cassiopeia will scale up insanely well compared to just Corki, but it's not going to be the biggest deal breaker in the world, I want to say, with the scaling, especially since you have the Ornn items as well here for Team Solo Invade.
Oh, it makes sense. I definitely agree, I think. I think it's going to be less about the scaling this game and more about sort of the contrasting styles that we were discussing before, right? In terms of how these teams are going to be able to play out the fights, at any stage of the game. So that is definitely, I think, probably for the best. It's always feels really bad, right, when you load up into a game and one team has like a really clear scaling advantage, and then the team that doesn't have the scaling advantage can't make anything happen early, and then it feels like we're just kind of like sitting around waiting for the game to end as the scaling team just like slowly grinds out their opponents. So I do appreciate the fact that that's not really the case for this first one.
Yeah, on the flip side, though, there are times where people pick the full scaling side, and then next thing you know, you have 3 losing lanes, so you just kind of get bowled over. Not the
Can
thing
also
to keep
happen.
an eye out for. Yeah, I do want to see how these junglers interact in the game. I mean, they're probably not going to be like going head to head in the river over like Scuttle Crab and fighting over that, but you're definitely going to be looking for a lot of ganks here, crewman. Both excellent as ganking, as I alluded to earlier in the bot lane section, but they can also gank mid. They can also gank top as well to get carries ahead.
Sure.
So something to keep an eye out for, and it could help some key members snowball here.
I mean, if you were loading onto the Rift as either one of these respective junglers, what do you think you would prioritize early? What would your pathing look like, on each side?
I'm not sure. I guess you could start top and prioritize pathing towards bot lane first. But I guess you could make an argument either way. If you want to go for the easy gank path, especially into bot lane, that could be one method. Or you could just do a full clear here, reset, and then set up for like grubs, for instance. That's another option. Like, I don't think we're going to see 24/7 ganking, of course, but I do want to see a gank here after the first clear for both junglers, hopefully.
Yeah, I mean, I do think that is, you just touched on something else that's going to be really important for us to keep in mind. The fact that both of these junglers have a very, very strong grub take. So if, either one of them is in position right as that objective spawns, they can clear it out extremely quickly. So that is something else for us to think about. I think overall, I'm in agreement with you. I think it would probably make the most sense on both sides to pass down towards the bottom lane. That feels like the more volatile out of these lanes. Particularly for the Maokai, I think you don't really want to be pathing up towards your Ornn. There's no way that Maokai Ornn could do anything in the 2v2, and even 2v1 against the Ambessa. I don't know if I favor them. So that would
early
definitely
on,
make
it's
the most sense
definitely
to me.
fine, yeah.
Sure, yeah. Before the Ambessa, gets her item, then.
Yeah, or the Omnivamp from her ulti. That's a big thing.
Fair enough, yeah.
Yeah.
But overall, Go for Reno. We've discussed the drafts now at some length. Do you favor one side over the other? Do you have a prediction for us for this first game of the season?
I'm favoring Team Soul Invade here just a little bit. Because you have this super strong Corki in the bot lane who you should be looking to snowball, and you have the extreme range advantage here. So I'm thinking they should be fine. Both your poke champions can just sit far back here, very long range abilities. You have the Maokai plus Seraphine for a lot of disengage as well. So should be fine on that front, unless you get flanked by a Mumu in these team fights.
Yeah, definitely can be dangerous. I like it though. Assuming that the side of Team Solo Invade are going to be able to play to their composition strengths, it does seem like they are probably set up for success in this first game. We're going to go to a short break, guys, and then we will be loading onto Summoner's Rift for our first game of the season. See you there. Alrighty, sports fans, welcome onto the Rift for our first game of the season, our first game of this best of three. One more time, a reminder, Team Solo Invade on the blue side, Conduit Esports on the red. And it looks like a pretty casual 5 points on either side. Start us off, go Farino.
Yeah, I don't think anybody's expecting anything too fancy here. The biggest thing I'm looking for is Does anybody want to move up and try and get a deep ward here to keep track of where the junglers are? Because we're alluding to in Champion Select, they can just turbo path towards any of these lanes and look for a very early, very quick gank, if they so please. Right now, it looks like nobody's really going to be getting any intel on that, but both junglers are hovering in the top side, and minions have just spawned, so if they want to start on that bot side, they got to start moving right now.
Yeah. Doesn't really seem like that is going to be the move. Just some normal lanes for this first game. Both junglers, starting on this top side of the map as well.
Oh no, okay, so a deep-ish ward was placed there by Unleashed, was pinged out, so it did spot Glada on this top side. So they have an idea where the Amumu is. I'm gonna figure they're guessing the Amumu is starting Raptors because the champion just clears that so efficiently with the tiers. Yeah.
I had an Amumu, I played against an Amumu in solo queue the other day. I was playing Nocturne, and Amumu decided it was a good idea to invade my Raptors level 1. So he literally pathed from my Raptors to his Raptors, and I just followed him there, and pretty much ended his whole career. It was fantastic.
That's based pathing, holy well.
Yeah.
I respect it. Starting the enemy's camps level 1, especially in like solo queue, that's something you're much more able to get away with because the amount of people in like solo queue or flex queue games, if you're enlightened, that just like AFK at their turrets level 1 is obnoxiously high.
Oh my god, yeah. So true.
Please. What are you doing?
Well, Glada is doing a little bit of a gank towards the top lane here, as the Amumu is going to make an appearance. Is going to be able to connect the bandage toss, as we look to set this one up onto SK's Ornn, who's going down to about 300 HP, and is not going to flash. Now is going to flash, but I would say that flash was a little bit late, and that is going to be first blood for Obi.
Yeah, I mean, that was a little damned if you do, damned if you don't there with that flash. I'd say just save it there. You're kind of dead to rights. Do at least get okay.
And BK going on pretty low, but same story for Derizen. Flashing forward is the Cassio, the flash away, and the poison is going to take the return kill. Solo kill for either side in the mid lane.
Yeah, fader than a hole, fader than a hole. I think that's the same. But bloody start here, mostly thanks to the mid laners just going at it there. Derizen just taking up so much from those minions. Ooh, Glada has no mana here. Does have flash if needed. Okay.
Big minion wave there for the Xerath to collect, and doesn't want to extend past it. So Glada will be okay. But it is a little bit down on tempo now. You know, the fact that the Amumu took the time to clear out that mid wave means that the Maokai is pretty far ahead in the jungle matchup at the moment. Taking the Scuttle Crab now. See what Unleashed decides to do next.
Of course, though, that is partially because the okay, we have a gank in the mid lane here. No flash to this Cassiopeia, so flash twisted.
Here comes the Maokai. Yeah, that could be the play, as Unleashed is going to be able to get in range for the W. NBK is out of mana. It probably is not going to matter. And there is the kill. Unleashed picks it up first of the game for the Maokai.
Unleashed trying to save that kill there for NBK. Giving that kill to the Xerath would have been very nice for just accelerating this champion. But yeah, that's an easy done deal. You finish your clear there. You know the mid laner has no flash. I thought it'd be flash twisted advantage, but it's flash bramble smash and then it twisted advance. So there's that. Either way, it gets the job done, and you're happy with that in the mid lane now. 1-1-1 here is the Xerath, and you're slowing down the Cassiopeia, who will absolutely schmelt your front line here.
The very pretty comfortable reset there for the Xerath as well. Not quite completing that lost chapter just yet, but at least the timing on the base was very convenient for NBK.
Yeah, not gonna argue with a free base there, and you're most of the way to the last chapter. You have the Sapphire Crystal. That alone is gonna be very nice for your mana in this mid lane. I don't know if NBK took the mana flow band. I kind of expected as was there. You have somewhat high mana costs, and just having that extra mana regen, very nice. So I'm gonna synergize with that a little. You know, a little bit of extra mana to be missing and regenerate 1% of every 5 seconds.
Absolutely.
Ooh.
We've seen the bot lane has actually been a little bit more quiet than at least I was expecting. I guess the side of RJ and Relics not really prioritizing, you know, the pressure in the 2v2 necessarily. Just looking to farm up for now.
Yeah, a little. They're definitely getting a little feisty in the bot lane. We've seen some moves. It's just right now, its genetics is outranged in this matchup here. Only level 4 is the Sever, so it's not like you're a turbo wave clear phase. Although,
Scuffle over the grubs. Glada alone in the pit right now. Is he at least going to be able to get one with the smite? That actually did go the way of the Maokai. And now Glada, no flash on the Amumu, and chunked down pretty low, but in comes Ipsy and Derizen to try and contest here the objective. That's 2 grubs secured for the side of Team Solo Invade. Amumu is going to be able to get the smite off. And now the side of Unleashed goes forward, is going to be able to finish off the Amumu with the help of the mid laner, but a 1-for-1 as both junglers have been taken down. The B drop gets this root onto Obi, who now is going to have to dash away. The Arcano Pulse there connecting onto Derizen. The Cassio should be speedy enough to get away from this one. Pretty close fight. Oh, Derizen, oh, the shocking orb just going wide there. A little bit of a slow coming down from the W of the Xerath. They're not able to lock down the Cassio. She will slither away. Gonna be that 1-for-1, 2 grubs for TSI, 1 grub going the way of Conduit.
Nearly picked that one up there with the fadeaway Arcano Pulse for NBK, but smart blast going here from Derizen. To recall a little further, trying to get them out of that. It does mean, though, neither team gets the full 3 grubs, so neither one gets 1 count for the feats there towards that. But the first to 3 kills was Team Solo Invade here, so they're going to be the ones with 1 point on the board with for that. Also, very weird fun fact, in the LTA chat, the word feat is banned, even though, like, you know, there's feats of strength in the game. So it's just kind of awkward, like, oh, they're getting feats of strength. You were chat banned for this, so me and my friends have been saying fee plus.
Well, it's spelled a little bit differently, right? So, I mean, I assume FEAT is not banned, is it?
I don't know. I hope not.
Well, that is a little bit weird, if so, yeah. We are seeing the first dragon getting taken right now by Conduit. They're going to get 1 point on the board for themselves for that Monster Hunter feat with an A.
Yep. Allegedly.
Allegedly. Gold dead even still between these squats.
A single Ocean Dragon here for the side of Conduit against the Poke comp. You're gonna enjoy that.
True, yeah.
If your team solo Invade, though, you're also very happy it's not the Ocean Soul. Like, typically, Mountain Souls, while they're favored to countering out specific comps, like, say you get Mountain Dragon, that's great against burst comps because of the extra shield. Or if you get the Infernal Dragon, that's good against tanky comps because of the extra damage. No one comp gets harder countered than Poke comps versus Ocean Soul. Like, it's kind of stupid how that just flips the game.
Ooh, Shocking Orb connecting in the mid lane. Right at the Arcane comes out, but not quite able to connect those last couple of shots. The Arcano Pulse does land, but the Cassio still barely staying alive. Flashes away underneath the turret. One more Q. Not quite enough range on that one. Derision barely getting away.
Barely, yeah. Hold on.
Top lane.
That thought. One more bandage.
Nice charge there.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, Horn's full HP, though. They're not going to be able to actually lock him down long enough to get the kill.
Yeah, especially now with the Chain Vest here to deal with a lot of OB's damage. Granted, Glada does have the Faded Ashes here, so going to be bringing in some decent damage themselves here.
Yeah. Well, Yandri's first on the Amumu is pretty common build.
Yeah, pretty common. I don't really see the Breathmaker too much. It wouldn't be bad on Amumu in theory. It's just proccing Leandri's is so easy as the champion, and it helps you a lot with your extra tank damage. And when you're against a Maokai plus Ornn, that extra % HP damage, pretty damn handy.
Absolutely. You also do have, some other frontline options here with the Ambessa and the Rel, so the burden of frontlining and tanking doesn't rest solely on the Amumu, right? So for that reason as well, indexing into just a little bit of damage can work out pretty well. Pretty nice.
Land the blind bandage just? Nope, okay. That probably would have not been something you want to go for as Glada, but it would have been objectively funny to go for that bandage tossed over the blue buff just to scare the hell out of him.
Could have been an option. As lots of people for Team Solo Invade in the mid lane right now, is they want to get this mid prio and transition that into the grubs once again. Looks like Glada is not going to contest this time around. So just going to be happy with that one grub that they picked up from the first cohort. And this is going to be the full 3, most likely, going over to the side of Team Solo Invade.
Yep, and teleport bot here just to pick up the wave, make sure its genetics doesn't pick up any more damage on that turret. Thankfully for Conduit, since they were able to get 1 grub in that first spawn, you're not gonna have to deal with the double spawn. Because the double spawn is what's really rough. I mean, sure, the difference between 5 and 6 stacks when it comes to the true damage on the turrets, kind of negligible. It does add up, but mostly negligible. But that second grub does make quite the difference, weirdly enough.
Yeah, 100% agree there. So don't hate that call from Glada and the rest of Conduit to just give up that objective. They weren't really set up for it, and it was clearly a pretty heavy commitment from the side of Team Solo Invade. So absolutely fine to give that up, I think.
Yeah, because Team Solo Invade had what? At least 4 people up there. I didn't see if just R1 was there as well as the Quirky.
I believe so.
Alright, yeah.
At least in the general vicinity.
Gonna lock down those grubs very nice, and we got a minute till Dragon here. Well, ish, I should say. There's no icon for it, so we know it's gonna either be the Hextech or the Chemtech Dragon here. Riot still hasn't fixed that after several seasons at this point, even though I know they know about it. I've talked with Rioters about it. I've known other people in the broadcasting scene have talked with Rioters about it, and they have to deal with this on the tournament realm too. But
hey, give them a break. It's just a small indie company, man. Don't ask too much of them.
Yeah, my favorite joke is multi-dollar company.
$1, more than $1. That's pretty impressive.
Yeah, great one. Although
so we do have that Scuttle Crab that we just saw get secured by the side of Conduit. That's going to give them a little bit of priority in this bot side river. Taking their resets right now, and a little bit of an awkward time for it. I mean, we're only 20 seconds out now on this Dragon, and Team Solo Invade is going to be able to just kind of move in here for free.
Ooh, yeah, there's some backs coming through. It's genetics, pretty low on mana there.
Nature's Grass going to come out as a flash forward, the full commitment onto the Casio. Beautiful follow-up from the rest of the team there. Well executed by Team Solo Invade. They pick off the mid laner right as the objective is coming up.
And that should basically guarantee it here, bar a big steal coming through. Obi does have TP here, so you could TP down and make this a 4 versus 4 if you want to. Have to be careful of the Ornn potentially stopping that. But there's going to be no contest here. You're just going to the top side, clearing out this. Right now it is 2 stacks of objectives for the Pizza of Strength. Well, 2 objective stacks for the one part of the feat of strength that's based around taking objectives.
Right.
So if they get one more objective, they'll have enough here to get the free boots upgrades, and then the 750 easy upgrades or Air Jordans.
Yeah. Where do you land, personally on, evaluating the strength of the upgraded boots? Because, obviously at first everybody was like, oh my godness, it determines the entire game. Whoever gets feats just wins. And if you don't get feats, you should just immediately FF, because what's the point in playing anymore? And then we kind of went all the way the other direction, where somebody made a post somewhere. There was like, oh, actually, that's extremely gold inefficient, and it actually doesn't really give you that much. And now I feel like the general consensus, we've landed somewhere in the middle. But what's your take on it personally? How strong do you think those bootsies are?
Well, when they first came out, and some of them were definitely kind of busted, like the tier 3 of Swifties, then tier 3 of Sork as well. Then also, they had a nerf it on PvE as well, the tier 3 of both the defensive boots. That shield on a bit lower of a cooldown and much larger number. It was pretty sussy, but yeah. I think when it came out, a lot of people were not surprised, like, okay, yeah, if you happen to be one leading in kills plus objectives, or turrets plus kills, or what combo have you, you're probably the one it favored to win the game. But the boot upgrades definitely have value as the game goes on. Yes, they are inefficient, but I mean, if you need a cheap spike for 750, you're gonna take that, especially as certain champions. I play a lot of bot lane Zyra, so getting the extra bit of magic pen from the upgrade, very appreciated for me, since you kind of want a lot of flat pen as Zyra, and there's only so much you can get.
Makes sense. Really, I feel like the biggest thing about it is it's stats that you have access to and your opponent doesn't, right? So it's just, it's definitively an advantage. How big is the advantage, I guess, is up for debate, but just the fact that you have that little bit of a higher ceiling on your builds definitely feels really great.
Yeah, because for me, like the free upgrade, I was always like fine-ish with. Like, I knew looking at that, like, okay, that's not a big boost. You're not even getting bonus movement speed. As like what 2 extra magic pen on Sork boots. You get like 5% attack speed, I think, on the Zerker's upgrade. So that's not too much here. And yeah, Herald has spawned though. Has been very quiet here these past several minutes.
Yeah, nice of the teams to give us time to, discuss the feats for a little while. That was really nice of them. But it looks like we are going to get some action here imminently as Dorizen has teleported back in towards the mid lane. Xerath ultimate already coming out pretty early here as NBK is also just teleported in. As Bantosh is going to land onto Unleashed, Maokai potentially in trouble. Bramble smash backwards, procs the phase rush there, but Obi has managed to dive back on top of the back line. Unleashed going down extremely low. Obi trying to flash away, but will get traded back. And now that's going to be a kill onto the Casio as well. The range disadvantage coming into play there as Dorizen had to get a little bit too close to danger. 2 for 1 in the team fight. Team Solo Invade on top, and they are going to be looking for the objective afterwards.
It is going to give them the freaks of strength, as I was told by chat. Well, someone called her freaky. Probably me, because I was the one making jokes about it. Oh, it's Genetics looking for something. But yeah, important thing in that fight is that, it might not be over yet. Important thing in that fight is there's no on the hunt. It's Genetics popped that very early, had low health, and had to run away. So you're missing some pretty key DPS here from your AD carry, and that kind of matters a lot when you get that bit of a wombo combo in the backline there. We saw Obi was a little too far for it. Lands here, stun lands.
Yeah, that is a lot of damage onto the Amumu. The reason why Team Solo Invade couldn't fully commit to the objective there is because, of course, their jungler is the one who went down in that last fight, so they didn't have a smite available. Unleashed is back now, and the squad is back onto the Herald. Amumu chunked down to about 50%, but Glada still hanging around, still wanting to try and deny this and prevent those feats of strength from going over. He's going to land the Bandit Trust, gets into the pit. Who's going to get it? He steals it away. Glada gets the Herald, is going to sacrifice himself for it. But we are now tied up at 2 neutral objectives apiece for that Monster Hunter feat.
Yep. Nice smite there, Unleashed. That's what we say, me and my friends. Only steal objective. And yeah, so gonna tie it all up here. First turret is up for grabs by the looks of it. This mid turret definitely kind of low, but you have everybody here.
Bot turret as well.
Ooh, do we see the public execution?
Not going to be utilized at the current time. There's RJ, pretty safe underneath the turret there. Looks like Casio is going to get this. So Dorizen securing the first turret feed. It is all going to come down to this next dragon that's spawning right now in terms of who is going to get those upgraded shoes.
That's true. Definitely going to want that here. Extra movement speed as well here for the upgraded boots. Yes, it is only 5 extra movement speed, but that is going to be kind of...
on the hunt, going to get popped by Genetics as he runs forward, trying to set up the play. The flash forward for Glada, gets the lockdown onto the Ornn. SK doesn't quite get the reactivation there, but Amumu has gone a little bit too deep, and it's Glada who's going to get taken down. Ipsy trying to re-engage with the Magna Storm, but Dorizen is going down pretty low as well. Has to slither away, too dangerous to walk any closer to this Team Solo Invade lineup, and that's 2 kills now going over. Right at the Arcane comes out. 1 more shot is all that's needed to connect. It's actually the Malignant's burn from that field on the ground is what's going to finish off Dorizen. A big team fight win there for Team Solo Invade, and they've solidified an advantage position in this first game.
And Conduit just overcommitting there way too hard. You're jumping the 2 enemy tanks there with all your damage, and unsurprisingly, you're not able to burst through them all that well. And then it's Genetics just way too low there, eating up too much damage. The Sivir goes almost down, but basically out of the fight there. And Dorizen taken away there, like, tragic there. That means the upgraded boots will be coming through here for the side of TSI. Gonna be appreciating those extra stats here, the extra little points. The numbers.
Yeah, I wonder if the situation for Conduit in that last fight is if maybe they just thought that they had like an angle that they were catching some people out of position. Because, I mean, they're engaging onto the front line, right? It's not like they had an angle onto a carry. So I think maybe they just thought that they were going to be able to finish off SK and kind of burst down the Ornn before the rest of the team for TSI was going to be able to get in position to counterattack. But that wasn't really the case. It ended up being Glada, who was a little bit overextended and got taken down first. And it was a really nice phalanx kind of that got set up by Team Solo Invade as they pushed back the aggressors.
Yeah. Because, like, the front line right now is pretty damn beefy here for TSI. Like, there's a Sunfire. There was a Sunfire Cape done on the Ornn in that fight, so a Sivir with Essence Reaver and a Zeal is going to do basically 0 damage into that. We know tanks are currently kind of strong right now, and especially Ornn, who gets all the extra assists from the passive. Like, without any armor pen items, you're just going to be taking that champion, and yeah, it's kind of what happened here if you are Sivir last name. I don't know if we know Sivir's last name, but we know her first name. There's probably
Yeah,
something
I'm not sure. Maybe that's in the lore somewhere. Yeah, I really have no idea.
Because we know Miss Fortune. Fortune is obviously the last name.
Yeah. First name
Tom
Sarah.
That's Tom Kench's full name, I'm pretty sure.
Right at the arcane in the top lane, as Obi trying to utilize those bajillion dashes to get away. And it looks like that was the last shot for the Xerath. So just barely there. The Ambessa is going to limp away from that one. NBK clearly pretty comfortable on this pick. The Xerath has been looking quite clean so far.
Yeah, got a bit accelerated in the early game. You got that 1-for-1, but then of course the follow-up gank there, and
that's right.
you've just been having a field day as this Xerath. Your only one death was in that early 1v1. You outranged everyone on the enemy team. You just have to worry about using Bandage Toss really at this point. And
yeah, it does go back a little bit as well to our draft conversation about the range advantage for sure.
Definitely gonna be feeling it. Although, even with all that said, right now, if you look at the gold lead, like, it isn't even 1,000 between these two teams. The only real noticeable advantage is one of these teams has the feats of strength completed, so they have those upgraded boots. One of these teams, TSI, also happens to have one extra dragon here for the dragon stack. With how this game is going, I wouldn't be too surprised if we get to the soul point here, even if Conduit pick up a dragon for themselves, because this game definitely taking a bit of time here. Could, of course, get accelerated here, but still a lot of turrets available on the map. It's only been one turret taken so far in this game, crewman, and that is quite the thing to say when it's 22 minutes.
Yeah, for sure. It has been pretty measured, I guess I would say, for both of these sides. The only really fights that we've seen have been around the objectives. Neither side really going for anything beyond that. It is going to be really kind of interesting macro situation in 90 seconds or so. As Otacon has spawned up there. Oh, Genetics to take the tier 1. Pops the Sivir ultimate. Relix does have the blast go there, but is the Seraphine going to be able to click on it? The answer is no, as Genetics secures his first kill of the game on the Sivir. Nice catch out there as they get the turret and an extra kill for the side of Conduit.
Can they translate that into the Otacon here? I don't think so.
Feels
You got
a
the
bit
rest of the
risky.
people collapsing. Yeah, you do have DPS, but everybody else from the enemy team is in this area, and it would be a 4 versus 4. You don't have the Petrifying Gaze. I feel like that's going to be a big endo.
Yeah. It does mean that we are going to have this situation where the Otacon is alive on top side and the second Infernal Dragon alive on the bottom side of the map at the exact same time. So we'll have to see if these teams are going for the same objective. As Genetics is in a little bit of trouble in the mid lane, right at the arcane. That last shot not quite going to connect. They do get the barrier out from the Sivir.
Only just got back to lane. Man. Yeah, it looked like its Genetics was pathing up aggressively there, like they had the team backing them up, but Glado was kind of off on the side there, and that was your only teammate within shouting distance, so I'm not sure what the call was there.
Pretty unfortunate now as well. It does mean that the side of Conduit are not necessarily going to have position for the objective, given the fact that Genetics had to go for that reset. We see Ipsy moving in to try and clear out this control ward. Relics trying to be annoying. The follow-up from the rest of the team is not in position for TSI right now, so Ipsy is going to be able to get that little bit of vision secured in the line brush, as NBK in an awkward position has to flash over the wall. Nature's Grasp going to come out from Unleashed, is going to commit onto the Castiel, who is down pretty low, but the Maokai didn't really have much follow-up in the area, so Unleashed now is going to have to flash away to make sure that he can stay safe. That's got big tools down for the Maokai.
Ooh, this is prime positioning right now, though, if you happen to be TSI, because all these members having to clump up to path towards this dragon. And you're the team with poke, you're the team with vision, thanks to the saplings, and Lana just starting up the blue buff here, maybe for some health. possibly to get that
Yeah,
heal.
Dragon down about 50%.
Dragon
Amazing
Storm.
engage there from Ipsy. Finds
Oh,
3
no,
with the Magnet Storm, but the Corki off on the side is going to be able to stay safe for now. And the team fight is just going all the way towards Team Solo Invade. That is going to be a couple kills, I guess, traded back as Genetics got into the back line there and managed to get out some good damage on the Sivir before going down. But Derizen now is going to be forced to flash away. Obi still looking like the Ambassador wants to try something here, but I don't know about that one. I mean, you were a man down. I don't think that was the play. 2 more kills given over to the Corki, and they're going to go up to Soul Point as well.
Yeah, I wasn't a fan of that call there. Obi was already pretty low. You have to walk in there and take even more damage. You definitely do not have enough Omnivamp there, especially when you're getting your heal cut thanks to this Bramble Vest. So, a little bit of a head scratcher there. I'm going to give over a 5 for 2 in the end, and the Dragon as well here for Team Solo Invade. So it's going to put them up at a bit more of a lead here. The big thing is, like you said, they are on Soul Point. That's such a power pick. Are they just looking to rush down the Otacon here? You don't have the Sivir or Cassiopeia there just yet, but Amumu with the Faded Ashes can do some
Yeah,
decent
but
work on it.
still, I mean, it takes a
Oh,
long
yeah, start
time
it
to
here.
actually take this objective.
Okay. They're just setting up.
Ornn does not have teleport. I'm not sure if they're aware of SK's current position for the side of Conduit. Ornn is moving up now. And there is a big wave actually crashing into that bot tier 1 for Conduit. There's nobody there to collect it, so that's some golden experience being lost. Actually, Derizen is moving down there now. The Cassio does have TP.
The call is here. Because Otacon, it is an objective that does kind of take a decent amount of setup. Like, it does a fair amount of damage to your team. It isn't easy to just kind of mow through, which is kind of funny because on the opposite hand, you have Baron, which had to get specifically buffed about a season or 2 ago, so you couldn't literally just mow through it instantly on spawn. But yeah,
I feel like the 1v1 between Otacon and Baron would actually be pretty close. What do you think? What do you reckon?
I don't know. Because Baron definitely does have a lot of tools to make sure one person isn't soloing them. I don't know if there's anything like that on the Otacon. I figure there is. They typically
Yeah, I think the most dangerous thing about the Otacon is the shred, the magic resist shred is really massive. The debuff that he gives you. So that's the main reason why I think it's dangerous to just kind of start it up if you don't have a comprehensive setup for it.
Yeah, we'll see. Both these teams kind of inching towards it, but not fully committing just yet. Unsurprising.
What version of do we have this game, by the way? I actually didn't get a good look at it.
Voracious. Pretty sure it should be the one that buffs the buffs you've already taken. So,
I think that's the Ruinous version. So Voracious means that there have not been very many kills, and he's hungry. He wants more kills, so he gives you the GA so that you go fight people. That's kind of what I think about it.
I thought it was like, oh, you got more objectives, you get the not bloodthirsty one. Oh, you got more kills, you get the bloodthirsty one. But yeah, I can see that too. So gonna be the extra juice on kills here. The GA as well. Very fun mechanic. Really like it.
Yeah, totally. Can't think of any other instances of that breaking the game or anything like that. Seems fine. As we are going underneath the turret here, Genetics popping the spell shield pretty early on means the Encore cannot be spell shielded, and Genetics just gets absolutely obliterated alongside his tier 1 turret in the mid lane. I believe that was just RJ on the Corki going up to a Rampage 4-0.
Although bandage toss is going to be a miss there. Alrighty, if that bandage toss lands, maybe you get something there. Because Galata
he still has cleanse as well, the Corki. So
I mean, still, if you get the cleanse out there, you're pretty happy.
Yeah, that's true.
But gonna be recalls here on the top side. Attempted recalls in the case of Yipsy then.
All right, so Otacon still here. 1 minute on our 3rd Infernal Dragon. And honestly, this is going to be a really kind of impossible position, I think, for Conduit, because you can't really give over either one of these. I mean, if you give over Infernal Soul or if you give over Otacon, I mean, either way, your odds of winning this game go down pretty dramatically.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I feel like kind of got to make a move here if you're Conduit. With these recalls on the top side, I don't know if these are coming through or if they at least have a hunch, but they could honestly go for this, and no, you won't be able to finish it in time at this point. Yeah, you have to recall and get set up for this dragon here. You do not want the poke comp getting an Infernal Soul.
Yeah, I mean, it just sounds pretty unplayable at that point. So, I think that's probably the right call to contest the Dragon Soul, but they do not have position right now whatsoever. We see Team Solo Invade full control over the South River at the moment, and actually setting up a little bit of a trap in that Banana Brush. RJ still in the mid lane, looking to clear out this minion wave. Dragon spawning imminently. A few seconds away as the Amumu is going to step away from the beat drop. Doesn't get rooted up or anything like that. Pretty much everything available on both sides.
Yeah, don't have a few summoners here. No barrier here for the Sever. And actually, that's about it, honestly. So
Yeah.
every summoner but one available.
Okay, there's the Sivir ultimate as Genetics sounds the go signal to move forward, but really nice here from the side of Team Solo Invade. They're just backing up, giving the space, not allowing themselves to get engaged on. They're playing that time game, right? They're giving NBK the time to get out the damage, and again, we're engaging onto the front line. The Amumu's just gonna pop like a balloon. The Infernal Soul goes over, and it's another wipe in the team fight as the Xerath managing to stay safe, getting out so much damage from the backline. The Corki as well. RJ just shredding them to pieces. Nobody going down on the side of Team Solo Invade. They get everything they could have possibly wanted out of that play, and they're looking poised to secure their first Nexus of the season.
Yep, a Conduit. They kind of pull the trigger there, but no Bandage Toss is committed. No Flash Magnet Storm's committed either. That's kind of a very big deal. You're just running at them pretty fast. TSI more than happy to just disengage, walk away, and hit them with the poke
they played
there.
that really well.
Yeah, so this is going to be a bit of an objective sweep. You get the Soul, you get the Baron, and you get the Otacon. That's one way of drastically...
Everything.
Yeah. Just basically drastically improving your chances of winning this game.
Yeah, this one's feeling pretty done and dusted. You know, obviously Cassio and Sivir do still scale, but they are going to be outranged. They're going to continue to be outranged, and they're up against Infernal Soul now. So, feeling pretty doomed, unfortunately, for Conduit. And for me, you know, the main thing for us to look out for the rest of this game is how clean can Team Solo Invade be with it. You know, they have everything they could possibly want. For all intents and purposes, they have secured Exodia. Now, I know traditionally that's, you know, the Elder buff alongside the Baron, but Otacon alongside Baron, pretty good as well. So, how quickly and cleanly can they close things out from here? As Genetics on the run, and is probably going to be finding himself in the Death Chamber. There's one more blast from the Xerath. Is going to be what sends him there. 5v4 on the map now.
Yeah, that is one of the insanely fun things about playing against Xerath as ADC. Like, oh, okay, sorry, I'm within 2 screens of you, and my team just isn't engaging on you. Let me pay with my entire health bar. It's like, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, at least Xerath has to hit the skill shots, whereas Yone just clicks on you.
That's
Play
true.
against Xerath any day.
Yeah. Yeah, it just sucks as ADC, because you can't typically do anything about it. Like, you can't really do anything about this siege happening in the mid lane right now. Your jungler and top lane are coming up now, but it's still kind of too late.
Yeah, Genetics coming back in just a few seconds here. The mid inhibitor will fall, unleashed, connecting the Twisted Advance onto Glada. The Amumu going to be forced to engage here. Flashes in, but gets charmed. Does barely manage to get off the Curse of the Sad Mummy in time, but the damage has already been done. It's a double kill for this ridiculously fed Corki. Call of the Forge God connecting onto the Rel as the side of Conduit are forced to retreat back towards the fountain. The Xerath and the Corki doing the work. It's going to be only Yipsy left alive, and the Rel just kind of jumps in to join the rest of her team. 34.5 minutes on the game clock, and it's going to be Team Solo Invade picking up their first win.
Yeah, and it feels like Team Solo Invade, they just kind of knew the message there. They just hang back and poke. Also feels like Conduit, they weren't all on the same page when it came to engages here, so hopefully in the next game we see them a little bit more on point, all focusing on that one singular engage. But Yeah, we should be getting to game 2 pretty soon here, crewman. I assume we want a quick turnaround time because our next series starts within an hour. So,
Oh,
I
dang,
guess
yeah.
yeah.
Quick POG. Who's your POG for this one? Go Freedom.
My Pog Champ, my little Pog Champ.
That's right.
That's a hard one.
It is a hard one. It is a hard one. It was definitely a team effort. You know, the setup was good, and then the damage from the carries and the positioning as well was also fantastic. So really was a team effort.
I'm gonna have to give it to the jungler for TSI. I'd have to say, set up a lot for them.
I like it. He did, yeah. The Maokai play was definitely on point. The setup, like you said, absolutely fantastic. But like you also said, I do think we do need to get into that break to set up game number 2. Don't go anywhere, guys. See if Team Solo Invade are going to be able to pick up the clean 2-0, or if Conduit have something to say about it. We'll be right back. All right, everybody, welcome back. We are jumping straight into our champion select phase for game number 2. We are, of course, going to be swapping sides here. I believe that's going to be the standard again this season. Conduit Esports taking up positions on the blue side this time around. Team Solo Invade on the red. Go for Reno. You know, as we discussed previously, we had some pretty contrasting styles of composition come out in our previous game's draft. Do you expect these teams to be going for something similar here in this second game as well, or are you expecting some more radical changes here in the drafting phase?
I feel like we're going to see a little bit of radical changes here, unless these teams feel like, okay, this sort of comp is our strength or comfort here. I don't think we're going to see the repeat. Bear in mind, people, that this is full fearless, so anybody picked last game is off the table, so no Maokai, Amumu, Corki, Sivir, Cassiopeia, Ornn, Xerath, Ambessa, Rel, or Seraphine here. A lot of meta picks, of course, still available.
Absolutely right. As far as the bans are concerned, that's looking pretty similar. The Skarner is the obligatory ban on the red side, it seems. Does mean that the side of Conduit have been able to ban away the Renekton this time around. And for the side of Team Solo Invade, they were forced to leave open the Victor. Banned away in game 1 and first picked here on blue side for game number 2.
Yeah, the champion's still pretty strong. Did thankfully get some tap down nerfs, but I'm kind of surprised because the quote-unquote rework they gave him really did not change too much at all. The biggest changes, there's like some quality of life tweaks to the W stun and how that works. Some of the mechanics on stacking were changed, and the other big one was, of course, the Chaos Storm ultimate can grow insanely large if you get the resets in fights, but turns out they just kind of pumped up his numbers a little too high. Still definitely pretty strong here, not obsessively strong. Jinx gonna be the response here, so we'll see how TSI wants to play this. With the Orianna as well, this kind of is screaming to me a front to back composition. You always want the Jinx to pop off, and Orianna can certainly help with that. Gonna need some peel, though, of course.
For sure. You know, I think Team Solo Invade played the team fights out extremely well in that previous game, so I think going just for like a bread and butter, front-to-back style team fight composition is probably going to look pretty good for them, would be my assumption. Sejuani is going to come through here for Conduit. That's going to be the jungle pairing alongside the Victor there in the mid lane. Not necessarily, you know, a super powerful pairing for the Sejuani, but maybe we'll get some Permafrost synergy coming through from the top laner or something like this.
Yeah, you at least need like one or two other melee champions here as a Sejuani. You can lock in engage support here, so that will of course be the other melee, but then in the top lane, just lock in like a tank or bruiser here. With the Victor and the Jhin locked in, though, you might be leaning a bit more towards the Bruiser, because we know Jhin does not do well into tanks, will do well into bursting out in Orianna or Jinx, of course, but any sort of front line, especially in this tank meta, does not bode well for the number 4 shot.
Yeah, definitely the case. Jarvan is going to come through here for Team Solo Invade, so that is definitely strong synergy with what they already have, right? With the Orianna and the Jinx, the Cataclysm to set up for shockwaves and super mega death rockets can be really, really threatening, especially on carries like Victor and Jhin that don't have any innate mobility, right? That can be absolutely devastating if they're able to line that up for the side of TSI.
Yeah, so we'll see if that's the call here. If Wombo Combo is the name of the game for TSI, certainly can't hurt. Wombo Combo comps are very simple to pull off because you just look to, hey, I pressed my button, you guys press all your buttons right now. It's like, oh, okay, the Wombo Combo has gone off here. So right now they got the tools for that. They got some nice dive to get into the back line here because you don't want to leave Victor all alone in the back line to just kind of rain down the death rays on you. That's always a bit of a no-no. And right now, focusing bans mostly towards the top side. The Lulu taken away as well. Just one thing that could be giving this Jinx some peel here. Potentially we could see an engaged support here locked in with the Jinx as well. I don't mind that coming through. Yeah, so it is going to be Leona here. So that's locked in. Pretty high prio pick right now in the meta. Just more engagey than the other engaged supports.
Yeah. What was really the main reason for Leona to surge back into priorities? I feel like for a long time it was the Merc Treads nerf, I think, was the main catalyst for that, right?
Yeah.
So I feel like for a long time there, you know, particularly in Pro, Leona had kind of fallen out of favor right? Because it just felt like there were too many ways to mitigate or nullify the CC, which is obviously the only reason to really pick the champion. So, she, like you said, she has sort of surged in popularity more recently, and I think it is a pretty strong pairing alongside the Jinx. Cassante and Zyra are going to come through here for the side of Conduit. So some Zyra bot lane, go Frino, your forte.
Well, that's Zyra's support right there. Unless it's Jin's support, which would be objectively funny.
You play Zyra APC, actually?
Yeah.
Oh, spicy.
More fun that way, yeah. I mean, support Zyra. Very vulnerable to getting all in here, of course, and you're going to have to watch out for any Zenith Blades that come your way. Preferably, if I'm Conduit's bot lane here, I want to get to lane ASAP and just set up control here, set up plants, so you can just push out the wave here, reach level 2 first, and hopefully poke down this Leona before any level 2 shenanigans come out from that champion. Because it can be painful.
Definitely can. We are going to see Cho'Gath come through here as the R5 selection for Team Solo Invade. So that's going to be matching the Cassante up towards the top side. We just saw some Cho'Gath actually come out in LEC earlier today. I forget who was playing it, but somebody busted out the Cho'Gath top lane. I think maybe it was Broken Blade actually from G2. Not 100% sure. But we've also obviously, anybody who's been following the NLC this season knows that Bausi has also been playing a good amount of the Cho'Gath.
Yeah, doing surprisingly well. I believe got a few little light buffs last season, but the biggest thing is the itemization changes. Heartsteel, pretty solid item on the champion. Tank itemization in general with the HP stacking, very nice. And of course, Consume, just such a great tool when it comes to bursting out of Squishy because it does so much damage to them, but it also has the versatility of letting you secure objectives pretty easily. And with grubs being a thing, you know, Cho'Gath makes taking them pretty easy because you just kind of consume one.
Yeah, I think that's a really good note there, Gofrino. Just the fact that, you know, in the current state of the game with the new season and the new objective being added, it just really feels like objectives are just continuing to grow in importance, right, in terms of the game itself. So I think in that regard, Cho'Gath definitely makes sense why he's seeing a little bit of a resurgence in popularity himself, being so good at securing those objectives with the ultimate. I will also say, I'm kind of noticing here, Gofrino, it feels like, in terms of the range, something we discussed quite a lot last game, right? It feels like that's kind of transitioned to the shoes on the other foot now, you know? Or I feel like the Victor and the Jhin for the side of Conduit Esports outrange, you know, most of what we have on the side of Team Solo Invade, and kind of, you know, again, similarly to last game, but reversed, Team Solo Invade are the ones now with a really strong engage to, you know, try to mitigate that range that their opponents have and kind of play the fights out that way. So that's kind of something interesting that I'm just noticing. Yeah,
although it's not as big of a gap this time around. Like Victor versus Xerath, it's kind of clear Xerath has like much more range.
Sure.
Victor does at least have to get within one screen of you to pop the Death Ray to poke you down, and of course the Q, you have to get basically an auto attack range. Jhin does have some pretty long range damage with basically just the curtain call. So
yeah,
it's not going to be
usually builds RFC as well though. Once that's completed, then the Jhin range can be the Rivka. Absolutely right.
Yeah, I had one friend who's always called it the Rivka. It's like, yeah, makes sense. It is a Rivka.
I like it.
Yeah. But yeah, comps have been locked in here. Only one extra melee, though, for the Sejuani is going to be a bit of a feels bad man here, especially since you only have one other dive buddy. So we'll see how that works out in these team fights.
Yeah.
I mean, I do also respect the Zyra as like another source of damage here, but you're going to be relying mostly on partially Cassante, partially Jhin here for like actual physical damage against this front line. Yes, only the Cho'Gath and Leona are going to be building full tank here, but even the J4 will get a decent amount of armor from the Demacian standard, the E, and also will probably build some armor at some point themselves here. Yeah.
Now, I will also say, I feel like the Zyra, you know, last pick for Conduit is really good in the sense that, you know, they are, I think it's Conduit's side now that's going to kind of have to play these fights a little bit slower. Just because, you know, they are going to want time for Victor to get out multiple rotations, right? And they're going to need time to burn down these health bars, right? For Cho'Gath and for Leona, like you were just talking about. So in that sense, I think the Zyra works really well in this composition because she's going to be able to help, you know, buy that time and prevent the dive coming out from Team Solo Invade from being successful theoretically. So I do think that, while I am agreeing with you that, the physical damage might be a little bit of a concern for Conduit Esports. I think if they pilot the composition well, then they should have, should be able to buy enough time for Jin and Cassante to do that work.
Yeah, we'll have to see, because it is always a little tricky. Cassante definitely can just do it. You go all out, you will not yield, and even when you're all out, it feels like the champion's pretty decently tanky, which is not something I really want to say, because in theory, like the all out, it does actually make you a lot squishier, but you still got to keep your base resistant. I believe Cassante still has pretty decent growths in both resist and health, so there's that.
There is that. I do want to take a quick moment to go for notes, maybe zoom in on the bot lane once again here. Jin Zyra versus Jinx Leona. Jinx definitely a character that wants to at least scale up to that first item right before she's going to really be excited to start scrapping. Whereas Leona is kind of, it doesn't really work that way at all. She really wants to be a lane bully and try and take control in the 2v2. But it might be difficult against Jin Zyra. So what are you expecting from the bot lane this time around?
Yeah, I already touched on it earlier, but I do want to see level 1 control come out here from both sides. Conduit will have the advantage in that front. Level 1 Leona, yeah, Zenith Blade is like okay, but you really want the Zenith Blade plus Shield of Daybreak. So if I'm Conduit, you just get to lane ASAP here. You set up the plants, you set up the push, and it should be relatively fine. YPS is going to have to be very careful here. If you get hit by one Zenith Blade, yes, the Jinx does take time to scale, but with the Sunlight procs plus an Ignite on you, as this very squishy Zyra, you're not going to last too long in those all-ins, especially if your flash is down. So, something to keep an eye out for.
Yeah, definitely. It should be pretty manageable for Jin and Zyra to get that control in the lane. Even at the level 1 mark. They should, have that, obviously that double range advantage, but do, like you say, have to be really careful about getting engaged on. That can be incredibly dangerous if Leona does manage to connect and get on top of you. A few minutes on the spectator delay here, guys. Go Farino. What are your thoughts overall on these drafts? You leaning one way or the other this time around?
I feel like TSI's composition here is definitely much more simple to execute. And you don't have to worry about, maybe lacking some physical damage, which is always a huge plus. So, gonna give them the edge here in this game with this comp, I feel.
Yeah, they do also have momentum, right? After game number 1, they demonstrated that they're really strong in these team fights. And then they also had the opportunity to go for the R5 counter pick this time around. The Cho'Gath in the top lane into the Cassante. Pretty excited to see what Cho'Gath is going to be able to get done up there. We're going to go to another short break, guys, while we get ready to jump onto the Rift for game number 2. See you on the other side. Welcome back, BOL fans, onto the Rift for our second game of the night. Again, we've swapped sides. Conduit on the blue side this time around. Team Solo Invade on the red. Looking like probably a pretty casual level 1 for us once again.
Yeah. Not expecting anything too feisty. If we didn't see anything last game, we're not going to see anything this game.
Yeah.
Do want to see...
Makes sense.
Okay, YPS is going to lane here as the Zyra. The cooldown level 1 of your passive is 30 seconds, so what I usually do is bot lane Zyra is I try and time it. I hop out of the bush around 120 to 125-ish, just so I can get like 2 seeds for when the wave is crashing there, but support Zyra could be different here. We'll see what they want to do here as YPS. If they want to wait a little bit longer or if they want to do it ASAP, because Zyra level 1, it is night and day if you have your seat set up in lane versus if you don't have your seat set up in lane.
Right.
Without
Yeah, I mean,
access to your W button, yeah. So.
I mean, Zyra played in any role is really reliant on her plants for the DPS, right? So that's always a critical part, I think, of playing the champion, is making sure you have those plants set up in the spots where you want them. Zipsy is just going to get the Comet landing for now. Didn't really have any seeds in position for that first Q.
Yeah, holding on to the passive actually is kind of interesting because they saw its genetics was there in the lane, so it's not like, oh, hey, if they're going to see the seed here, they know we're here, but holding on to it.
Ooh, Genix getting off the 4th shot there onto RJ. A little bit of early damage. Our junglers starting on their respective red buffs. This time around, so they're going to be pathing towards opposite sides. Glada going to be pathing up towards Cassante Cho'Gath, and Unleashed on the J4 going to be pathing down towards this bottom lane. J4 Goforino is a champion that, you know, I always feel like when you lock in J4, there's really, in my opinion, a decent amount of pressure to try to make something happen early on, right? And not to say that Jarvan can't have an impact later on in the game, he absolutely can, but I just feel like if you're not using the early ganking power, the early skirmishing power of the J4, you're probably better off just playing a different champion. That's kind of my take on it. So definitely hoping that we see Unleashed go for some kind of early look here.
And especially with how pushed up its genetics and Yipsy are in this bot lane right now. Like, they're pretty prime targets here. Of course, lane has equalized a little bit more towards the middle. They're still a bit pushed up. There is a ward in that top lane tri-brush. Or the Y-brush, I guess. Looks a bit more like a Y, but it is also a try, so however you want to say it. Either way, though, will be spotted out here if you're trying to go for that. And yeah, like you said, the J4, you do want to make something happen early. He is very much a jack of all trades champions, master of none in a lot of aspects. Like, yeah, you have some nice burst as the champion, but it's not a ton of burst. Yeah, you have some nice front line as the champion, but it's not a ton really. So unless you get super far ahead, you're not realistically doing too much damage or thinking too much.
Right.
And you want to make something happen here. Not going to path towards bot lane just yet. Probably guessing there was a ward in that tri-bar, so just going to grab Scuttle, drop a deep ward here. As the
both
wave
junglers completing their full clear. Glada wanting to try to make something happen towards this mid lane, but didn't walk over a ward. NBK should have been aware of this. Is going to get chunked out. There's the E connecting as well. Oh, I guess Derizen was pretty low on mana there, so the Victor didn't have the mana to follow up on that. The Zenith Blade going to connect for Relics in the bottom lane. Ipsy counter attacks with the Grasping Roots, I believe, is the Zyra E. Can you confirm that for me, Goforino, as the Zyra player?
Yeah. Yeah, Grasping Roots. And then...
So, a lot more damage actually being taken by the Leona there in the end, despite the fact that Relics was the one initiating that play. That's the power of the Zyra, I guess.
Also a little too far forward there. Just R1 could only really pop the zap there to help out with that trade for the first bit, and then also had to be very careful because you do not want to get hit by the root here as is Jinx.
Ooh, that's a lot of damage. There's the cleanse out from RJ, burning down so low. And there is a nice early move from Jarvan that just occurred up in the top lane as well. Unleashed. It's going to get the flash out from Obi's Cassante. But this is really rough, the bot lane right now for Team Solo Invade. Jinx is going to be forced to give up this wave. And a nice little early advantage is, it's a Zenith Blade actually going in. The Grasping Roots are going to miss this time around, and Leona is tanky enough to survive that 4th shot and does manage to defend the turret plate, at least for now.
At least for now, yeah. The first turret plate is, of course, very squishy. They ramp up in tankiness as it goes on. And, ooh, alright, they're going for a bit of a gambit here on the bot side. Yipsy and its Genetics hankering for a bit of the turret here. Both of them very low on mana. They're out of pots as well, and they've taken some damage here.
Though.
They do have a
Sedge.
Sedge. Okay, alright. 1 auto is enough to secure it.
That's all they really wanted, I guess. Glada going to be back to the jungle. Continue clearing. Dragon been alive for about a minute. Our first round of grubs just spawned. And neither jungler really making any moves towards those objectives just yet.
Well, you have relics there here as this Leona, so that kind of signals they want to go for it. They're pathing towards it, although they're also pathing for a gank here.
Pretty far up in the lane here. That's going to be the flash forced out from the Victor. Well worthwhile, I think, as Team Solo Invade trading Leona's flash for Victor's. You're going to be happy about that one.
Pretty damn happy, and yeah, you can just turn on the grubs here. SK does have the ulti available here if they want to get a free little stack. It looks like they do want to get a free stack, and Flash is available here for just R1.
Oh, Glada not quite able to connect the Q flash there. Now it's going to take a bunch of shots from the turrets. The Flame Chompers have come down as well. That was really close to the Sejuani going down. But Glada will get away. Did get the flash out from RJ there. And the Jinx is going to be forced to go for another reset. On the other side of the map, though, all 3 grubs did get secured by Team Solo Invade. How do we feel about that trade? 3 grubs for Jinx flash.
Technically in your favor. I think RJ could have been much healthier here. Just flash out of that instantly. Like, don't stick around unless you have the hot fingers there to flash out of the Sejuani engage.
Oh, that's a flash cat. Okay.
Come on.
Okay. Derizen just had a gameplay experience. As that is going to be the Shield of Daybreak connecting onto Genetics, who's forced to flash away out from underneath the turret.
Alrighty. Well, there is that on that bit of a trade there in terms of health, but it's Genetics at about half health here, kind of low on mana. You can just look to recall here as the Jhin. I mean, this is a pretty free recall. The wave's pushed up into enemy turret. I don't know how much gold you're sitting on, though. It might be a pretty low value back if you're on... Okay. 660 gold. That's a longsword here. It's something.
Something.
Yeah. You wouldn't be able to finish anything. Kind of sucks.
So,
actually, that is enough for a crit, so you could get that. Or, sorry, a quick agility.
I'll have to see. Does decide to go first. Curtain Call is actually going to get opened up right now. So Relics, eating the 4th shot, does go down a little under 50%. But yeah, no mana left now on the Jhin, so now we will be going for that reset, like you were just pondering.
And what's it going to be? Oh, it's enough for the Dirk here, as...
Risen pretty low. Does get the stun from the gravity well.
Yeah, neither has ulti here. NBK had the Shockwave there for that trade. That would have been very, very dicey for the Risen.
For sure. Kogath gets the knock up. Top laners just grasping each other, as they often do. We do have, pretty quiet early game once again here. And this is kind of reminding me somewhat of the previous game as well. You know, I think it did end up being pretty one-sided, right, that game, in favor of Team Solo Invade, but it's not like they snowballed the early game or anything like that. They just were cleaner down the stretch and just basically won all of the team fights in the mid-game.
Yep. Haven't really seen any team fights this game. I mean, we're only at 9.5 minutes here. We've only had the one first blood. We're talking about the Freaks of Strength here right now. TSI are ahead. They were able to get the first kill there, so they only need 2 more kills. They got all the grubs, so that's 1 out of 3. Looks like it's going to be 2 out of 3 on objectives here.
Yeah.
An easy little pickup.
Oh, strong start for Team Solo Invade. Unleashed, EQ over the wall, Genetics. Oh, Cataclysm underneath the turret, and the Jhin didn't have flash. Oh, Genetics hanging around a little bit too far forward for a little bit too long, but this is a little bit of a trap being set, as Glada's going to connect the Arctic Assault onto RJ. The stun comes through onto the Jinx as well. Cleanse for RJ as he continues to try to get out the DPS, but Relics is going to have to be sacrificed Team Solo Invade did not realize there were so many members of Conduit in the area, and they are going to get punished for that one. And they're also going to have to, looks like, give up this wave underneath the turret once again, as Unleashed able to EQ away from that one. Nice Super Mega Death Rocket. Good damage onto Glotto, who tosses out the Glacial Prison to ensure he's going to be able to safely retreat, as NBK also teleported into the play down here.
Yeah, if it wasn't for the gravity field there, NBK probably would have been able to get in range to QW Shockwave there. Not going to be able to do that. Rips have spawned.
Oh, SK doesn't quite have the ultimate just yet. Cassante is going to go out. All out, has pretty good damage here. SK does find the knock-up, and the auto-attack with the Vorpal Spikes is going to secure the kill. Obi thought he had an angle. He tried to do a little bit of Cassanteing, but he got spiked.
Yeah. Spiked up, bopped up there. Is going to secure 1 feat of strength here. They get the grubs here. That will be a strength sweep for TSI.
Yep. Looking pretty good for them. They're very, very close to securing the Jordans once again for the 2nd game in a row.
See if they can do that, though. We already have the members coming up.
Oh, Ipsy wanted to get some vision in the river, but the team was not there to protect the Zyra. And that is the danger when you play these ranged, you know, kind of carry-oriented, DPS-oriented supports. It's really dangerous to go on those solo warding missions. And Ipsy just not respecting where the opponents could be there. And this is going to be the feats going over.
Yep. Moving on over in just a second here. There we go. And there are the upgraded boots.
Okay, all 6 grubs as well. You know, you were talking about in the previous game how that's such a huge buff, getting that additional Void Might, that bonus chatter to help with the sieging can be really, really powerful. Solar Flare gonna come out in the mid lane. Genetics didn't take the cleanse. This Jin, there's nothing he can do. He just gets CC chained, and that's gonna be the first kill of the game for RJ's Jinx.
No cleanse into Leona is.
Yeah,
I wouldn't say it's a full-on head scratcher, but it is something you typically want.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair to Genetics, it would only be useful against the Leona. There's no other really cleansable CC. I mean, Flame Chompers, I guess.
Yeah, or
but yeah.
SK's Silence. Yeah, it's
Sure,
kind of one of those rough things. Is ADC like, okay, it's only for one thing, but that one thing is very
okay.
important.
NBK maybe in a little bit of trouble as the Glacial Prison is going to go wide, and the Shockwave pretty good for the Orianna, but still just a little bit too far away from the turret and a little bit too far away from the jungler as well. So good collapse there from Glotta and Derision. They get 2nd kill of the game now for Conduit.
They're going out as well. Alrighty. 2nd kill, yeah. Conduit not out of this by any means, but definitely on the back foot. And being down to 6 scrubs is also very punishing if you happen to lose any fights, because it just means turrets smelt. Because another big reason why there's a large difference between 5 grubs and 6 grubs, I think. Okay, another big difference between 5 grubs and 6 grubs is that when they introduce the grubs, they obviously buff turrets to kind of account for everybody getting a bunch of true damage potentially, but if you don't even have 1 stack, because like 5 stacks minus 1 stack, that's a 4 stack difference, but 6 stacks versus 0 stacks, you know, that's a 6 stack difference, so
it is.
It's very noticeable.
Stacks.
Yeah. You'll feel it if you're ever in a base rush, or if you ever win a fight and want to push things out. It just takes that little bit of extra time and makes it harder to secure potentially some extra gold.
No doubt. Especially when you have a champion like Jinx on your team as well, right? Who's kind of good at chipping away at turrets, you know, regardless. And then giving her that 6 grub buff on top of that.
Yeah.
It can definitely be very, very powerful.
Yeah. Pop onto the minigun and just shred through those turrets. Or if you want to be fully optimal, you do like 3 minigun shots and then you keep the attack speed buff for like 1 or 2 autos, so you switch to rocket to do slightly more damage, but it's kind of weird.
That would be the optimal
lands.
turret-taking pattern, as Ipsy taking a lot of damage. Over the wall goes the Jarvan, and into the grave goes the Zyra. Unleashed potentially in a little bit of trouble here, is getting stunned up by the Beefy Boys on the side of Conduit. Jarvan is going down to about a couple hundred HP, gets the EQ up, gets away from the Cassante, and BK on the flank here. The Shockwave connects again, only onto the front line, and now Relics is going down quite low. But now the rotation over from the Cho'Gath. NBK forced to retreat from the Chaos Storm. SK has found himself all alone with this Jhin right now. Genetics is going to be able to back away from the Cho'Gath, who has no way of closing that gap. Is going to get stunned up by the Permafrost now. SK a little bit separated from the rest of the team. Is he going to be able to get underneath the tier 1 turret here in the mid lane? He gets stunned up by the Gravity Wheel, taken down, shut down by the Victor. Oh, but the turret shot gives the kill back over. It's a 1-for-1 now as Team Solo Invade. They get a kill onto the jungler. Does that mean they're going to be able to make a play towards the dragon?
Would be a little bit tricky, maybe. Oh no. Okay. We see a bunch of recalls coming out from the enemy team, and actually they do both have teleports here on the solo laners, so they could just get back into this immediately.
Yeah.
4 versus 4.
Sejuani obviously does not have teleport.
Yeah, Glad is back on the map.
I feel like this dragon is gone. I mean, Solo Invade can be able to burn this one down.
Yeah,
and there they go. They do get it. So, looks like an Ocean Soul for us this time around, Go Farino. And that does feel like it would be really powerful into Jhin and Victor as the flash forward for Relics, looking for the Solar Flare. Oh, that's really deep for the Leona. I don't know if I like that one. Relics is going to go down. The Shockwave, though, is fantastic as they trade back. Both supports going to get taken down. Now it's Unleashed going underneath the turret. The Feast from the Cho'Gath coming out there as well. Sejuani flashes away. Stays left to make a Death Rocket. Bloody blocked there by Obi's Cassante, who now goes all out onto NBK. The Orianna doesn't have Shockwave anymore. Is going down so low, but the Cassante gets CC'd up, gets taken down. RJ now excited, kiting forward. The minion wave not quite pressed up to the turret, so Sejuani is going to be able to get away. Kurga, oh, I don't like that at all. Genetics, what are you doing? Oh, no. Unleashed is going to survive, as well as the tier 1 turret is going to drop, and it's feeling a lot like a Solo Invade 2-0.
It's really feeling like that here, crewman. Like, that curtain call, yes, there's a bunch of low health people, but
Got it.
you're putting yourself a little
way
close
too
there.
close. Way
Yeah.
too close.
So, Conduit, they're going to be the ones eating the sour end of that trade. They lose more members, they lose the turret as well. We're going to lose some key control here on the map. At least there's no Baron or Otacon on the map just quite yet. We'll be on the map soon for Otacon, at the very least.
Yeah, very true. And this Cho'Gath, I mean, look at him. He's already so chunky.
Yeah,
Health
that's
bar
what
of the
this
Cho'Gath
singular
is
item.
already pretty monstrous.
It kind of helps that a lot of Cho'Gath's tankiness comes from bonus health, which is much easier to see because you see all the extra lines on the health bar, whereas like if they have 400 armor, you don't see the extra juice.
Ooh.
Flash out from that. Definitely
Yeah,
needed.
Shockwave for Flash. Good trade up for NBK.
Laser.
Solar Flare going to come out. He's going to whiff this time for Relics, and Leona is just going to get popped. No way of getting out of this one. Glad I'm going to get the last hit. Number 2 for the Sejuani.
Yeah, that was a very
As wanting to move forward now. There is a man advantage right now for the side of Conduit, but they have to be careful about overextending as NBK is forced to flash away. And the Orianna does not have Shockwave either to try to turn this fight around. SK in trouble. There's the re-engage from Unleashed. Does get the Cataclysm on the carry. There's the Jinx ultimate. It's absolutely massive, and now it's just RJ. Excited there is, because the Cho'Gath is going to get taken down, but the Jinx kiting pretty beautifully. Is he going to be able to take down Obi? The slow comes out. Jinx flashes away. The Cassante, though, is just a little bit too tanky. RJ is going to get taken down. I thought when that Jinx ultimate got that 2 kills, it was going to be another huge fight win for Team Solo Invade, but Conduit ended up turning that one around pretty nicely. It ends up being a 3-for-3, I believe.
Obi was so damn low there, and keep in mind that's all out where you lose 75 or 80% of your bonus resist there as this champion, but
Oh, Cassante.
turns out Steel Cap's passive does quite a bit of work against Jinx.
Yeah, definitely. Good boots there for Obi in that particular situation. Worked out pretty well for him. We'll just give the credit to the boots. That's you know, leave it there.
Yeah.
And we do have another dragon. Oh yeah, no, for sure. You're absolutely right. Yes, yeah, you're completely correct. As we do have, you know, our next dragon, our first ocean dragon, is in a little bit over a minute, and Gofrino, how critical do you think it is for the side of Conduit to deny this dragon? I mean, just getting over Soul Point this early, I feel like would definitely feel pretty bad, but, you know, it is Ocean Soul. It's not the strongest. What do you think?
I mean, there's also the issue of, like, your team comp is very kind of damage over timey, which the Ocean Dragon does a decent job of countering, because sure, you're taking down, doing a lot of damage as this Victor with that Leandres, with the big old Chaos Storm, but you know, that happens over time. That lets you proc the Ocean Soul a bunch. Get some health on back there. There's Otacon just doing damage to minions. Oh, Oh,
that's the EQ gonna get interrupted by the Arctic Assault. Unleashed in trouble right now. The Zyra knockup is gonna come through, and Unleashed cannot get away. So that's a big pick for Conduit. They should be able to secure this dragon now. The enemy jungler down for 30 seconds.
Absolutely crucial pickup there. Gonna secure them some jungle control as well as they take away the blue buff. Hopefully extend their vision just a little bit further here. I would have also taken away that blast cone, just, you know, take away one more thing that could be used to potentially take this dragon away. But dragon has spawned. They're gonna start this up here. And Unleashed still like 5 seconds away. You don't have to worry about losing the dragon and the Otacon here, because you can path down in time and get to that. Unsurprisingly, the Sejuani plus Zyra support not exactly shredding through this.
SK trying to move in here to get some information for the team. Does have to be a little bit careful. Ends the Rupture on the Cassante. Dragon will go over. So first neutral of the game for Conduit.
Yep. You're gonna appreciate that. Just deny some stacking here. Means if there is a soul, you at least have to wait another 9-ish minutes until that's a reality. It's always to happen.
It's a nice time they bought for themselves, no doubt. Victor is already on 2 items, but Jhin, still a little bit of a ways to go. Does have the pickaxe, just now got picked up by Genetics, so not too far away from that second item spike.
Yeah, obviously though, Jhin with just collecting the components for an Infinity Edge, not gonna do too much against a Cho'Gath here, or even really the J4 for Unleashed. We should have some, okay, curtain call.
Looking for it, yeah, the curtain is gonna get called,
clear call.
Yeah, not too much of a show. I think some folks maybe want some refunds for their tickets for that one.
Yeah, so we shall just watch those bullets go by. Riptailed.
Oh, the fight for the crab does go over to Unleashed to secure the scuttle. As Relics looking for the re-engage, does get on top of the Zyra, but the follow-up not quite there. It looks like Leona's gonna have to get sacrificed again. Oh, the flash to try and get away. Relics is gonna get taken down by Genetics in the end, and now SK is gonna have to flash away as well. Does get rooted by the deadly flourish of the Jhin. Oh, pretty nice shockwave there onto 3. Ipsy going down extremely low. The Jinx Ultimate securing the kill once again. I've seen a team fight here before. It actually didn't go as well for Solo Invade as I maybe thought it would. They're just going to be happy with the 1-for-1 this time around, it looks like.
Just clear out the mid wave here. Thank God they're able to get that back in return, because I gotta say, Relics with some of these engages here, suboptimal.
Yeah. I mean, I kind of understand in that situation, because I don't know if there was realistically... I mean, the Leona did have flash, so maybe if you just flash like over the wall to get back behind the Baron Pit, like right at the start of that fight, the Leona probably could have lived, I guess. But I don't know. It's hard to know, you know, what were the comms in that moment? Like, maybe some people were calling like, oh, I'm almost there, we could fight, or whatever, you know.
Yeah, I don't know. Well, you gotta listen to teams, but
another play. Relic's looking to set this one up. Does get on top of Genetics and Unleashed on the flank as well. As Jhin just has nowhere to go. He got pincered from both sides, and Unleashed is going to secure the kill. Number 3 for the Jarvan.
Okay, the rocket went
falling
top
as well.
Side.
Yeah,
I'm guessing
sure
RJ wanted to shoot the rocket towards Genetics there, but accidentally clicked on their mini map.
It happens.
Yeah,
As this is 5v4 on the map, and Solo Invade are onto the Otacon, and I don't know if Conduit have any idea, to be honest. I mean, Obi is starting to move over now, and this is a very slow take, but Glada is pretty far away still. Are Solo Invade going to be able to finish off this objective? It looks like they will be able to secure it, so, I mean, that's massive. They kind of just got that one pick on Jhin and then secured the Otacon uncontested. I mean, that's great news for Team Solo Invade.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and now they're gonna get the extra gold to help them snowball whenever they get kills. Gonna add up here as the game goes on. And of course the free GA, which is a very obnoxious...
Yeah. We're even getting this tier 1 turret in the top lane as well. How are Team Solo Invade just getting like everything on the map right now?
Because Desmond had a recall on the top side here, but you're against a 6 scrub team, so even a Cho'Gath kind of goes through those turrets. Yipsy. Safe for now, at least. But is a squishy Zyra.
Yeah. But definitely, we have seen that a couple of times. Ipsy being out of position and just kind of engaged on and burst down when the team wasn't really able to do anything about it. So definitely want to see that get tightened up for the Conduit support. Dragon spawning here. It's going to be our second Ocean Dragon. Still the threat of that soul point. If Solo Invade can secure it. Cho'Gath in the top lane with TP. Victor also does have access to the teleport. Derision probably pretty close to level 16. And obviously a huge spike for the Victor if he can get there.
Okay.
Ipsy not quite in range for the Zenith Blade.
Thankfully, I think if that lands. Never mind.
Yeah. Cataclysm on Genetics. There's the Shockwave combo. And they delete the Jhin once again. Super Mega Death Rocket's going to sail by majestically in celebration. And now it looks like they will be straight onto the Dragon. Xanta going to teleport up to the top lane. Looks like they're going to give this one up. Glad has a Blast Cone. Could be thinking about a steal here for the Sejuani.
Yeah.
There's a ward over the wall for Relics. I don't think we really need to be watching the top lane right now. As the Dragon fight seems like the more important thing, as the Dragon is going to get taken down, secured by Unleashed and the rest of the squad. And now Ocean Soul Point for Solo Invade.
Gonna be very big for them just to get free pressure, especially with Baron on the map now. Because next time it spawns, you know, you can just trade Baron for Dragon. It's like, yeah, you can have a second Ocean Dragon. We'll take Baron here.
Yeah, definitely. It's going to be another one of those situations, like you say, once that next Dragon spawns, kind of an impossible macro situation for the side of Conduit to try and navigate. It's like no matter what you do, you're losing.
Bit of a lose-lose there.
So hopefully, you know, Conduit, it does feel like they need to make something happen before then, right? Before that next Dragon spawns. But the question is, what and how?
Yeah, how? They definitely can look for picks here. Or they can look for relics to kind of just pick themselves off.
So the relying on enemy support to int strategy. Yeah,
I mean,
possibly could work out.
It happens when you play Leona.
Sure. Or Zyra, apparently.
Or Zyra. Crab
started up.
C8
oh no! Ipsy immediately has the flash away, still gonna get cataclysms. The Stranglethorns do come out, but it will not matter, as again, the Shockwave and the Jinx Ultimate comboed beautifully with the Cataclysm. Another couple of nice picks set up by Team Solo Invade. It's Unleashed doing the setup once again. And they're on to the Baron, 5v3 on the map. This should be a pretty comfy secure for them. And Team Solo Invade, they are really just cruising towards the 2-0.
Yeah, moving towards the 2-0 here. 8 minutes till our next match is just a heads up. I don't know.
Good looks, yeah.
I don't know what our plan is if this goes over, because I thought I heard we just moved to the other game, but who knows? We might hit that here.
Mr. Producer. What are we gonna be doing?
Monster. Big WM.
Yeah.
Okay.
So yeah, we'll get to that when it comes. Cross that bridge as we get there, you know, as the saying goes. There's level 16 for the Victor. So Derision, you know, final rank in the Ultimate, has the death cap completed as well. Is it going to matter, Goferino?
Yes. Death cap is a very big spike. Especially on someone like Victor, so it won't matter. You don't have any magic pen, though, and you're against the double Merc Treads plus a null magic mantle.
Alright, here we go. There's Unleashed, EQ, Cataclysm onto Derision this time around. Flashes out of that the Cataclysm as well. A Shockwave
Big
coming through
shockwave.
once again from NBK. Victor gets shut down. The level 16 Victor not able to do anything. Still 5 members alive for the side of Team Solo Invade. 5v3 on the map once again. They still got Baron on for a little over 90 seconds. They might even be able to look for the end off this Baron push. That would certainly be very decisive if they can't find it here.
See what they can do here. You get an objective bounty on the cross side of the map, so it's a little something in the pocket, but things are going to be rough here.
Oh, there's a lot of damage onto NBK, but a lot of damage onto Genetics as well, who I think had to flash away from the ball just now.
Bird Siege still happening mid lane under threat here. That turret's gone down. The inhibitor not long for this world as well. Derision is back up right now. Does have the Chaos Storm.
Okay. But the side of Solo Invade seems like they're well aware of that, and they're going to choose this moment to back away. They got the mid inhibitor. That's enough for them for now.
Yeah, 50 seconds till Dragon as well. You want to reset for this. Yeah,
Makes sense.
Big. Got the Ocean Soul. Gonna strangle out this game.
4 items done now for RJ on the Jinx. Very, very strong. Ridiculously strong, you could say.
Definitely gonna feel like this champion actually does damage. I mean, Jinx can do damage, it's just with the current state of tanks being on the strong side, like, even
Jinx
if
still...
you are a very fed ADC, sometimes it's like, hey, why the hell am I not doing damage to this champion that has, let me check, Tabai is plus half an armor item.
Is that why you play Zyra instead?
Yeah, partially. I've also just tried Zyra bot, I'm like, holy hell, this is fun as hell. 'Cause I like it a lot.
Okay, Obi potentially a little bit caught out here. As the curtain is going to get called once again by Genetics, but doesn't even fire off all 4 shots there. Just kind of canceled it early.
Big damage taken here from the Conduit side, and that Dragon is getting started up.
Yeah, Glada at about 50% HP. Yeah, kind of have to go for the steal, but not going to be in time. They just one-shot the Dragon for the side of Solo Invade. Ocean Soul secured. They should have everything that they need. I mean, maybe they do have to wait for the next Baron just to, you know, break down those Nexus turrets, but should just be cleanup from here as the EQ finds Glada this time around. The Sejuani forced the flash out of the Cataclysm. I guess didn't have Arctic Assault available. Gets the stun off, tries to get away, not going to be able to do so. Unleashed secures a well-deserved kill. And now looks like a push straight down mid lane.
Yeah,
Victor trying to do what he can to clear out this minion wave. Gets clipped by the Cho'Gath Q though, and that is gonna do it. RJ on a rampage. Onto the Nexus turrets they go for Solo Invade. 33 minutes on the game clock, even a little bit faster than the previous game. They're gonna get a very clean 2-0 tonight in their first match of the season.
Yep, clean 2-0. Felt like they were ahead basically the entire game, or at the very least even. That's gonna be it here. First match of the season here for us. Gonna be a nice little 2-0.
Absolutely. And pretty much the entire team, honestly, here for Team Solo Invade, looking pretty crispy. I liked what I saw there. They played really well together. They clearly understood, you know, the strengths of their respective drafts, and just looked really coordinated. Really well played, I think.
Yeah, and sorry for the TSI fans watching. We do have to hop to the next game here because it looks like we have everybody in lobby. So we're going to cut it to hopefully a short break here and be back with our second series of the day. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
moving on. Keep moving on. And they say I have a grim sense of humor.
Do we fight to hold our heads up high and beat the drum to what we love? Risk the fall, or we have felt it all come crashing down from far above. Stars are rising, countless worlds colliding, only one will take it all. Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we make the final call? We are the ones to ignite the darkened skies, the champions of a world that we defy. A soul reign of the few who rise up high, and we all fight at the last light. Hearing voices from afar, join the madness when the curtain falls. Risk it all, hold nothing back. Seize the day, we must attack. Stars are rising, countless worlds colliding, only one will take it all. Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we make the final call? We are the ones to ignite the darkened skies, the champions of a world that we defy. A soul reign of the few who rise up high, and we all fight at the last light.
What's up, everybody? Welcome back. We are getting ready to get underway with our second match of the night, our second best of 3 of the evening. We do have all 10 players in the lobby for this one, so we do expect to get started momentarily here.
Oh, we're starting right now.
Oh, are we? Where's
Yep.
that draft link? Did that get posted somewhere?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'm just watching Wookie Monsters
Oh, fair
stream,
enough.
so.
Yeah.
But yeah, right now
That
some pretty
works
big
too.
target bans coming through. Unlike last series where we saw a lot of meta bans just hop on the board, like, okay, yeah, the Skarner, that's pretty expected play, that's pretty expected. This time around, like, if you're banning out Diana, Lux, Caitlyn, you're definitely banning out a very specific player. So,
Yeah.
just taking some names here, taking away some comfort picks. I'm curious how that affects the meta here, because obviously if you're banning all comfort picks, some meta picks get through, and could see that locked in here in the B1 slot.
Yeah, it will be really interesting to see what kind of meta picks, if any of these teams do decide to go for. I did hear, I don't know if you caught any of our first episode of Otter Talk of the season go for Reno, but some of the guys there were telling me about how the support for the Spire, apparently, according to OP.GG, is a little bit of a Nami one trick. So there was some concern about the champ pool there, particularly in a fearless format, right? That can be really, really tough to navigate. If any of your players do have those really small champion pools, as we can see there, the Nami did get banned away by High Alert on the red side, so they're clearly aware of these allegations, and we'll have to see what Penguini does end up bringing out alongside the Jinx in this first game. A little bit surprising to see the Jinx get taken on the blue side or at the first pick, as opposed to the Skarner that has been so high priority in competitive play.
Yeah, because Skarner just does a lot as a champion. I know there's been some talk of like the Zyra kind of countering the Skarner because you put up the plans that kind of stops a lot of the hands, you clear faster, but it's gonna need the Amumu answer here. We saw this in the last series as well. Making a return here once again. Gonna be with a Jinx, not a Sivir. You're obviously gonna want some extra AP damage to pair with this Amumu, because that's the whole point of the passive here. So I'm expecting something strong in the mid lane here. Definitely doing some damage. Okay, Ahri can do some damage, but usually only to squishies, but that's who you want to hit as this champion.
Yeah, Ahri Amumu, definitely not a classic 2v2 by any means. Ahri, generally paired alongside junglers that are really looking to fight early on, right, and kind of look for those 2v2 scraps where Ahri can really, really excel with her mobility. But certainly, there is some synergy there, like you were talking about with the magic resist shred on the Amumu. Definitely can work out well. It could also be Amumu support. This, I guess, is a possibility that we should mention.
Yeah, haven't really seen too much Amumu support though recently, I gotta say. So it kind of feels like one of those like technicalities you point out when it comes to flexing, which is weird to say the least.
Sorry, I didn't mean to weird you out, Gopherino. My apologies.
No, like it just feels weird. Amumu can be flex support. The absolute state of bot lane, I guess you could say, but I haven't really seen
Syndra there
recently.
Come out in response to the Ahri. What do you think about that Syndra response? Or what
So
were you gonna say?
the Syndra will just outscale you as the Ahri, and you're gonna have to find ways to lock him down as this Ahri, prevent the scaling, or look to get roams off to try and make action happen elsewhere on the map, because Syndra now is quite the scaling champion.
Yeah.
Weirdly enough, even though she's very burst orientated, like just all the upgrades she can get on her passive gives her quite a bit of juice in the tank. Yuumi ban of all things. That's how you know it is a very dedicated ban. That is one of the natures of this being an Emerald League. We tend to see much more comfort bans, and I'm guessing Yuumi is a comfort pick here, even though the champion kind of has been considered weak.
I will say that the Yuumi is generally considered to be a very strong pairing alongside the Zeri, right, who already has so much innate mobility. Getting the Yuumi speed boosts and shields on top of that can be incredibly obnoxious. Soraka getting banned out there as well from the Spire, so another Enchanter option going to get removed. And it looks like High Alert are going to save their support lock-in for last pick, wanting to get that counter pick in the bot lane, I suppose. Very interesting. I guess when you have a high-priority champion like Cassante still available for your top laner, then that is definitely a decision that you can make.
Yeah, that, and also you could be worried about the top lane pool getting pinched here. You locking the Cassante means you could have a comfort pick. You're, at the very least, a strong champion in the top lane for now until Riot does yet another rework of this champion that demands so much of their time. Any day now. It was Rise as the meme, but now it's definitely Cassante as the meme.
For sure, for sure.
Rise has lost yet another title.
Poor Rise.
Cassiopeia.
Sad EQ noises somewhere. Yes, the Cassio, who we also saw in the previous series.
Right, but there's also an Ahri locked in, so...
Oh, hey, so there is.
It could be top lane Cassiopeia, yeah.
I think it must be.
Cassante.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like a pretty strong matchup for the Cassio, right? Definitely going to be really powerful in the 1v1, but does mean that the Spire are a little bit lacking in front line. When you have champions like Cassio and Jinx, Seems not ideal necessarily.
Yeah, because Jinx wants others to help start the fight and weaken them. And you don't really have a long-range composition to justify this lack of frontline. Like, if this is a full poke composition with, like, a disengaged jungler, sure. That's fine. But this is definitely not a poke composition here, unless we
Right.
see a lethality Jinx come out, which I think is an abomination.
Yeah,
don't
please
do
no.
that. Especially into this comp with Cassante, Nautilus plus Skarner.
Wow, I feel like the Nautilus pick here is so good. I mean, there's so many champions that you're going to feel really great about hooking, right?
Yeah, I mean, basically the entire enemy team. Yes, there is a wild growth and some nice peel here from the Lulu in the support role, but that's not going to be enough here, and I'm worried for the Spire with this composition. Like, it's kind of clear this Cassiopeia was picked more so as a counter pick rather than as a compositional pick.
It feels like such a solo queue draft, right? For the side of
Yeah.
the Spire. It's like everybody wants to carry, you know?
Kinda, yeah.
And then the poor jungler is just going to be stuck potentially running around trying to put out fires. Well, you know, we'll wait and see how it all plays out. But I really feel like this composition from High Alert is so threatening. I mean, they've got the Skarner in the jungle, who's you know, high priority for a reason, right? He just does so much. And then you've got Cassante and Nautilus as well for additional frontline, and Zeri and Syndra, I think, is going to be plenty of damage for them as well. So I feel like this composition for High Alert kind of covers all their bases. I mean, they've got great frontline, great engage, great scaling, good damage. Just feels pretty well rounded. And the Spire, I mean, I feel like they're really going to have to try and divide and conquer. I don't think you stand a chance in the 5v5 unless you're like crazy far ahead.
Yeah, which is weird to say because you have like Cassiopeia, Mumu plus Jinx, like champions who are great at 5v5s with the damage or just AoE they bring out. But yeah, as we've hammered home, this comp, it's a little sussy. A little sussy baka. So we'll see how they pilot this, because it's going to be an uphill battle. Like
We
if
should
they had an
also,
engage support here, maybe for the Spire, that kind of works out. Because then you at least have another frontliner.
Right. Yeah, but I mean, potentially the support champion pool issue coming into play there. Let me pull up the op.gg really quickly, see what that looks like exactly, and see if there's any engaged champions that we maybe could have looked towards. We play a little bit of Rel. I think the Rel could have gone pretty hard here, honestly. I would have liked to see that, maybe more than the Lulu.
Yeah. We'll see. Because potentially we have 5 support bans on the table if that Lux is indeed a support ban, but it could also be a mid lane ban.
Are you counting Fiddlesticks as a support?
Could be, yeah. It's been a while though.
I don't know.
Oh, I'm looking at the bets as well. Of course, it's always a little biased because there's only a couple people that bet, but right now, Twitch chat has 93% for High Alerts comp and only 7% for Spire, so if you want to make some big bucks, you can just bet on the Spire here.
Nice, yeah. I mean, if that's definitely where my channel points would go, would be towards High Alert. You know, I'm kind of a low risk investor when it comes to channel points. So that's definitely what I would look towards. I'm with you, Twitch chat, on this one. I did also want to mention, though, Goferino, the fact that for the Spire, there's a couple of members here. You know, Witchet Black Mass and Boostus were both on the championship-winning Shattered Spire roster that just won this past season of Emerald. So I am really excited to see them play again. And I feel like we're going to need to see some of that magic if they're going to get the dub with this composition. I mean, there's definitely so much pressure on Witch in particular, right? Being the sole frontline and the sole engage for this team.
Because keep in mind, that's the Amumu too, who doesn't typically build full tank. You want to get the Faded Ashes into the Landry Source, then it can be full tank.
I mean, I feel like you would definitely want to build full tank this game, though, right?
Yeah, it's just a clear difference between Faded Ashes and Bommies is kind of massive.
I mean, Abyssal Mask goes really hard on Amumu this game. Abyssal Mask Rush.
God. Yeah, if you had an engaged support here for AO Penguin, but that's not the world we live in, then it probably would have been more manageable to go the Faded Ashes here. So we'll see which build wants to go for.
Yeah. So I think we've made it pretty clear here on the desk which composition we favor. So I'm gonna go a little bit of a different direction with this last question before the break, Farino. For the side of the Spire, if they are going to find success with this composition, give us, a general outline of maybe how they should go about it. What would be your game plan heading into this one?
Kind of just win every lane.
Win lane, easy, forehead.
Yeah, just win every lane here. Easy peasy.
Okay.
You kind of want a big lead here. You also kind of want an objective lead here as this team, because when it comes to the later objectives, like, you do not have a team that realistically can walk up and contest objectives all that well. You can't really face check as this team comps, so have fun with that one.
Yeah. Well, we'll see if the winning of the lanes is going to be something that the Spire are going to be able to accomplish, or if High Alert are going to be able to take this first game with a much more traditional composition. We're going to go to that short break, guys, and we'll be right back for Game 1 of our second series. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Rift as we kick off our second match of the season. The Spire on the blue side versus High Alert on the red side to open this one up.
30 seconds until
And
minions
once again,
spawn.
Farino. Nobody going for anything crazy at the level 1. Nautilus, with Nautilus, you have the option, right? Seem like they're going to go for it.
I don't really typically see that, though. It's weird. You'd think there'd be more action level 1, especially like at Nautilus comp, but nowadays you don't really see too much action level 1. People typically want to get to their lanes quickly to set up for that.
Minions have spawned.
Dying early on does not help with setting up lane.
True. Very true. Nobody going to be dying before the laning phase starts this time around. Looks like both junglers going to be starting on their respective Raptors. As previously discussed, Amumu does love his Raptors. Skarner, pretty fond of them as well.
Mm-hmm. And all right, able to just sweep out that ward there. The ward does at least accomplish what you want it to do there. You know where the Skarner's starting, so you just won't be able to have exact timer of when that camp dies. Which
it was the Cassio's ward, interestingly. So I'm not sure if High Alert know that or not, that it was Cassio's ward. But potentially, you know, an early look towards this top side, knowing that Winfrey doesn't have the possibility of having vision in the river there.
Mm-hmm. And this is a tier the Goddess Star in the Cassiopeia too. We saw this in our last series as well in game number 2. Cassiopeia definitely likes stacking up the tier quickly, but I'm surprised no Doran's right here. Level 2
for Zeri Nautilus. Dredgeline going to connect onto Boostus's Jinx, who is forced to pop the barrier very early on here. The root onto Penguini as well. A lot of damage done there to the Spire bot duo. And Boostus and Penguini just not respecting that earlier level 2 for their opponents. Pretty bad trade.
Yeah, you gotta know. It's the first wave plus the next 3 melees. However,
okay, and here's that gank towards the top lane. Cassio does have the flash, of course, and is going to utilize it there to get away from the Skarner gank, but probably pretty worthwhile for the Skarner. As, you know, my Korean, not great, but Irio no? Something like that? What should we call the jungler?
I don't know.
Eerie? Let's go with Eerie. I know those are the first 2 characters, at least. Eerie.
Eerie,
so,
like the Neopet species, got it.
Yeah, like that. As, whoa, Eerie waiting around, actually, in this top lane, and it's Cassio, no flash now. So Winfrey is just super dead. First blood for Cassante.
Patience wins out here. Makes
sure
sense. Does delay the clear, of course. You can see, because of that, Witch Hat already on their second side of the map. They've cleared out their side of the jungle and are looking to pick up the scuttle here. Well, they've cleared out their jungle except for blue buff, interestingly, so...
Definitely interesting, yeah.
Are they going to look at this gank at the top side? There is no ward. B3R, or Bear, I guess, dropped the word in the brush during the first gank session, but...
He's Cassante, though. Not nearly as gankable as somebody like Cassio. Well, there's some good damage coming out from Winfrey. The Bear does still have the teleport as well, so can go for the reset if needed. But yeah, I mean, I just think that's such a smart gank from Eerie, right? Because you know, with this Cassio pick, that Winfrey wants to bully the lane. That's the whole reason for picking it, right? So just the fact that, oh, that's a max range Dredgeline connecting for reserve. Boostus did still have the flash, able to get underneath the turret, and Eerie underneath the turret there. That is going to be the kill going over. It's Lulu, unfortunately for the Spire, that picks up the last hit. But still a nice turnaround on the play. Boostus only needing to use the flash to stay alive. And that's 1-1 now on the scoreboard.
Yeah, and keep in mind, Eerie did 4 camps into that gank there, so they still have their bot side up here, as is just the top side. Ooh, and they're going to walk into their Raptors being stolen. And their rocks, too.
Oh, true, yeah.
Yeah, they're going to see this and just recognize, okay, my top side's gone here. I'm going to go towards my bot side, clear that on out. It's not a huge XP gap here. Jungle camp catch-up XP should be kicking in just a little bit to help bring the Skarner back up to par. Down this many camps, though. No mana here.
Definitely a really, really comfortable pace for Witch, at least in that 1v1 jungle matchup. The Mumu very, very far ahead, like you were just saying. It is Aftershock on the Skarner. Kind of interesting. You see a lot of Grasp these days. Which is, you know, doesn't really tend to find that much value in the jungle. Just Skarner benefits so much from getting that extra health that it does work pretty well on him. But not this game for Eerie.
Yeah, that one, like... It's also just kind of the best rune on Skarner in general. It fits his playstyle. You know, you don't have the guaranteed CC to set up the Aftershock if you miss your Burrow, if you miss your Impale. Tough luck there, buddy.
Doesn't proc from slows, right? Needs to be displacement. So yeah, the slow from the Q and the W, don't proc it. Has to be the E or the ultimate.
Whereas if you're someone like Reserved, you're either engaging because a hook landed, so that's already CC landed, or because you just pressed Death Charge on someone and it's going to be guaranteed. You don't see
As also
much.
previously discussed, the Amumu, very good at taking grubs. That is what Witch is up to right now. Going to be able to secure that first set of grubs. Looks like Skarner is going to be trading off for that dragon on the bottom side of the map. Does have bot prio as well, so should be pretty comfortable secure there for high alert on the dragon.
Yeah, I would have liked to see Spire maybe prioritize the dragon a bit more there, because dragon's going to be the one that really bites you in the ass this game. As it goes on, you don't want to have to go soul. So, but getting grubs here is still pretty good. You're only giving up one dragon as well.
Well, and arguably, I do think that the grubs align a little bit better with the Spire's own win condition, right? They probably do want to be playing for side lanes. You know, I would imagine it's going to be pretty tough to match the Cassio in the 1v1, obviously. So, you know, maybe there is something there. Witch does have level 6. Hovering around the bot side at the moment. Eerie not quite there yet. Amumu a little bit far ahead in that matchup, as we already mentioned.
Yep. And,
Oh, that's a flash forward for Bear. Looking for this play onto Winfrey. Uses the all-out as well. Petrifying Gaze does come out. Gets the stun as Bear even going underneath the turret. Oh, Cassante is going to be traded back, because that's actually a shutdown. Some extra gold going over into Winfrey's pockets. A 1-for-1. And the Cassio actually just now getting the flash back off cooldown. Didn't quite have it for that play, and is going to have that advantage now over the Cassante when they return to lane.
And gonna be handy to have here, especially as the Cassiopeia, who can scale pretty well. On the flip side, though, Bear getting that means they're closer to finishing off their first big ticket MR item, which is going to be very handy against a double mage plus a Mumu composition here. Yes, Jinx brings a lot of physical damage as an ADC, definitely more than enough, but even just completing one MR item plus Merc Treads here for the side of high alert is going to let you reduce so much of the damage here from the enemy team. Gank coming out.
Cassante looking for the play once again. Bear finds the knockback, and Eerie is here for the gank. There's the flash going to immediately. Has to be utilized by Winfrey. Oh, Bandage Toss not going to connect for Witch in the bottom lane. Nice scatter.
Project money here in the mid lane. Yeah, 2-2 right now on the scoreboard.
Grubs in
Gets the
90.
next kill. Gets one Jibby towards the Peats.
Yeah. Absolutely.
And
As far as the Monster Hunter goes, I guess both teams are tied at 1 right now for the Monster Hunter feat. So very even so far this game. Cassante up 20 CS in the top lane. That's not, I think, what we were expecting necessarily.
yeah, it does also help that like we've had Eerie come up here and gank twice now.
Yeah.
This here, you do have Petrifying Gaze.
Okay, Cassante is unstoppable. Tries to get back towards the turret. Curse of the Sad Mummy is going to get utilized here. Bear does not have flash. Turns away, though, from the Petrifying Gaze and gets Amumu through the wall. Oh, Witch just got Cassante so hard. And that's going to be the first feat for high alert as well.
When you gank the Cassante, you never step on the opposite side towards their turret, because that is just the easiest all-out to get out of there ever.
Yeah. I mean, I understand it for Witch, because the Cassante is like the only champion in the game where that's the case, right? It's like normally you would want to be on that side of the enemy top laner to cut off the retreat path, right? To continue DPSing him as he tries to get back underneath the turret. Cassante is the one champion that actually wants you to be there.
Yeah, so we're gonna give over the first definitive point towards the feats of strength here. Of course, feats of strength, by no means game ending. It's kind of more of a game telling sort of deal.
Yeah. But it does not bode well, I think, for this Spire composition. We definitely were talking about in the draft discussion, right? We feel like, with this composition, they kind of need to win the early game pretty hard.
Yeah,
It's not the case so far.
Would not be saying that this is winning the game when they're down in gold. With how the lanes were going as well on the top side, and the fact that Reserved also roamed on up, they're going to secure the grubs as well here. It's going to cost them 2 plates here on the bot side, so some money into Boostus's pockets. I'm happy for that. However, you won't be able to get any more stacks of the grubs. You won't be able to get the little voidlings.
That's right. Yeah, 3 grubs apiece for each team in this one. Charm gonna land for Pine in the mid lane. Nice little trade there onto the Syndra. But Dragon's coming up in just under 30. That is a 1 objective advantage for High Alert right now. They would actually secure the feats if they do get this next Dragon. That would be 3 neutrals plus their 3 kills.
Mm-hmm. Let's see. I feel like, because Spire, they got to contest this. It does kind of suck, though, because they are missing out on some first item spikes here. You only have the Bombies plus Anthem components here for Witch Shout. And topside, you still haven't finished off your Seraphs.
A little bit of a weird build, honestly, for Witch here. It feels like he got the first couple components of the Leandries, right, of the Haunting Guys, and then decided he actually wanted the tank item, as they may have caught out Reserved here, but the depth charge is pretty good on a Boostus, but the rest of the team not going to be able to follow up on that one, so nice pick for the side of the Spire. The Unleashed Power does come out in the Impale. Oh, but the Wild Growth from Penguini keeps Pineaholic alive. Now Eerie, the Impale is down for the Skarner, and the Unleashed Power was used there by Ethereal as well, so I don't know if High Alert can realistically fight at this point. I mean, their support has respawned. Reserve is coming out of base now, but a beautiful ult from Witch, and there go the health bars. If there's one thing that this Spire composition has in spades, it is damage. And they used it right there. 2 kills actually to the Amumu. And they will be able to deny the feats for now.
Yeah, deny it for now. And High Alert, I'm not sure what they're doing there. They're just all sitting there, clumped up. They're down a person there. So you're just going to give up 3 kills and the Dragon.
Big swing. Definitely credit to Witch as well for finding that engage. It was a very nice setup, but I agree 100% go for Reno. I don't think High Alert should have been there.
Also, thank you, Gooby Glare, for the sub. Helps us fund this whole operation. I don't think it directly pays us, but hey, an extra $3 after Amazon's take.
We take those.
Yeah, we take those.
Thank you, Mr. Jeff Bezos. So generous.
Yeah, thank you.
So very generous.
Very
3
cool.
whole dollaroos.
Yeah, like that cut they take is kind of nasty. Like I don't think
it is. Yeah, when I first learned that, I thought it was pretty gross. Yeah.
Like come
anyways. We do have Herald in a couple of minutes. That is most likely going to be what determines the feats. The bot tier 1 is extremely low for the side of the Spire, so that would be really big for them, being able to get first turret potentially.
Oops. Also forgot to call out EJK9. They subscribed. They didn't use Prime Gaming. They just used their credit card, so
hell yeah.
Thank you. Thank you
Love
for
to
that
see
one.
it.
Oops. Yeah, we don't always pay the closest attention to Twitch chat because there's a game in front of us.
I'm sure chat understands. That's what they're here for, after all, is the game.
Yeah. The esports. The digital athletics. We'll see how it comes to a head here around the Rift Herald, if that is the call. I mean, there's 3 minutes till the next Dragon. There's no Grubs, obviously. There's no Otacon, obviously. So this is the only objective on the map. And I assume both these teams gonna be hankering for that here. Gonna be very handy. Secure yourself the Rift Herald to break open the first turret in this game. Or to just secure the feats at the very least.
Yeah, absolutely. As already mentioned, it would be the feats for High Alert if they do get the Rift Herald. The side of the Spire would need that first turret as well.
Is the Bloodletter's Curse here? Rush for Witch Hat.
Interesting. Okay.
They're also 1 camp away from fully upgraded Smite. Right now they are on the bot side though, and we're spotted out.
Oh, we're doing a little Cassante and towards the top side once again. The Petrifying Gaze, pretty nice from Winfrey. And there's a flash away as well. Bear forced the flash also. Really close fight there. Both top laners live for now.
Can you get the feats here?
But
Ooh,
look at the rest of the squad coming in to take down Winfrey. The teleport is inbound, but is not going to be in time. And straight out of the teleport into the Impale. Pineaholic does land the charm. So Mega Death Rocket is on the side of the Spire, and that's why it didn't collide into the Ahri there. So, which I definitely thought was going to happen for a second. but obviously did not. So just a pretty clean dive there from the side of High Alert. Bear doing the setup, clearly knew that the rest of the team was on the way. They're able to make it happen. Spirit Rush down now for Pineaholic as well. Looks like the scout is going to get secured. Reserve does go in with the dredge line. Eerie trying to stun up Disamumu. That's a really nice curse to the side mummy again. Onto 4 members, I believe, but the damage just isn't there. Boost is still only on white item. The Jinx can't quite get it done just yet, but now Winfrey has arrived to the play. The Casio is turning the tides. Bear's still staying alive for now. Bear's on the front line, trying to get this damage out on the Zeri, but front line is not where the Zeri wants to be. Is going to get taken down, and now the flashes away as High Alert are forced to run for the hills. It looks really good for him at first, but the Spire win the battle of attrition.
Do we see a contest here for this? It would be very risky for Eerie to go for, but whoever gets this Herald will secure the feats. Big charm. That's just
charm, really nice. Pineaholic and Boost is tag teaming there for the kill onto the enemy mid laner. Nicely done there. Herald still alive.
Yeah, so against the odds, Spired. The climate ahead with this comp here, it helps that they're able to just lay down so much damage there and kite out a lot of what High Alert was throwing at them there. And all their damage dealers just able to go to town there. Thankfully, no one's built any armor yet to deal with this Jinx. It's only just some health and a very fat stack of MR on Bear. That is very concerning. But hey, you win the fight here, you got the extra boot upgrades, which you are going to be very thankful for, even if it is just a small nudge of power.
Yeah, it was the bot tier 1 plus the 3 objectives, like you said, gets the Spire the fancy shoes. So they're gonna be feeling pretty good about that. Our first Cloud Dragon has just spawned. Cloud Soul this game, Gopher. Can I call you Gopher, or is that weird? Is that a weird hyphenation of your name?
Yeah, that works.
That's okay? All right.
Yeah. Fine. Call me whatever. Yeah, you want to be the first one to call me Gopher. Yeah.
It's kind of cute. It's kind of a cute abbreviation.
I mean, that's
I
what
like
it stands for. Gopher.
Makes sense. Yeah. Oh, it looks like this dragon is going to get given over to the Spire. It's going to be their second dragon. And mid-control, obviously, the exchange here, but it looks like Boostus with the Excitement passive going to be able to zoom back into the mid lane in time to defend the turret pretty comfortably.
And you're going to appreciate the slow resistance here a little bit for the side of Spire. You're not the tankiest team, but being able to kite out the slows going to help you be a tiny bit tankier.
Yeah, I mean, Cloud Soul for Ahri and Jinx would be a game changer for sure. Casio as well. Do really, really well with that Cloud Soul. Definitely something that High Alert are going to have to be a little bit concerned about as this game does progress. It looks like they were, you know, really in control at first, but the Spire have done a great job turning the game around. They're now the ones in the driver's seat. It all kind of came from that Herald fight that we saw a few minutes ago.
Yeah.
They were able to get this advantage.
Also, I got confirmation from the bully. The translation of Eerie's name is "Come here."
Should we go with that then? Come here? It's kind of a mouthful. I don't really like...
Here?
I think here? Yeah,
I think there'll
down
be
to
some
that.
memes if we're just saying "come."
Yeah, I don't think that would work very well.
I mean, I
Seems
wouldn't
like
mind
probably
saying
not
it
the move.
because it is kind of funny, but we do need
I
to
don't know.
maintain some professionalism here.
Yeah. What's the consensus then? I'll let you choose. What should we call him?
Let Twitch chat. That'd be the funny.
Oh, that's very dangerous.
yeah. Probably
Okay.
here. Here for short.
Okay.
CH. That's also an
here.
option.
Oh, I kind of like CH actually.
Simothy HO.
Well, we are sieging the tier 1 right now. Reserved off on the flank and a look for the dredge line. You have to imagine doesn't actually.
Yeah. Alright. Kind of weird. You have this very strong engage comp, but also at the same time, even though there is a lead for Spire, it's not a huge lead, and time is still ticking for their comp when it comes to just actually being able to team fight here, unless they just find a big miracle engage every single time.
I mean, Witch has been doing a pretty great job of finding these engages so far. you know, we kind of talked as well about how there's a lot of pressure on the Amumu with this draft, but Witch has been delivering for him.
Yeah. So. Already 21.5 minutes into this game. That would be a bit more done and dusted by now for High Alert, but props to Spire for making this goofy comp work.
I mean, the thing about it, though, is they do have some pretty good peel tools, with the Casio in particular, right? So, while I do still think that the composition for High Alert is stronger just in general, you do have to be pretty crispy with those engages, because if you don't burst down that initial target that you're engaging on, it can be really dangerous. The flash for the impale, but the flash away is in time, but the burst does come out. They've already taken down the Lulu. The Jinx is going to fall as well. In comes Ari off on the side, looking to at least secure one kill, but gets stunned into the wall by the Skarner. Ari's going to get taken down. At least Ethereal is going to drop as well. One kill back. That dredge line so close to connecting onto Winfrey, but not quite enough range on the anchor. Still, that is a big fight win for High Alert. They get the 3-for-1, and they're transitioning up now to potentially try and take a look at this Otacon, but health bar's not quite there. They're actually going to go for some resets.
Yeah, and that's exactly why we were kind of very sussy about this Spire composition, because it does not take a lot to pick off any of the members here, and that's exactly what happens. A lot of them just kind of get CC locked, a lot of them just kind of get bursted there. Yes, you have a nice curse with that money to lock down a lot of people, but just didn't have too much follow-up.
Garner didn't even land the ultimate there. I mean, imagine if he did. That fight would have been even more one-sided in favor of High Alert. So, Spire have to be really careful. You know, they really need to kind of dodge out on that initial engage if they want to come out on top in these fights. They're starting up the Otacon right now, and there's no vision at the moment for High Alert. Is he gonna go over for free?
Winfrey is getting low on mana is the issue here. Yeah, Winfrey
The Otacon is down to about 6k, and doesn't really seem like High Alert are moving over. They found a little bit of a pick on a Boostus in the mid lane. Jinx utilizing the barrier to stay safe, and is going to be able to back it up, is going to be able to stay alive as Boostus. So, I mean, oh no, Witch died! Oh goodness! Oh, Otacon is still alive! They don't have smite! Oh god! Oh, clenching! Ah! Ethereal steals away the Otacon. They lose a tier 1 in mid. Oh, it's just an unmitigated disaster. Casio has no mana. Winfrey can't even fight. The scatter lands. And oh, it just all comes tumbling down for the Spire like a house of cards. They just lost everything right there. Oh, what did we? It's okay. We didn't see that. Oh, nice charm. They have the Otacon buff. Not a true death there.
That sure was a call.
Oh, tragic.
If Winfrey hadn't run out of mana there, I think they get that. The problem is, yes, you can turbo through it as Winfrey here, but every time you press those Twin Fangs, choose through your mana. And Seraph's not quite enough mana there. I don't know if they had Mana Flow Ban, but I don't think Mana Flow Ban would have been enough either. Things are definitely going to be grim here for Spire.
Well, Witch is trying to look for a little bit of an engage. The turn off the objective seems to be the call for the side of High Alert, as Skarner actually is staying on there. Meanwhile, just Cassante and Nautilus are able to push back everybody on the Spire. Here comes CH over the wall. Witch potentially in trouble, doesn't have access to the ultimate anymore. The Mumu is going to get taken down. Pineaholic is doing some work off on the flank here on the RA. Look at Pineaholic getting the reset. Still, Otacon is on for Berthia. The Zeri is going to get taken down, but again, that's just the Otacon buff that's getting burned there. So, you know, at least a little bit of gold going back the way of the Spire, but they lost out on the Dragon, and that was a true kill onto Witch.
Of course, those are Otacon respawns, though, so you're only getting 100 gold for those kills, which kind of
200
really
now.
suck.
They buffed it, remember?
Okay, thank God.
Yeah. So, you know, that's actually a 100% increase in the amount of gold that you get for the kill. Pretty huge, huh?
Yeah, okay. That was noticeable, because
you
if
seem
you
really
kill all
impressed.
5 of them, and you get 500 gold for that, and they just instantly come back on the map, if you lost 2 people, it would have been a positive trade there. But now, if you kill all 5 of them, you're getting 1,000 gold, so They would at least have
Yeah.
to kill 3 to 4 of you to make it even.
Significant. But it wasn't the case for the Spire that time around. Definitely not a trade they're going to be super happy with. And for the side of High Alert, I mean, you have to think from this position with this draft, they should be feeling pretty good about their odds in this one. Ethereal and Bersia, I feel like their positioning has been solid so far, you know, and as long as that continues to be the case, they should be able to lock this one away.
Yeah. In theory.
In
I
theory.
think it's going to be in practice too, but you never know. There were those few
They
team
weren't alive.
fights early where Spire was able to take it. Winfrey, I don't know if you want to walk up to this one, buddy. Also have to be very cognizant
Dangerous.
of the Baron here.
High Alert moving in with numbers, clearing out this vision. Still that ward for the Spire in the river, so not all of the vision been cleared out by High Alert. Still some information for Spire.
It'll take some time.
Pineaholic gonna
Okay.
look for the play. Ooh, that's really good. Gets the flash out from Ethereal. Nice trade up for the Spire mid.
It's Malignant, so means the ultimate on much shorter of a cooldown.
Just comically short. It's basically always up.
I mean, basically every ulti in League of Legends feels like it's basically always up because
Not all of
it feels
them.
like over the years they kind of just buffed every ultimate to where, yeah, you basically just have it up every fight.
Yeah.
Is it-
Some notable exceptions, but I hear you.
Yeah, I kind of wish like if your ultimate cooldown was down, like it would be an actual noticeable punish where instead of now where it's like, okay, it's down, but you only have the brief window. But yeah, things calming down though. Minute 40 till the next dragon. Otacon, of course, off the map. Baron is on the map.
We
At
do
least
have Death Cap was the second item for Ethereal. Pineaholic is already level 16, but the Syndra has also got to be pretty close.
Because keep in mind, this Spire composition will absolutely tear through Baron. Jinx, Amumu, plus Cassius.
Yeah, true. And another look for Pineaholic. Here's the Unleashed Power is going to come out for Ethereal. One more charge on the Spirit Rush for the Ahri. Ethereal still not level 16, but does have the blue buff.
It's done.
Pineaholic just going to give up the chase.
Yeah, you're a little far up there. You eat the stun, things can get dicey even with the Unleashed Power being down.
Yeah.
And I
Less than a
believe
minute
we
now on the
saw
Dragon. Oh, what was
Ethereal
it?
Ice get their last upgrade there for their passive.
Ah, that's pretty big for Syndra, right?
Yeah, it gives a bunch of extra AP. And that, and also your ulti can now execute if they fall under 20%. That's like 4 collectors.
That all is getting multiplied by the Death Cap as well.
Yeah, like Syndra,
So just,
it's pretty big
again, it
numbers.
comes down to the positioning, right? Syndra and Zeri, they have all the damage that the squad needs. As long as they can stay safe in the fight, could be pretty decisive in their favor. River control currently for High Alert.
Should stay that way. It's gonna be hard. As we mentioned before, for this team to walk up. Roostus gonna get stunned.
Nice scatter over the wall. The Jinx is just gone. Goodbye, Boostus. Used both summoners there as well. Still gonna get popped by the Syndra ultimate. Pineaholic looking for it over the wall, but you already lost your Jinx. Is at least gonna be able to get away from the depth charge. Ahri ult on cooldown now, though. I feel like you probably just give up this dragon, right? As
You
the
have
Spire, I don't
to.
think you want to fight without Jinx. Over the wall! The steal does not come through for Witch. Curse of the Sad Mummy does come out there, but again, they
Running
do
up
not
the
have
Winfrey
Jinx.
here.
Really nice Petrifying Gaze there. They do manage to take down the Nautilus. The Impale has come out on to Witch. Can they finish off the
Very
Amulu?
down.
Actually, the target selection is not really there for High Alert, and the health bars are starting to go down pretty low on both sides. Only Ethereal now is left, and Pineaholic flashes for the charm. Ahri finds the enemy mid laner. It's going to be a team fight win for Spire.
Against all odds there, considering it was a 4 versus 5, you're missing your only source of attack damage against a team that is already stacking MR. But Winfrey was able to get the damage down, and Winfrey was also just able to walk up there and continuously just twin fang Versia's Zeri there. A bit criminal, not gonna
Yeah.
lie. You gotta peel for that Zeri here in this instance. There is the tunnel coming on through. Gonna be stopped with a nice charm.
I feel like High Alert kind of forgot how they should be piloting this, right? They weren't really playing it front to back. It's like the front line was diving instead. And like you said, they weren't peeling for the carries.
Yeah, I mean, diving there can be fine, but you have to recognize Winfrey is the damage there in that situation. Unless a charm lands on to Ethereal or Veracia, you're not going to worry about that, and that's just an easy Baron. As mentioned before, when you have a Jinx, Cassiopeia,
Yeah.
Mumu, you shred through that objective. So we'll see
Melted.
what Spire can do with this. Because it does let him play the side lane game, of course, to spread out the Baron, but at the same time, you don't have some of the best side laners here. It's awkward.
It can be dangerous, right? Especially when there's all this engage for High Alert. Yeah, you have to be really coordinated here. Even, you know, I do think it's fine, honestly, if, like, High Alert collapse on one side and, like, pick off one of the split pushers, as long as the other members of Spire are using the Baron in the other lanes, I honestly feel like they'd be okay with that trade. But it does mean you have to be really coordinated and syncing up those minion waves, right, to make sure you're getting value.
Yep. And you're going to want to make this Baron buff work for you. I mean, this is a
Yeah.
weird comp. It's going to be hard for you to realistically do team fights most of the time. And we see how easy it is for the high alert composition to pick you off. Might be the case here for Member Death Squad coming on through, looking for someone in the mid lane. Not going to find anyone just quite yet, but we do have a lone Jinx for Boostus stepping on up.
Ooh, this could be the angle. In comes CH, flashing for the Impale, finds Jinx. Boostus gonna get obliterated. Ethereal with the last hit, number 6 now for the Syndra. Ahri is doing some work currently on the bot tier too, so there is some of the Baron buff getting utilized by Spire. There's a nice bandage toss. We could connect onto CH. Skarner does get the stun into the wall there onto Witch, and Witch does not want to commit the ultimate onto only the front line. But Witch is getting burned down. Is going to be forced to go for the Curse of the Sad Mummy there. And a lot of damage coming out from Versia. Doing the work. Oh, stepping forward there onto the Miasma. Looks a bit dangerous for a second, but Petrifying Gaze on cooldown. Here's the teleport for Pinaholic. Finds the charm onto the front line. Skarner does have the shield, though, to try and get away. Flashing forward is reserved now. Bear is going down solo. Versia as well. The Cassandra going to get taken down. Nautilus is going to have to be sacrificed as well. Beautiful TP flank there from Pinaholic. Doing so much work for the team right now.
Yep, and this Cassiopeia doing quite a bit there.
Yeah.
Even though Boostus was down there, a decent amount of cooldowns were used on that Jinx at the very least, so that opens up the rest of the carries there to do some damage. But also, Pinaholic able to get the teleport in there before Ethereal lets the Ahri just come in onto that backline, start wrecking some havoc. You know, who's going to get hit with the charm, just start dodging out some abilities, throw out some damage. So, going to be a nice little pickup there for Spire, but their Baron buff, not too much longer for this world. They got the bot lane inner with it.
That's something, but I think we were hoping that they'd maybe be able to get a little bit more. But, I mean, Pineholic's definitely been having a stormer of a game on this Ahri. 7-1-5, and actually just completed his own death cap as well, so going to be hitting even harder now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we'll see, because the MR items on the front line have been completed here. You have one MR
Base track for the Nautilus, which does go in, finds the CC onto reserved. Nautilus chunked down to about 2/3, does manage to fighty hook his way away from that bandage toss. Dragon spawning soon, though, in a complete control of the river now for Spire. It'll just be sole point for them. Not going to secure the Cloud Soul just yet. Pinaholic finds a charm onto Bear. Cassante unperturbed. Moving forward, the Miasma coming down, though. Really difficult to push past that. And it's just mid-control right now, being held by High Alert. They're threatening a push down mid lane if Spire commits to the Dragon. Spire moving over to Collapse. The charm gets dashed away from. Pinaholic tried to make a move with the Spirit Rush there. Yeah, which misses that bandage toss. Mumu just now got his flashback off cooldown. There is another bandage toss. It's going to land onto CH. Pinaholic is going to get hooked in by the dredge line. Goes golden, though, buying some time, and it's Bear, who looks like is going to go down first. Gets a little bit of a shield. Not enough, though. And another amazing ultimate from the Amumu. It's an amazing ult from the Skarner as well, but the rest of the team is already in full retreat. It's looking like a cleanup for Spire. Ethereal Ice gets taken down by the excited Jinx. and with a composition that we were really doubting, that we thought was going to be so difficult for them to find success with, the Spire prove us wrong, and they take the first game of the match.
Yeah, they just have more than enough damage, and we saw, even though here able to get the big ulti into the backline as this Skarner. 3 members, but you were already down a member at that point, and your carriers were busy dealing with their lives. Clutch Zonias as well from Pineaholic. Yes, they get hooked there, but they're able to land the charm, buy enough time to pop the Zonias, go into that stasis, and actually absorb a lot as the Ahri.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I really feel like Pineaholic did so much that game for the Spire. I feel like they already played really well. Witch had a really solid game as well, I think, on the Amumu. Found a lot of great ultimates to set the team up for success, and that was critical as well, right? Being the only real source of engage. So the mid jungle are definitely my MVPs for that one. If you had to choose one Go one member, or it could be any member on the side of Spire, who'd you look towards for this one?
Definitely Witchit. They play the front line here. If they did not
Yeah.
have an engaged jungler this game, would have been called to be even more one-sided, so props to them. And they put themselves up 1-0 in this series. Of course, every champion we see selected in this game is not available in the next match.
Absolutely right, Go Farino. So it will be very interesting to see what the teams do move towards. Lots of meta picks off the table now. The Skarner, the Cassante, the Jinx, the Amumu as well. So it'll be interesting to see what the teams do decide to go for in the next game. We're going to go to a short break before then, guys. We'll be right back for game number 2. All right, everybody, welcome back. Jumping directly into our champion select phase for game number 2 of match number 2. Tonight's high alert. Moving on over to the blue side now. We're going to come back versus the Spire now on the red side, looking for the 2-0.
Yep, and right now bans looking similar here to what we saw in game number 1. The Caitlyn, I believe, was banned later in the draft, but same things to be said here. The MF, okay, the MF is a new ban here. That's been creeping up in some priority in pro play. Haven't seen it as much as some champions like the Corki and the Varus, but definitely pickable here. Well, not pickable because it's off the board, but
right. So the Wukong now is being left open by high alert. I wonder if they're looking to secure that on the B1. Wukong definitely pretty strong right now, and Spire have the same reach. They're going to ban that Wukong away. Does mean that the Diana is open. Was the other ban for Spire in the previous game?
So the call is on that one. Good first pick it here if you really want to. Diana, typically not a champion you're worried about getting sniped away from you. Not the most, I don't want to say not the most popular champion, but not the most players really pick her. And it's going to be the Varus prio here. Can of course go both ways, but we've been seeing mostly the lethality Varus lately.
Yeah, definitely the case. Lethal tempo, I do think is quite strong right now as well. That is going to be piloted by Verja this game. You know, quick aside, apologies to Verja for mixing up the pronunciation before. We have been corrected, rest assured. So that is going to be all good to go. But we do have the archery battle is going to be happening here in this one, Go Free. You know, as the Ashe has been locked away by Spire, and they've got the Maokai as well. So a lot of CC already with just those first couple of lock-ins.
And we'll see what complements them here. Of course, when you have the Varus, like, you can typically take your comp anywhere. Varus very flexible on how many resources you want to put into the champion. Can operate on low, can operate on high resources. Nico being hovered here. Have seen that occasionally in the support pick. Sometimes in the mid lane, most famously as an Orianna counter, because you're able to just kind of sneak in and pressure the Orianna pretty hard early on.
Orianna is still available. Wasn't played in the previous game, so that's you know, a possibility still. Briar being considered. Oh wow, fun. You know, going through a couple of fun options, but the Jinzhao is actually going to be the selection for high alert this game. I'm a big Jinzhao player myself, so one of my more commonly played champions at the moment.
Yeah, I tried Shinzo. It feels decent. But gonna give you some more aggression here for this early game. Definitely an early to mid focused first 3 picks right now here from the side of high alert, so they're gonna want to make something happen early here. Preferably, if this Nico is going support, you lock in some scaling in the mid lane. That's where I prefer to see it, but you could also lock in some scaling in the top side if you really want to. I'm surprised Victor made it this far in the draft, but Victor Arcane has been locked in.
Victor from Arcane, Poggy Woggy. Yeah, that's going to be pretty strong, I think, alongside the Maokai and the Ashe. You know, are going to be able to provide most of the setup, and then Victor is going to have some pretty easy follow-up there with the Death Rays and the Chaos Storms and all that good stuff. Even the Gravity Field, you know, can be really powerful when you have other champions on your team with really good CC, right? Because you can, like, chain that CC into the Gravity Field stun. Can definitely be very, very powerful.
Yep, and right now, bans taking some more engage off the board. With the Rel ban, it looks like Spire's assuming this Nico is going mid lane. It wouldn't be too surprising, although support Nico has been the one we've been seeing more of in the coordinated 5v5 environments lately. So we'll have to see. Also, fun fact, I forgot, with the betting last game, if you bet on Spire to win, I think it was like 14.5 ratio to 1 for your betting. So I put in 420 points, and I think it looks like I've earned over 5k from that.
Wow, congratulations, Go for Reno on your newfound wealth.
Yeah, I think there's only like 2 other people that bet on them as well, so props to the believers.
Yeah, believers eating good in the Twitch chat. We see from the Spire here, they are not expecting the Nico to go support, as they went for a couple of support bans there in the Rel and the Leona. Seraphine now is going to get locked away. That's a pretty classic pairing alongside the Ashe, and it looks like the Spire were correct, most likely, in their assertion that the Nico was not going support, as the Karma now is being considered by High Alert.
The Karma support lock-in. I want, if you don't have, because you're probably going to want a tanky top laner here to go with the Shinzao. You don't want Shinzao to be your only like person going in. That would be a bit doomsday, although that's kind of what we saw last game with the Amumu. Amumu is at least kind of tankier and builds full tank. The Shinzao, you're building some health. You might get some resist if you want to go for death stance, but that's it typically. Karma going to be locked in here, most likely going to the support role. Right, was very clear last year after they introduced the Malignance of just kind of making sure mid lane Karma never saw the light of day, because turns out Malignance plus her ulti was kind of degenerate.
Yeah, it was pretty gross.
I'm not gonna lie, when Malignance came out, it kind of showed like maybe that item kind of warped some champions around it. Karma included. Team was another one. Ari was also kind of included in that one.
Yeah, for sure. Arya obviously still a big fan of the item.
Yeah.
The Olaf going to come through here for the Spire on the R5. Very interesting. So that's almost certainly going to be a top lane Olaf, right?
Well, certainly, yeah. It's been a while since we've actually seen jungle Olaf, which is kind of weird. We saw top lane Olaf for a while, then he became a pretty hardcore jungler, especially when Predator was a premier rune, but then that fell off and you didn't really see him anymore. And then the mini rework happened and people just played him much more top because you have such obnoxious dueling early on. I don't know how well it's going to work into the Scion, because the Scion for a tank does have a lot of base damages early on if you're just able to land up those big decimating smashes. So we'll have to see. I do think the Olaf should still come out on top in that matchup, especially once you get a Tiamat item for some wave clear. That is very handy for the champion.
Yeah, should be relatively strong in the 1v1 against the Scion, I would imagine. The Scion also feels like a pretty strong lock-in, right? As you mentioned, High Alert really wanted a little bit more frontline to round out their composition. The Scion's going to be able to provide that in spades. So feels like definitely a strong pick for High Alert to round out the draft. They are, so the Nico obviously does do a good amount of damage, but it's not consistent damage, right? It's pretty much all burst. So I am maybe a little bit concerned for the consistent damage output of this High Alert composition. I probably would like to see an on-hit game for the Varus this time around to try to mitigate that.
Yeah, you kind of really have to. Because like you said, if you get ahead, but if you're not able to burst this Olaf, that is a very huge problem in fights. If you don't have consistent damage, because the Olaf will have some form of Omnivamp, will get on top of you and just be doing a lot of damage. But also, if you don't have consistent damage, how the hell are you going to kill the Smaelkai? It's also a bit of an issue.
Yeah, at the same time, though, it's not really going to be a very easy game for Verja to just stand and hit, right? Because there is going to be a lot of threat with the Maokai, the slows from the Ashe, the CC from the Seraphine as well. I mean, even just getting clipped by an axe from the Olaf can be really dangerous, right, for an immobile character like Varus. So I feel like it's going to be a pretty tough game to play out for the High Alert ADC.
Yep. Does look like everybody is going where we thought they would, unsurprisingly. There technically was some flex potential, but we weren't really expecting it to come on out here. So we'll see how this game shapes up here, because Spire did have the weird comp last time around. They're able to make it work. Now this time they have a very standard composition. High Alert, I wouldn't call this a weird composition. It's, I guess, a little off the beaten path if it's going to be lethality bears here, but it's also decently stock standard too.
Yeah, it's pretty cohesive, I would say. The Xin Zhao and the Nico can be pretty active as a 2v2, right? Again, it's not like a super traditional pairing, but definitely, Nico has pretty strong roams, and Xin Zhao and Nico together definitely, should have enough damage to burst out isolated targets. So definitely something could work there, and You know, they do have, you know, a little bit of range from the Varus as well, some front line from the Scion. Definitely a composition that can work, I think. But I do think I'm a little bit more of a fan of what the Spire have put together this time around. Interesting note. It is actually, you know, as of right now, it seems like the Maokai is actually going top lane, interestingly. So the infrequently seen Jungle Olaf could be on the Rift for this one.
I can see the juice behind this because Xin Zhao has like one of the strongest early duelings ever. Like a level 3 double buff Xin Zhao on first clear. Very few junglers can 1v1 him. One of the junglers that can 1v1 him is of course a double buff Olaf, because we know what top lane Olaf can do. Jungle Olaf can do very similar. The only difference is you don't typically have a Doran's Blade for a bit of sustain when you go in, but hey, neither does your opponent, so it could be very spicy. And yeah, gonna be very bloody, I know.
Certainly, yeah.
It's been quite a bit of time since we last saw the Jungle Olaf.
Yeah. I do feel like it is really strong into the Xin Zhao for sure. You know, you pick a character like Xin Zhao, you definitely want to be playing aggressive early, like you mentioned. But really tough to do that into the Olaf. So we'll see what CH actually decides to prioritize. You know, top lane, I mean, ganking for your Scion doesn't really feel like it's going to accomplish very much. If you can get on top of the Victor or the Ashe, you know, that could be really good for CH in the early game. It's gonna be interesting to see what the junglers prioritize this time around. I feel like, again, last game, you know, we didn't really have too much happen in the early minutes, right? It was later on where the game really just started to break open a little bit more. But we're already into the spectator delay here, Goferino. Which composition do you favor this time around? Do you have strong feelings about these drafts?
I'm definitely favoring Spire this time around. They got a nice mix of everything. You got some very long range engage. You got some nice DPS. That and also high alert. It's a bit of a catch-22 here as to whether or not you want to go for the lethality Varus, which makes more sense for lane, or the on-hit Varus, which makes much more sense for team fights. Because they technically both have their merits here, even though we're leaning towards the on-hit. Like, it is a catch-22 situation.
Yeah, for sure. Really interesting to see what Berja does decide to go for. And we're going to find out pretty soon, guys. A short break, and then on to the Rift for our second, possibly final, game of opening day. Okay, folks, welcome back. Our fourth game of the night. The Spire up 1-0 in this best of 3, despite a pretty tricky composition that they were piloting in game number 1. They were still able to make it work, still ended up coming out on top. 5-man play from High Alert at level 1 this time around. Our first level 1 of the evening. Karma, Empowered Q, not quite in range, and the Decimating Smash from the Scion, not either. CH still going in with the Audacious Charge, but it's not really going to amount to anything.
Yeah, you need to catch someone by surprise there and land the Decimating Smash knockup, because Reserve not quite in range there for that Mantra Q. Hey,
A deep
can
ward
be also
placed by Pine. Go ahead, sorry.
Oh, also going to be our first match of the night with all ranged bot laners here. So,
True.
highly interesting. We've always seen at least one engage support here.
How are you doing overall, Gopherino? My voice is definitely getting a little bit tired. You know, I'm feeling it for sure. You hanging in there?
Yeah, more or less.
Our teams, thankfully, we haven't had like any like super insane games, like no like 50-minute barn burners or anything like that. Hopefully, I didn't just curse us.
Yeah, some slightly
yeah,
long games.
Yeah, nothing too
A little
insane
longer
though.
than average.
Yeah.
Not terribly so.
Both junglers starting on the bot side of the map this time around. They pathing up as that Mantra Q is going to miss.
Yep. It is a lethal tempo here, so that kind of confirms that he is going to be the on-hit Varus, thankfully.
Wow, good looks.
Usually, almost always better to go for the thing that benefits your team in team fights in this situation.
Winning the lane doesn't really matter if you can't win the team fights later on, right? So.
True. I mean, we said that about Spire's comp last game.
We did, didn't we?
But I think that was also a case of one of the Sam Hillis' composition.
Yeah. Nothing really going to be happening in the top lane, probably. I mean, both champions. The Maokai just has so many good ways of getting away from the Scion, right? You displace him with the Q, or just dodge with the W, as that's the Wind Strikes by an Aholic, who gets underneath the turret. CH will be able to get out from the turret range. Flashing over the wall is Witch, but the Olaf is actually pretty low HP. Back in goes the Xin Zhao, and down goes Witch. 2-0 on the board for High Alert in the early game.
Great body blocking by Ethereal Ice there. Just to make sure the Olaf would have to do some funky pathing to walk around them to get on top of their jungler. I understand why Witch went for that. But at the same time, that was a very high risk, high reward play. If you get
Who's just gonna get stunned up by the tether, but Verja is going down so low. Boostus pops the barrier, stays alive for now. Penguini, the last little bit of mana there for the beat drop. The Empowered Arrow, not quite for Verja. Seraphine gonna limp away from that one. Really low health bars, particularly for the Spire, but Verja and Reserve pretty low as well.
The mana bar is also being basically depleted.
Both junglers towards the top side right now as Winfrey does knock the Scion into turret range, and that is going to be the kill, which picks that one up. But with the zombie here, might look pretty good for High Alert. It is going to be a pretty nice Bramble Smash, but the zombie passive is going to get the last hit onto Winfrey, and that's 3 kills. Already the feat of warfare for High Alert.
Yep, definitely one of the quicker ones we've seen.
For sure.
At least. Yeah, doesn't secure it, but you got that one on the board. That makes it that much easier for you. That's one of the risks with ganking Scion.
Our Xin Zhao is a little bit overextended. Almost enough damage to take out Witch there, but not quite. So that's going to be Winfrey picking up his first on the Maokai.
Nice little snag up there. Like you said, a little too far up there. It is Xin Zhao. You're low on health, and top player can just come in and baboom you. So
nice dodge there on the Decimating Smash. That's what I was talking about earlier, as Winfrey gets away from that one with the W.
Of course, it is the tank versus tank matchup here.
Yeah.
There's not going to be an insane amount of kill threat here as the lane goes on right now. Like, definitely if someone sticks around too long, there is some kill threat. If someone hits level 6 before the other, there's some kill threat, but it is going to be mostly who gets the wave clear, who gets more grass procs to just get some extra health.
Classic top lane. We have our first dragon alive now. Gonna be an ocean to start us off this game. Both jungglers gonna find each other once again in the bottom side river this time around.
No, they're on opposite sides here.
Xin Zhao was down there a second ago, but he, I think he saw Olaf and immediately pathed up towards the top side. Is gonna steal away the Raptors now. Olaf, meanwhile, Witch looking for a play down here towards the bot side. B-Drop's gonna get the flash out from Berja. Meanwhile, taking a quick look at the top lane, as Winfrey does knock the Scion into the turret once again. And I guess nothing ended up happening in that bot lane play. They just got the flash off the Varus, and that was all they were looking for with that one.
Okay. Not wanting to commit the ultimate there. I think if Winfrey ulties there, they can finish off the kill there, or at the very least, get the flash out, or...
There is the Nature's Grass is going to come out. Is that by itself enough damage? Scion did flash over the wall there, so the spectator camera cut away at a very awkward time, but Bear flashed over the wall and did manage to stay alive. Meanwhile, CH and Ethereal are onto the Grubs, and Olaf can be able to take this first dragon.
Yep, trade of objectives here across map. Even after all was said and done, Bear still stayed here greeted for an extra wave. I hope that extra gold is worth it here on this recall. They get a Crystalline Bracer and... Okay. Yeah. Definitely very greedy. If Winfrey did happen to still be in the area at that time, you would have given over a freebie there, buddy.
Yeah, not the case, though.
Looks like that. 5 kills, 7 minutes in. Hopefully pretty feisty. Funnily enough, none of this happening in the bot lane. All have been towards the top side here.
Yeah, I mean, it was really close. We almost saw some bot laners going down a little while ago, but not quite.
Yep. Now, we'll see where the next bit of action is. These top laners definitely have been going at it. And
just grasping each other, as they like to do. There's a nice little bit of damage coming down onto Verja. Penguini is starting to run a bit low on mana once again, though. Probably just looking to get the push out on this wave. Yeah, Olaf is pinging towards the top lane right now, which I guess maybe wanting to think about a play up here, but they're playing pretty respectfully. Not gonna overextend in the lane. Oh, I say that, but maybe in trouble now as the ultimate is gonna get stopped, but Scion tanky enough to walk this one off, gets underneath the turret just fine.
Close health so far. Definitely doing fine.
There's some good damage onto Boostus.
And
Heather,
the root,
now
if this lands... Okay, if that root landed, I think that could have been a kill. There's no chains of corruption.
Arrow landed.
Yeah, but if they're able to follow that up with a nice little proc there of the Blighted Arrow passive, or Blighted Arrow W, could have been able to finish off Boostus there.
Pretty risky, honestly, I think, for Boostus to continue sticking around. Really wants, obviously, to pick up this wave, but... okay, does actually also have the jungler. Yeah, there's the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. Does get the cleanse out. Berja sidesteps away from the Encore of the Seraphine as well. And Olaf's not going to be able to close the distance. So, well played by Berja. Gets away with just the cleanse. Meanwhile, mid lane, Pineaholic does find the stun with the gravity well. Pop Blossom already used. Why are we looking at top lane right now? Okay, the mid lane fight is just going to disengage.
That's the thing with directed camera. It kind of spoils what happens in fights, because when it panned away in that fight,
then you know nobody's gonna die.
Directed camera knew, like, nobody's dying here, so let's go to top where someone might die.
There are more abilities being used in the top lane at this exact moment. Thank you, spectator camera.
Yeah, even if it was much more likely we see somebody die in that river there.
Yep. So, Grubs spawning in less than a minute now. Second round. Remember, all 3 of the first cohort were secured by high alert, so if they can get the next group of Grubs as well, that would be really fantastic for them. Dragon, of course, is about a minute behind those Grubs on the spawn. And it looks like we're seeing some rotations coming up from the side of high alert towards that top side as the bot lane has transitioned into mid. Both junglers moving up that direction as well.
Yep.
Oh, it's actually the Nico still, I think, in mid lane. The real Varus is still bot lane. I got Nico'd there.
Penguini has the Faded Ashes. I do not agree with this. You're a support Seraphine, dog. why are we building Leondes here?
Yeah, that's a bit weird. I agree. Not a fan
Thank you.
either.
When you go support Seraphine, that's where you go all the enchanter items. You want the heal and shield power, you want the mana regen.
Mm-hmm. I mean, arguably, I think you could go for like an Archangel's just for the
looking
mana. That's the first grub is gonna actually get secured. Oh, as Scion just kind of ran into a wall there, is gonna get the knock up onto Windframe. The Maokai is gonna get burst down. Etherealized, really nice pop blossom as well. The Olaf is gonna get popped by the Nico ults, but the Crescent Guard is forced out there from CH. Pinaholic moves into the pit. The Victor does have flash, is gonna have to use it to get out the back of the pit if he wants to live, and there it is. The Victor flashes out, stays alive, at least for the side of the Spire. They did manage to secure one grub, so it's not going to be the full 6 going over to high alert, but definitely a big win for them, and now Victor stepping forward. Ooh, flipped by the Nico E, but they'll survive.
Yeah, and good lord. That was one hell of a pop blossom there. Cannon up a bunch of members, doing a lot of damage. That was just with Kindle Gem and the one component there. I forget the name of it, but it's Hextech Alternator? I think it's a Hextech Alternator. Either way.
That's the full item, yeah.
Okay.
Or the, the piece, yeah, you're absolutely right.
Oh, swing and a miss.
Chain of Corruption is going to land. Verja should have the damage here. There it is, the arrow with the Blight Stacks. It's enough to take down Boostus, the pure solo kill there for Verja's Varus. Penguini not in time to help out Boostus this time.
Boostus going for that play there. They know there's supports coming down, but the arrow misses, and then Penguini is pathing around like, okay, I'm gonna flank this Varus, but they didn't get in range to actually peel for their carry there. They could have flashed, healed, maybe turned that around there, flash,
maybe,
ulti.
yeah.
I
mean, the difference really was just Ash's ult missed and Varus' hit. That was mostly what that one came down to. And that is going to result, it looks like, in a Dragon Secure as well for the side of High Alert. So, great news for them. I think they are one neutral objective away now from the Monster Hunter feat, I believe.
Yep. Have that one on up. Could be bringing us to game number 3 here. They definitely have the lead for now. Slight gold advantage. They have the extra dragon. They have the grubs stacked up. And
yeah, I wanted to go back while we have the time here, Gopher, to that grub fight that we saw a little while ago. It really felt to me like the side of the Spire actually weren't on the same page that time around. Like Winfrey was kind of soaking up a lot of skill shots, soaking up some damage, but nobody was really doing much while the Maokai was tanking all that. It seemed like Witch was kind of just trying to focus on the objective, and the rest of the team wasn't really in position to follow up on any of that. So really just a little bit more cohesion, I think, we saw from High Alert in that fight.
Yeah, and if Spire wanted to, I think it's cleanse up. You always see cleanse into Ash for this very reason.
Yeah.
It's kind of similar to QSS nading on Malzahar.
Oh, CH gonna go in, forces out the... Yeah. Pretty big. That's a flash forward. Oh, the Ragnarok is timed out. Oh, CH really wanting to get that kill. Almost had it. But the Olaf with the flash does manage to get away. Ooh, the Encore there clipping Ethereal. The Chain of Corruption coming out from Verja, though, to cover the mid laner's retreat. Nicely done there by the High Alert ADC. Good teamwork.
Could still see some more action here. We have HC coming on.
CH, not done.
CH, right. CH coming on through. Misses the win, becomes lightning, though. Sitting on this control ward might get something for their trouble.
Oh, no ult for the Jin Zhao, and he's just dead. Spotted out there by the sweeper of Penguini. Thought he was safe because he was sitting on that control ward, but spotted out by the sweeper. Not able to react quick enough, so a nice kill going back the way of Spire. They're trying to pressure now this bot tier 1 turret. Have too much of a wave to work with, though, and Bear's doing some work on the mid tier 1 at the same time.
Yeah. Ooh. That's the wave dropping down. Of course, there's no longer any mana here on Verja.
Health bar is very low for High Alert. Honestly, I think it would be dangerous to stick around as this next wave is crashing. And Pinaholic does have to leave, though. Does have to go back to mid. And Boostus is pretty low mana also.
He keep in mind, Grifffield has just spawned here on the top side. And that would be enough to finish off the feats here. For the side. Alert. Grab that.
Spawning very soon anyway. 30 seconds or so. That's Chaos Storm is going to come out. Ethereal Ice does go for the Pop Blossom, but Ragnarok is going to mean the Olaf cannot be CC'd, and that is a shutdown. Going over to Pineaholic's Victor, who did just crest over to level 11 as well. That's definitely where you want the gold if you are a Spire fan.
2-1 now has finished their Luden's gun. Pretty strong. Oh, first turret. Okay, I think that's feats.
Hey, yeah, that is the feats for High Alert. Penguini now reinforcing Winfrey, but they don't have any damage between Maokai and Seraphine, so Sion is just kind of shrugging all this off so far, and is just going to be able to walk away from that one.
Well, maybe when Pinguini has this Leon juice completed, they'll do a tiny bit of damage, but...
A modicum of damage. Flash twist in advance,
No ulti
Winfrey for the
available.
setup. No ulti or flash for Bear, and this time around they have an Olaf to do the heavy lifting. Maokai does end up getting the last hit. Nice kill there for the Spire. They've tied things up now, 5 kills apiece on the scoreboard. Herald now the target. Man advantage right now, as Aversia is not anywhere close as well, so High Alert should just be giving this one up, and it looks like that is going to be the call.
We're quite nearly landing there. That had landed, there definitely would have been a Pop Blossom follow-up, because Boostus does not have the gloves this game. Went for the barrier. Options, TVH. Either
It
way,
looks like
though,
Aversia's... Oh, sorry.
either way, though, Herald secured here for the side of Spire, so see how they want to do it. Just immediately dropping it mid here, trying to get some
Yeah.
control.
The charge itself is not going to take down the turret. We've got a teleport coming in as well for the Scion. They clear out the minion wave. They keep the tier 1 alive for High Alert. And Versia did get that full turret in the bottom lane. So honestly, High Alert going to be pretty happy with that trade. Herald not really doing too much for Spire. Dragon is alive right now. It's a Chemtech soul in this one. Well, not the most contested of Dragon souls. The team's posturing for it anyways.
So, we still have the Unstoppable Onslaught down here for a little bit longer. Other than that,
Blossom for the engage, gets the bot duo. So much damage coming out here as Penguini is trying to get away, and the Chaos Storm actually takes down the Nico. CH desperately trying to get on top of the Ashe, is going to be able to take down Boostus, but is going to get traded back as Pineaholic is uncontested here on the flank. The Victor picks up a triple kill. Absolutely massive. At least that is going to be the Varus getting one more back. Now Versia's in a pretty awkward spot. Pineaholic still pretty healthy on the Victor. Versia flashing to get away from the turret. Going to be able to stay alive. Still, that is a teamfight win for Spire. They're not able to turn straight back onto the Dragon, though. They did lose their jungler in the skirmish.
Oh, wait.
Ooh, okay, we're paying attention. Not caught window shopping or anything.
It's a miracle Spire's backline stayed alive that long. They get hit by the Pop Blossom into
Yeah,
the
that's
Unstoppable
really good.
Onslaught, and then CH is also on top of them.
Yeah. I'm surprised as well, yeah, now that you mention it. They both barely managed to survive. As the healing, shielding from the Seraphine, and the heal summoner spell of Penguini was utilized there as well. I guess that was just barely enough to keep him alive.
Well, that's secure
Also,
on the
it's
Dragon,
not... Dragon is getting started up here.
TP for the
Teleport
Nico.
in for Ethereal towards that bot turret. So clearly, the side of High Alert don't want to just give this one up. A lot of ultimates, well, actually, I say that. All the ultimates are back, actually. Back to our
Except for the
conversation.
Encore.
Okay, that is pretty noteworthy. River Control seated at the moment. High Alert gaining position now. Watch Pineaholic in this fight. Does get hit by the Scion, by the Choo-Choo Train. The Victor is going to get taken down right at the start of this one. Should be absolutely amazing news for High Alert. The Nico does get traded back, but Winfrey is not going to be able to get away from this one. The Maokai is pretty tanky, but not tanky enough. The shutdown goes over to Bear. 2-for-1 fight in favor of High Alert, and they should be able to get the Dragon as well.
grab themselves a nice little 2-for-1 there in that exchange. They're able to get the jump there. We don't have the biggest tank busting capabilities yet here on the side of Spire. This Ashe still having to build up, only has the Kraken Slayer and a Zeal in pocket. That is barely any attack damage, so have fun getting through a Scion with 336 heal stacks there, buddy.
Yeah, it really has to be the Victor that has to take care of that Scion, I think. The fact that the side of High Alert were able to find him first with that initial engage was absolutely massive.
Yep. Whoa, Lord.
You sleepy?
Yeah, it has been a while. We started 3.5 hours ago.
You know, of course, you have to consider the players as well. It can be difficult to stay focused in these best of series.
Yeah, did they? I mean, they're only playing the one series each day, though, right?
Yeah, it's nothing too crazy.
Yeah. Yeah, one best of 3. Like, it definitely... By game 3, you're a little bit tired. I'll hold that thought. Penguini in danger here.
CH gonna go in, finds Penguini, and the Seraphine just gets popped like a balloon. Ragnarok forced out for the Olaf as well. Winfrey going in for the engage after already losing their support. Is it gonna work out? They do take down the Xin Chao. Boost us off on the side, gets soloed out by Verja though. So looking pretty good. Well, on the other side of the fight though, it is the Spire coming out on top. Mega Blasco gets Winfrey in range, trying to get in range to click on the Varus. Can't quite do so. Does settle for the Karma, but reserved with the shielding, able to get away. Bear is here now, causing some chaos in the backline of Spire. And Winfrey forced to flash away there from the decimating smash. So Bear arrives a little bit late to the party, but in time to turn things around, or prevent at least anybody else from going down. Still, it's 2-for-1 in favor of the Spire.
You can see, though, with this Ludens plus Lichbane build, Pineaholic's not really doing all too much damage to Bear.
Yeah, you're right.
Usually we
Turret
see
is going to fall. Armor shielding's just going to get everybody out. So really nice sequence there for High Alert. They did lose the extra member in the fight, but getting the turret on the back end is feeling pretty good for them, I think.
Yep. Turret in exchange for 2. Well, you get 1 kill, they get 2, so it's out in your favor in the end. I'd have to say. Oh. Alright, sounded like somebody was at my door for a second, but nobody is. There's just
a little while until... What was that?
Oh, there's just a weird tapping sound upstairs or something.
Oh.
But...
That reminds me, if anybody's been watching the pro leagues, they've run into a bit of an issue where the SFX from Corky's Gatling gun are playing during like every replay if Corky is in the game. It's pretty hilarious.
That's kind of dank.
Yeah.
Corky League of Legends. It's like the global Amumu laugh.
Yeah, same idea.
I never had experienced that one, but it was infamous. There's also the global Xerath Q, where if you stood in a very specific part of base and just pressed Q, it would hit everybody on the enemy team and the map. So it's basically just reload, because you script and just do that over and over.
Yeah, there have been some pretty crazy bugs in the history of League of Legends. This is a bit of a difficult situation for Bear. They're trying to prevent him from getting onto the train tracks, but he does flash for it. Flash ult gets the Scion to safety, so well, big tools down. But probably gonna be getting that ult is gonna be coming back up off cooldown right around that dragon spawn, a little over a minute. Would be Chemtech's soul point for High Alert if they can get it.
And Chemtech Dragon definitely going to be kind of noticeable this game, since there's some burst on both these teams, but both these teams definitely going to be relying on a bit of extra oomph to get through that last bit, and Chemtech is going to make that last little bit just a little bit harder to get through. So something to keep an eye out for.
Particularly with Victor not really going for the tank shredding build like you were talking about before. I mean, the Scion's going to live for a long time if he does get that Chemtech soul.
Like, realistically, this build is completely fine. The problem is just most of the time you're going to be hitting the Scion with your death lasers, right. So that's why you really want the Leandry, so that HP damage just really ticks over.
Yeah,
Dragon
I feel
Dust
like I would
spawning.
have liked it over the Lich Bane maybe, but I'm not really too much of a Victor player, so I don't know.
Like, it's obvious. You go in as Victor, you laser Q, Lich Bane them, and they're kind of dead.
Sure, yeah. I mean, obviously Lich Bane is a great item on Victor. I just
Dragon has been started, though. Gonna be spotted with a Hawk Shot.
the side of High Alert are really wanting to try and make sure that they don't allow the Spire into the river for the contest. Hawkshot, though, providing a whole bunch of value right there. So full information for Spire. Nice piercing arrow, a little bit of damage out onto the Seraphine. Penguini chunked down a little bit to about 2/3.
Split up here.
And it looks like the Spire are going to successfully force their way into the river. Scion has an interesting position on the flank here, as we can see with the zoomed out camera.
End is not
Nice
spotted.
vision toggle there as well, yeah. As here's the Nature's Grasp. The Scion, though, blast codes directly on top of the back line, and just one tap to the Seraphine. Ethereal Light's a really nice top off as well, which desperately trying to take down the enemy bot lane, but is not quite able to make it happen. And another team fight win for High Alert. It's looking like a complete wipe in their favor. Winfrey gonna get taken down. Bear on a killing spree. And they are going to go up to Soul Point as well. Oh, and Boostus on a ward is going to get taken down to complete the ace. The clean ace going over to High Alert. That might even be Baron as well.
Yeah, big pickup there. Otacon's also available on the map.
True.
They do want to go for that. Of course, though, 10 seconds here on the mid jungle. Penguini has just spawned here, so might not be the most feasible, but great team fight there from High Alert.
Fastest Baron tank.
Yeah, they were not spotted whatsoever going for that flank, and still there's basically no tank busting capabilities for the Spire composition. Like, very low AD count on your Ashe here. The Victor, I mean, you have the Leandres here. That's a lot of damage. I'll hold the thought, though. This Baron is getting low.
I think it's gone. I mean, Olaf doesn't have Flash. He has no way of getting into the pit. And the Smite is good from CH. So that is about 4K now, the gold lead for High Alert. They are looking like they are ready to bring us to that game number 3, Gopherino.
Mm-hmm. Definitely looking to do so. You're sitting on Soul Point. You have Baron here. It's not like the enemy team can turbo through Otacon right now. And yeah, I wonder how different this game would be if Spire had like a little bit more tank busting, because it's clear they're just doing 0 damage to this front line right now.
Yeah, they have no answer for the Scion for sure. That's the big problem for Spire.
And
okay, CH gonna dive forward. Boost us in trouble. Chain of Corruption lands, and the Ashe is down. Berja unstoppable. 5v4 on the map now for High Alert. They look to continue pressing forward. Could be an Otacon setup coming through. Olaf does still have the Ragnarok available. Oh, gonna get cut off here. A little bit of a trap as CH dashes forward. They're not gonna fully commit to try and take down the Olaf. They are utilizing the Baron buff. Baron buff. That kind of works.
yeah, that makes sense. Okay.
Yeah. I mean, this Maokai just can't do anything. He can barely even clear out the minion wave right now. This Scion is just he doesn't care. He's just gonna completely ignore the Maokai. Walks up to the turret, has demolished. It's gone. Bear secures it. More advantages for HA.
Maybe if you had Sunfire Heroes, Winfrey, you're able to contest the wave a little bit more, but that turn was doomed. Good chunk of health taken off of CH here. No real commitments just yet. Nobody.
That Nico's floating in the top lane here as well. Gonna get this. Another tier 2 is gonna fall down.
Yep. And oh, fun fact, it wasn't even the Leandres, my bad, for Penguini in the bot lane. It was the
Blackfire Torch. Yeah.
Blackfire Torch.
Looks like
yeah.
Leandre's might be second though, with another Faded Ashes in the inventory.
Yeah, the post 30-minute Leandres for support Seraphine. Kind of put in a lot of work here.
Not ideal.
Yeah, just Get enchanter items here. Help keep your Ash and Victor alive. I don't think you need another damage dealer.
Yeah, Victor has got the magic damage covered, right? Got Death
Yeah.
Tap done now.
Yeah, the thing is though, you have to go for penetration next. To cut through this MR, there's a Maw and a Spirit Visage on the front line you have to cut through, so... Gonna want that Void Staff here. And then
For sure.
maybe 6th item, you'll be able to Slam the Yonders, which does really suck.
Is Spire going to make it that long? Can they buy enough time? They're staring down Chemtech Soul in a minute. Do they contest it? Would you contest it?
You kind of have to here. Like,
I mean, if there is any soul that you could give over, it's probably Chemtech, but as we previously discussed, giving that over to the Scion is going to be really, really difficult to deal with.
yeah, although with how it's going right now, I don't think you have to worry about Bear getting into Chemtech range, but that's also
He's never even gonna
kind
get
of an
that low.
issue. You're not able to do that much damage. Nature's Grasp.
Does clip, I guess, onto the Nico. Does already use the Zhonya's pretty early. The Pop Blossom is good, but only onto the front line. They do take down the Nico, but immediately it's going to be Olaf who's traded back, and now Winfrey doesn't have any help. He's going to buy a little bit of time, but the Maokai is going to get taken down. Nice decimating smash over the wall there for Bear as well. Pineaholic barely surviving, flashing forward for the slow, and the shield explosion is what finishes off the mid laner. Another ace, a triple kill for CH. And that's probably going to do it. Nobody alive to defend for Spire. And we are going to Game 3.
Game 3, 20 seconds until Witchat is back on the board. But I don't think it's going to be enough here, Crewman. And it's not Silver Scrapes because it's not a best of 5, but it's as close as we can get to Silver Scrapes here in the regular season. I mean, we will be going to our 5th game of the day. I guess it counts for something.
It kind of is a best of 5, you know, if you just combine the 2 matches.
Yeah.
For us, anyway.
But hey, good little rally back here from High Alert. Turns out when you have an unkillable front line, helps quite a bit in team fights.
No doubt, no doubt. Also, when you have a bot lane that just never dies, that helps out quite a bit as well. Urja had a phenomenal game on that on-hit Varus. 6-0 and 4. By far the most damage on his team. And is the most damage in the game as well.
Yeah, because nobody got into the backline really in most of those fights to really threaten this Varus, it felt like. Because everybody on the side of Spire was just too busy dealing with the Nico, the Shinzao, and the Scion just getting in their faces every fight.
Yeah. The credit as well, you know, Virtua's positioning was great to make sure that he wasn't going to be a target. But yeah, I mean, the front line, like you said, did phenomenal work that game as well for the side of High Alert. Bear in particular on this Scion, as we discussed, was just completely unkillable in those team fights later on. So definitely a good showing there from High Alert and really great to see. You know, we were a little bit worried, right, Gofrino, that when you lose to like a weird, funky composition like that in game number 1, that can be a big hit to morale, right? But clearly they were able to rally really nicely here for High Alert and tie up this match.
Yeah, and we'll have to see what it comes down to ultimately after the break here. So don't go anywhere.
First, Gofrino, your POG before we go to break. Who is it?
I guess the POG was Spire not building any anti-tank here. So I think that was kind of a bit of the big decision factor in this game.
Yeah, I mean, I'm down for the Bear vote. The Scion was a monster. We're going to go to that break now. We'll be right back for our last game of the day.
Did you ever try to further improve how fast you punch people through the roof? Oh, was there ever any certain time when you thought brute force and style combined? Well, I guess now's time to shine. 'Cause
Welcome back, everybody. We are about to get underway with our third and final draft of the night. Actually, it does look like we are already underway. It'll be really interesting to see Gofrino. It can be difficult with the Fearless format here. And, finding a good composition to play in this third game in the best of three, with so many champions removed. Thankfully, Gofrino, there are amazing tools out there, such as Pro Comps, that facilitate your drafting capabilities. They are a sponsor for us here as well in the BOL. It's a game changer app for the league community. It's not just like the other tools. It's a personal draft coach, perfect for both teams and for solo players, and you can pair it with any other apps that you use as well. With Pro Comps, you'll receive real-time drafting advice with tailored champion picks and ban recommendations. It stands out with features such as the ability to generate champion pools in seconds. You can share those pools with your friends. There's a post-draft guide, I know, to attack the game. You can generate comps based on your own preferences. Coaches and analysis can create personalized tier lists as well, so there's a lot going on. Think of it as having a virtual coach and a strategy toolkit all in one. The app already has over 280,000 downloads, thousands of daily users just like you. It's user-friendly, and it's totally free, guys, so it's a no-brainer to at least give it a try. Download now. You'll experience a whole new level of drafting power in your games. Go to procomps.gg, download it from Overwolf, or click the link in our bio. Now, Gofrino, if you could please catch us up in the draft.
Yeah, so Emma finally got through here, and we see a response. It was almost the response of Draven, which would have been definitely interesting and definitely juiced, but it's going to be the Kaisa plus Rel here. Very strong engage. You want to get on top of the MF. That is one way of ruining her day, because once you take off the strut from this champion, it's very hard for her to get out of any situation. So Kaisa, Rel, one way of doing it. We'll see what the response is here. If you want to lock in some lockdown here for this MF as well. Actually going to be the Renata. Of course, since this is game number 3 of Full Furious, like you said, a lot of things have been taken off the board. Obviously, you can't pair the Leona, because that would, oh no, Leona is, I was thinking of last series, but
It's tough to keep track, yeah. So like we discussed before, we've been at it for a while now.
Yeah, Renata is one of the ultimate counter-engaged champions in League of Legends, just thanks to Hostile Takeover, plus the second life she can give with the juice.
The second life juice, of course, yeah. Classic. And the Zac as well is pretty juicy, or gooey at the very least, is somewhat similar in that regard. So a little bit of a theme coming together for Spire with this one. The Kaisa Rel I do think is a really, really strong pairing, so excited to see that come out from the High Alert duo. Verja had a fantastic game number 2 on the Varus, so looking to see what he can get done on a very different style of champion. There's one other bit of housekeeping that we do actually need to go over, Gofrino. We do have the side of the Spire made a substitution for this third and final game. Strawberry Frog is subbing in for the top lane, subbing in for Winfrey up there. So we'll have to see, what kind of impact the Strawberry Frog is going to be able to have on the game, subbing in here for game number 3.
Yeah, definitely, and change things up. I mean, Winfrey had a pretty solid game number 1. Game number 2, I mean, you're on Maokai duty, so you did your job there, and
yeah.
It's surprising.
Definitely, yeah. I mean, there's only so much you can do as Maokai, right, to keep Sion from getting that tanky. It's not really, Winfrey didn't have many options there. That I do think there were maybe a couple of fights where the top laner was maybe a little bit disjointed from the rest of the team. They're not necessarily quite on the same page, but regardless, be interesting to see a different player coming in here for Spire. Maybe they're going to be able to get done. Second ban phase rounded out. Orianna and Ornn going to get banned away by Spire on the blue side. Mordekaiser and Gnar, a couple of top lane options denied from the Strawberry Frog.
Alrighty, that is definitely another source of engage here. And you have the Kaisa plus Gwen here for damage, so it is okay to lock in this slightly lower damage Lissandra in the mid lane. I know solo queue Lissandras, at least as of late last year, were going for very high burst builds, but there's also a bit of a difference between solo queue and the pro environment. The Galio are going to be the answer here, so I don't think you're really going to be bursting out this Galio unless you want to do lane swaps and put the Gwen into the Galio, which is kind of doable here, but, you know, you're putting Lysandra into something else, so who knows?
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised, honestly, Gofrino, that we haven't seen more Galio tonight. I feel like he's really strong right now in the current state of the game. And this is a great draft for it as well. You know, playing into Gwen and Lysandra, you already see all that magic damage on the other side. Galio is going to be really comfortable into that. And there's the Camille is going to be paired alongside it. That's really classic pairing as well. The Camille Galio, really threatening.
Yeah, I do like the Camille here as well. You wanted some extra damage, but it also gives you an extra form of Unga Bunga, another way to deliver the Galio on in. I mean, Zac already a great way to bring in the Galio, but just in case you have the hookshot into Hextech Ultimatum, I don't know if you want to pick Vayne into a Zac plus Camille topside. Okay, I was going to say, because usually you see the Vayne into people who can't get on top of her.
Yeah. I think the Vayne would have been pretty tough to play this game. You get Hextech Ultimatumed, and then yeah, you're just kind of dead. I mean, I guess Vayne, if you can condemn the Camille out of her own ultimate, maybe you could get away. But that's a lot easier said than done. So I'm glad we went with the set instead. Give me a little bit more frontline.
And just throw Gwen in the jungle here. Has made a bit of a comeback, mostly because Riot walked back some of the jungle-centric nerfs she got.
Yeah, I actually I saw one of the other leagues that I've been casting recently. I saw somebody pull out the Gwen jungle the other day. It looked pretty strong, so it'll be interesting to see what the side of High Alert are going to be able to get done with it, what CH has in store for us.
Yeah, it does mean, though, that this comp for High Alert is insanely low range here until you get the upgraded W evolution as this Kaisa, but with the Lysandra plus Gwen, I wouldn't say evolving that is the highest prio here, because then you have triple AP threat into Zac plus Galio, two champions that are more than happy to build MR against you.
Yeah, so probably going to be an on-hit build for Verja again this game, I would have to assume, right?
Yeah, most likely. Could also just be like a regular Kaisa build with a
like a hybrid
focus on AD, yeah. Because I forget, Kaisa just always has like weird and wacky builds. It just depends what has the numbers to make her evolve. I think Static Shiv into it's the pen item for long range.
Shadow Flame?
Shadow Flame, yeah. I think that's like the XFS and Saber build. Or the build he was parroting. Because it just lets you just not have to interact with anything, which is very good as ADC right now.
For sure. For sure. It's easier said than done into this composition, though. I mean, there's a lot of engage on the side of the Spire. So, gonna be tough to get away from Camille Zac. I mean, that's really long range, really strong hard engage.
So,
what do we think about the lanes here? We've got Misfortune, Renata, which we're pretty happy with as a pairing, but Kai'Sa Rel is really powerful as well. You know, Misfortune obviously in general has a stronger laning phase, so probably we're expecting Boostus and Penguini to have some priority down there, right?
Potentially. What the hell's going on? Okay,
is something going on?
It's just like you can hear like the brakes of a car going wee 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 from like
the worst.
Dog chill. But yeah,
I live right next to an alleyway as well. I feel your pain.
Could definitely work towards the bot lane here. The problem is you're playing Gwen jungle, who, since you don't get the same lane economy, same amount of gold as lane Gwen, you typically see like a decent amount of power farming as this champion. You don't want to fall behind as Gwen jungle because she spikes pretty hard with her first 2 items, I believe, and then after that, like, she still spikes strongly. It's the first 2 items that are big on her. I don't know what the current build is. If it's still like Riftbreaker plus Snatchers, that's a classic one. I've seen some other builds. But yeah.
I don't remember what I saw the other day. I don't quite recall. Let's see. Yeah, it's the mid lane is probably going to be pretty difficult as well for the side of High Alert, I would imagine. I mean, Lysandra's probably not really going to be able to threaten the Galio very much. I feel like there is a chance. There is a chance here, Go Free. We could be looking at 3 winning lanes for the Spire. What do you think?
Mm,
Could be really dangerous for the Gwen if that does end up being the case, and she ends up getting invaded. You know, like you said, she doesn't really want to fight early before she gets those items online. So maybe as a plan of attack there for Spire.
and Cute Violet's going for the TP Ignite here. A very aggressive setup. Granted, you have Hookshot, which is pretty damn close to Flush, but you typically want someone who's set to go in here, so... Could see a lot of action here on the top side, especially since Witchat is the Zac. I know the magic breakpoint is usually 3 points in E. That's when you have like a very long range on your Elastic Slingshot that lets you go for those really cheeky ganks from weird paths. And so level 5, that's going to be second clear, but can definitely make things happen on first clear.
Yeah, for sure. Definitely a possibility. Certainly more likely we're more likely to see that from the Zac than the Gwen, right? So would like to see possibly Witch making an early appearance into one of these lanes. You know, he has really good setup, particularly in top and mid, right? So definitely, I think there could be the opportunity to set something up there. Overall, how are we feeling about these drafts, Go Farina? We're about halfway through the spectator delay, about to go to break. Are you leaning towards one side or the other for our last game?
Bit of a hard call here. Spire has a very, very straightforward composition, but so does High Alert here. Both of the East teams really just want to go all in, so if Spire can win lanes here, which I think they're set up to, I'm going to favor them in this match, but it's not the most clear-cut thing.
Yeah, definitely could go either way. You know, some interesting picks coming out from High Alert with the Gwen jungle. This is kind of what we get with the Fearless format, right? You get to see some more interesting stuff come out. The set in the top lane as well, and then we'll be, of course, very interested to see how Strawberry Frog does subbing in for Spire here at the critical moment at the final hour in game number 3. We're into the break now, guys. We'll be right back with our final game of the first day of the season. Okay, everybody, welcome back to Summoner's Rift, our last game of the night. Last game to close out day number 1. Spire on the blue side once again. High Alert in the red.
30 seconds until minions spawn.
And no funny business here. Level 1, as expected. So the big question is, where do junglers want to start? Right now it's up in the air. Technically what Witchat is doing is the more optimal move. Because when you sit in mid lane like this, it's very easy to path whichever side in case an invade does happen.
And you're not revealing the information, right, of where you're starting. The jungler is
Yeah,
the one
well,
standing in mid.
If they see you walk from mid lane down or mid lane top, you're
Yeah, but
revealing
like you
from
walk
mid
back first, and then you.
So, technically speaking, but yeah. And jungler's gonna
We do
have weird
have,
starts here.
They are, yeah, starting on their respective red buffs. So Zach pathing up towards his Camille. And it's going to be Gwen pathing down towards the bot lane. Going to be Aftershock for Pineholic on the Galio. So possibly the full tank build going to come out for Pineholic this game. Possibly concerning, because I feel like Pineholic has been the most consistent carry for the Spire so far tonight. So we're going to need to see Boostus step up a little bit. And Strawberry Frog, maybe he's going to have to contribute pretty significantly to the damage output of the composition as well.
Yep.
We do have pretty standard here. Verja going for the press the attack, so most likely some kind of variation of the on-head build for the Kai'Sa, like we were expecting.
But it's gonna be rough here. You are at the range disadvantage. Kai'Sa only 525 auto range. And MF more than happy to just pop double ups to try and poke you down, rack up a little bit of first strike damage and money. Things are just chilling here.
Nice casual early game so far, yeah. There's a little bit of a move from Bear towards the top side jungle. A little bit of a deep ward down on the enemy blue buff. So spots out the fact that Witch hasn't taken the blue buff just yet. Give me some information gained for high alert. They should know that the Zach's pathing up towards that top lane.
Well,
always love it when my top laner can get that early ward down in the enemy jungle. It's very, very useful.
Yeah, or mid laner when it comes to
Sure,
just
yeah.
warding the chickens.
Yeah,
Why,
absolutely.
they're about continuity, yeah. Casting 101, talk about how there's a word. Usually the observer goes down to look at said word. Thank you, Wookie.
The teamwork makes the dream work, as they say. As the taunt is going to deny the glacial path from Ethereal Ice. Pineholic still taking a bunch of damage there, so pretty even trade, all things considered. Both mid laners going through their pots. Another here, Justice Punch forward, and another pretty even trade.
Yep, that's just kind of how things work out here in this matchup. There'll definitely be a lot of abilities thrown back and forth. Not a lot of killing going back and forth. Is this the freaking gotcha skin? Bro.
Oh, for the set? Oh man,
Yeah.
that is a bit cringe,
Pay to
isn't
win.
it?
Disgusting.
Yeah.
Why are
Well,
you spending $5 a spin? Or 400.
it's quite okay. Flash Q is not quite going to connect there for reserved. Boostus does still have to flash away as CH was inbound on the Gwen. Pop the Ghost there, try and close the distance, but not going to be able to do so. Nice dodge away there from Strawberry Frog. Gets away from the Haymaker. Lands the hook shot as well. A little bit of a health advantage for the Camille.
Mm-hmm. Get a little dodge there. Did cause Pineholic's TP there in the bot lane, so won't be able to use that for a tempo recall slingshot in the mid lane. Looks like
Oh
it
yeah, Lissandra now is in trouble. Ethereal flashes away. We'll be able to stay alive, but big summoner down there. Nice moves from the mid jungle of Spire.
Hmm. Getting out a key summoner there. Ethereal Ice did also TP back to lane quite recently, so
Pressure the Gwen off the Raptors now is the idea for Zach and Galio. A little bit of a scuffle in the bot lane as well, as Reserved it does go in with the crash down just to make sure that Verja can get back underneath the turret. And they will be able to stay safe for now. Didn't quite catch who ended up getting winning the Raptors fight, but Zach is up a little bit now in CS, so I'm gonna have to guess it was maybe him.
I'm looking for a gank. This is worded
Yeah.
out. But Bear is
Bear pretty overextended in the lane. The Haymaker does come out, but doesn't quite get the damage from it. Showstopper does get him underneath the turret, and that's going to be Bear going 1-for-1. The pay-to-win strategy seems to have been successful.
disgusting. The fact that Riot has 200. Oh,
No, Flash Justice! Oh! Whoa, who said Tank Galio doesn't have damage?
that did look a little goofy. Not gonna lie, because Flash Justice Punch, you flash forward, but then with Justice Punch, you immediately like fly back to where you were, and then you go where you want to go.
Hey, it may have looked funny, but it got the job done. Solo
Does
kill
work.
for Pineaholic.
Yeah, I won't argue with
New
what
Ethereal.
that's done.
That's right. That's right. He knew Ethereal didn't have flash, right? So knew that he was okay to go for that play. And nice execution.
On here, and 2-1 for the sake of that 1 feat.
Both junglers in the Baron Pit right now, looking to scuffle over this first round of grubs. There's a Hero's Entrance. It's going to come out from Pineaholic. CH in trouble is going to be able to dash back over the wall. Stay safe for now. Ethereal Ice moving over, but control over the area squarely in the hands of Spire. Looks like they probably should be able to secure all these. DH still kind of hanging around, thinking about trying to get back in here, but I don't think that would be a very good idea, and CH ultimately is going to agree with me. So first neutral does fully go the way of Spire. Hex Splash out of the bush. Boostus, that is going to be the Plasma procking for Verja. Reserve soaking up the turn, the Acathian Rain, almost enough. Boostus will survive. Pretty dangerous to hang out underneath the turret, though. Renata is on her way back to cover for the MF. Should be in time.
That happening on out. Very close there for Boostus. Slingshot in the top side here. Could see a
Possibly in
reboot.
trouble once again. Is the set going to be able to go for one again? Flashes away from the hook shot. Hexacle Debater is there, though. Does use the showstopper to get Strawberry Frog underneath the turret. But the kill is still going to go over. That is 3 on the board for Spire. They get their first footsie.
Their first freak of warfare. Too much
Am
else
I
to
banned
say,
in the
not
chat
like
for
you
that
can
one? How do we
put
feel
that
about
much.
footsie? Is that an okay word to put in the chat?
I mean, you do get feats off feats, so well, I guess it's feats off feats, but that relates to your feet. Yeah, kind of weird. That's one thing I'm not a fan of this season. They definitely made things a little more mini-gamey. Like, you have the roses on the rift. I'll hold that thought here.
A little face check for Witch in his own jungle, and does not manage to channel the E to get over the wall. So, yeah, the Zac is just going to die here. There's nobody around to save the Bloblet. So, a nice invade, but are they going to be able to get out? As the bullet time does come out from Boostus, but a nice Shattering Strike interrupts it from Reserved. Ethereal, though, going down so low, and Pineaholic will be able to secure that kill. Now, CH dashing forward, looking to try to get past the Misfortune. Will be able to skirt past Sarah Fortune, and does manage to get out. So, it does end up being a 1-for-1, as the Zac and the Lissandra were the ones who went down.
1-for-1, like you said. And not teleport there for Pineaholic and Strawberry Frog there, so you couldn't do the classic just TP to a blob to make sure it stays alive there. Sadly enough, if that was available, I think that would have just been a 0-for-0 there, and they would have been pretty happy, because you get the passive out, that's a long cooldown, and then you get the
Reserve flashing forward, gets the stun on a Penguini, Killer Instinct over the top. Verja does manage to get the kill. Bailout not going to save the Renata. Misfortune, though, probably favored in the extended fight. I would imagine both AD carries going to survive for now. Yeah, what was that go for? Oh, Zac is...
Oh, you got a Zac on the side, yeah. We have the Witch out there in the area. Not going to pull the trigger, though. Both junglers were, of course, right there. Things are going to chill here. First Dragon's still available on the board. Shouldn't be too long till the Grubbies respawn here. Still a little over a minute at the very least, but it's got to be on the lower end of a minute left.
For sure. Mid control currently squarely in the hands of Spire. They could look to make a move towards this. There's a ping out coming from Spire onto the Baron Pit, so it looks like they want to play for the next round of grubs. Would obviously be 6 grubs for them if they get the full second cohort as well. Facebreaker going to miss there for Bear. Strawberry Frog feeling emboldened, but misses the wall with the hook shot. Showstopper going to come out now. The Cho'Gath ultimate gets Bear down pretty low, still holding onto the Haymaker, though. Oh, beautifully done by the Strawberry Frog. Dodges away from the Haymaker, but still is going to be the one who goes down, as CH was the first jungler to the play, but now the Gwen's not going to be able to escape from this one, as Pineaholic should eventually be able to take down. Oh, it's the Renata auto attack that finally gets it done. Hostile takeover coming out now. They're not going to be able to chase down any more kills. So another 1-for-1 in the top lane this time around. But it is the Gwen, the jungler, for High Alert is the one who went down. So this is going to be an uncontested 6 grubs go for Reno.
Yep. That's going to be nasty here. especially for any Camille split push shenanigans that come out. Of
True.
course, the rest of these members, even Misfortune, not the most competent turret takers. The MF, you build lethality here. There's not a lot of attack speed unless you pop the strut. So, but still, 6 grubs, even on a poor turret taking champion, is quite a bit of work. It's going to be a nightmare to face. Dragon still available here. It looks like High Alert's just going to go for the consolation on
Start
that
it off.
one.
Big splash out of the bush for reserve. Gets the stun down onto the Galio. Glacial Tomb committed as well. Pineaholic's very tanky, but is slowly but surely getting burned down. Justice Punch not really could create any space, but in comes the Zac, which does find 2 with the stretchy strike, and the ultimate that lets bounce does take down the Lissandra once again. Now Witch is gonna have to flash to get away from the Kaisa, and the Dragon was secured by High Alert over the course of that fight.
So 1 for 1 there, and then you're trading Dragon for 6 grubs. Obviously, giving over the 6 stack for grubs, not the best there, but with how topside was, you couldn't really contest that, in all honesty. So you get something as a consolation prize. Handshake
It's
and
a little bit of an interesting situation for Penguini as the Renata flashes away, or it's actually the Misfortune in the bot lane trying to get away from this Gwen, who's trying to flash away, but the snips come through. Camille is there to punish, though. Is going to be able to get that return kill onto CH. Meanwhile, the rest of the squad for High Alert do eventually manage to chase down that Renata. So it is going to be both bot laners of Spire going down. 2 for 1 in favor of High Alert. They're doing some work on this turret as well. In comes Witch. Stretchy Strike's going to pull back the set, but he does not have aggro, so Bear going to be able to walk this one off.
slowly, because you do get kind of going back in. You don't have boots yet as the set, so it is a slow walk out there.
Gonna be able to lumber out. So a meandering away from the turret.
And yeah, should be a little bit calm here for now.
Really close game we have on our hands here, Go for Reno. I think I feel great about it. That's exactly what we want to see, right? A nice close contest here in the 3rd and final game to determine who's going to get their first win of the season.
See who's able to break up.
Dead even in gold.
First. Because neither team has secured first turret. One of these teams, Spire, they're at 2 objective takes right now. 1 objective take here for High Alert.
Yeah. Spire did get the feat of Warfare, of course, so they just need that 1 more objective, and they'll have the boots.
That is one annoying thing about feat of Warfare, like, that's one of the things I was going to talk about in the how mini-gaming this season feels before we saw poor old Witchat getting ganked at their own blue there. But yeah, with Feats of Warfare, all the new objectives, the little roses on the map, it really makes this season just feel mini-gaming, which is like, come on, bro. It's fine if people just like lane dog.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of understand what Riot was going for, right? Just, you know, just adding more objectives, more stuff happening on the map. You know, theoretically, there's more strategic options then, right, in terms of how you want to play out the game, what you want to prioritize. But I definitely hear you. You know, it does kind of feel maybe even a bit tedious at times to kind of worry about all the things that are going on.
Yeah, like, it's fine if the game slows down and people just farm some waves, dog. IMO, but oh well. Gotta grab people's attention.
Strawberry Frog consistently winning out in these trades against the set. Remember as well, Bear R5 to the set. This was the pick into Camille. Hasn't really been working out super well so far. The Zac has been helping out, obviously, and make things a little bit more difficult for Bear.
Definitely has been. Of course, both top players, they are pretty even right now, since Strawberry Frog did have to die in extra time somewhere on the map. So it's the 1 assist and some about a wave between these 2 top players right now. Bot lane looking.
Yeah, but our spectator camera panned away, so I guess it's fine. Shattering Strike on to boost us. The Magnet Storm as well, but the hostile takeover bullet time combo is so much better. Reserved is surely not going to be able to get away here. Again, the Renata auto attack is what secures the kill. 2 now for Penguini. This turret cannot be defended, so this is the feats going over with the first turret going down. And an advantage position now for the Spire here in game number 3.
Yep. And Definitely going to be feeling themselves here. Small lead in the kill, small lead in the gold. They have the 6 scrubs as well. Flash.
Now it's CH's turn to make an appearance into the top lane. Strawberry Frog can't get away. Hook shot interrupted there by the Showstopper. Nicely done by the top jungle of High Alert. Gonna punish that Camille, who was very far forward in the lane. And now Gwen is going to be able to look towards the Heralds. Does not have mid-prio at the moment, but does have Rel, who's roamed over towards this top side. And Glacial Tomb actually forced out by Pineaholic in the 1v1.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that was required there because the full combo had been used from Pineaholic and you would have been able to walk away there. Does mean though you can stay longer in this lane at the very least, so there's that. Let's see contest this.
Shelly just reset on High Alert, kind of annoying. I mean, they're going to take a little bit longer to take that one down, and they're not going to be in time to contest this dragon. So it's going to tie up our dragon count at 1 apiece. And we're about to find out what our last soul of the night is going to be. Herald dropped in the mid lane. That's going to be piloted by CH into the turret, but the Gwen has to be a little bit careful here. The taunt from Pineaholic doesn't quite connect, but in goes Strawberry Frog with the hook shot. Camille does have the ultimate available, commits it onto the Gwen, who does get taken out. Ooh, the double up there from Boostus, taking down the Lysandra as well. 3 now for Boostus, and they have an extra man to try and pressure this tier 1 in the mid. Reserve, though, gets the flip back onto the Galio. Pineaholic does just barely manage to get out from underneath the turret, which flashes, has the passive, will survive the turret shot. Berja trying to take down the Bloblets, but not quite going to be able to finish him off. Now it's probably the turret. Oh, Pineaholic on his sliver of health goes in. They get the Kaisa. Galio does get traded back. That was Verja's first death of the game, though. Pretty big. Shutdown gold going over to Witch, and obviously the tier 1 does fall for the Spire in mid lane as well.
I don't know about that one from Versia there.
Verja.
Yeah, I don't know about that one for Verja there. You give over a big shutdown. And you know there's more members in the wing there, so... But hey.
Yeah, I mean, the Kaisa is really strong, but just wasn't ready to get engaged on there, I guess. Probably should have been ready, but wasn't. It really probably is going to come down to Verja, though. I imagine in this game, if High Alert are going to find a way to come out on top. You know, I don't know if I can't remember if oh, Witch potentially in trouble, has the slingshot, gets out of there. I don't know if I mentioned this already, Goferino, but another thing that was kind of brought up in Otter Talk earlier was just the fact that a lot of the guests that we had on this week were really hyping up Verja, really just thinking that this guy is probably the star player on this High Alert lineup, and I think we are seeing that.
Yeah,
With gameplay.
Solid showing here in game number 3. Fine, dandy. Had a pretty strong last game as well. Deathless.
Yeah.
No, it was Deathless.
Sorry, what was that?
Oh, yeah, pretty strong showing last game as well. Consider Deathless as that Varus.
Yep. So, Ocean Soul going to close us out tonight, Goferino. And really both sides would get a lot of value out of that one. I mean, imagine Zac and Tank Gallia with Ocean Soul is really, really tough to get through. And would be a lot of value for Set and Rel as well.
Either of these teams, really. Of course, both these teams also have enough damage to get through the Ocean Soul. So it's not the biggest concern. Will, of course, require you to itemize Grievous Wounds here. Granted, if you're against a Zac already, you're probably itemizing that anyways, but...
We are getting the Otacon of the Voracious variety down towards the bot lane. That is going to be the GA, the Revive Otacon.
Yeah. So, one we've seen all night too as well.
Yeah, we have seen mostly the Revive Otacon, I believe. I think you're right there.
I don't think we even saw one of the
I think you're right, actually, yeah.
roses. It's kind of
Pretty
weird
interesting.
too. Because obviously in solo queue / flex queue, you're more likely to just see that
Yeah.
the other one pop up because it's typically a lot more bloody in those modes, whereas in the 5v5 environments, things are much more controlled. You're on comms with everybody.
Yeah, it's pretty funny. I think the LCK has been going for a couple of weeks now. I think they've yet to get a single Ruinous Otacon. It's just been voracious literally every single game.
Sounds about right.
Yeah.
Like, in theory, it sounds cool, but no matter which way you tweak it, just due to how different pro play and regular play is, it's gonna have a big delta.
For sure. There's a lot of stuff going on the bot side of the map right now. Hero's entrance does come down. Nice counter engage coming out from the Rel with the Magnet Storm, but the Gwen is in trouble. They're trying to burst down. There goes Berger off on the side, trying to take down Boostus. Does manage to do so. Flashes away from the Zack Engage as well. Berger kind of popping off in this fight, but in comes the Camille, and that's going to be Strawberry Frog. Who doesn't get off the Hex Ultimatum? Berger's still alive. Berger's still firing. One more auto does manage to take down the Camille. Finally, Strawberry Frog is going to take down the Kaisa, but the damage has been done. Team fight win for High Alert, one that they badly needed, and they will get their Ocean Dragon on top.
5 for 2 there. Verja able to get a nice flank into the backline there as Boostus had to wait a while to pop that bullet time. It's only really hitting 2 frontliners there. And then just did not have the extra juice to finish off the rest of the members here. So High Alert gonna get themselves their second dragon of the game. Gonna get themselves a nice team fight dub as well here. See what they can do with this extra influx.
I didn't quite see, but whatever piece of CC stopped Strawberry Frog from being able to immediately cast the Hextech Ultimatum is really what secured that fight for High Alert. Just giving Berger that little bit of extra time to hit was the difference.
Helps out quite a bit there. Gonna reset here on the map. Things just chilling out. Got Otacon on the map, as previously mentioned. Baron's gonna be up in a little under 2 minutes time. A little while zone from the Soul.
Still a super close game. Could go either way. Definitely feels like, for the side of Spire, the game plan is obvious, right? You need to get on top of Berger and burst him out at the start of the fight. They have the tools to do it. It's gonna come down to execution.
It really is, so we'll see how they pull it off here. You obviously have the tools, like you said. Elastic Slingshot, just such an easy way, and then the hook shot as well into the Hextech Ultimatum, just to keep that Kaisa locked down. There are other damage threats, of course, but Kaisa is going to be the big one here.
Yeah. Pinaholic pushing up bot lane right now. Our solo laners have kind of swapped the matchups around a little bit. Camille is against the Lissandra now. Probably, honestly, the side of High Alert are going to be pretty okay with that, I imagine. I mean, Lissandra just was really not having a good time laning against the Galio.
Thing is, though, not going to be as fun against the Camille as well.
Oh, Witch potentially in trouble? Never mind, he's Zac.
Yeah, Elastic Slingshot. Great tool. So yeah, everybody just take a bit of a chill pill here. Side lane.
Let's a quick check in on the items. Looks like Bloodletter's Curse again for Witch this game. On the Zac this time. Clearly a fan of that item as the Spire jungler. We got 2 items for pretty much everybody. The Gwen has gone for Riftmaker Nashers. That feels pretty standard. Just now saw the second item completion for Ethereal's Lissandra as well. Or Void Staff second.
So, it's gonna help with the damage, of course, but at the same time as Lissandra, you always pick Lissandra for the utility. Realistically, you pick her because she can go and CC a bunch of people and then either ulti someone or, if needed, ulti herself and just get that huge AoE slow.
What do you think about the Riftmaker on the Galio, on Pinaholic? It is not actually the full tank build that I was expecting. I'm not sure how common that actually is, the Riftmaker for the Galio these days.
Yeah, I'm not sure either. I know you always go for that MR Sunfire item you see in the inventory.
The Hollow Radiance,
Hollow Radiance, yeah. After that, though, it tends to vary some. I mean, Mythmaker does okay with Galio's kit, because you are in combat for quite some time, you appreciate the damage.
Play getting
ramp.
set up here. Oh, Bear had no idea. The Showstopper doesn't get him the distance that he's looking for, and the set is just going to get destroyed. A lot of tools committed here by the Spire. I was the Camille ultimate and the Zac ultimate, but they get their kill onto the top laner. They get the tier 1 as well. There's nobody here to defend right now for high alert. This tier 2 is really in danger.
You're against 6 grubs. This is a kill with a completed Triforce. You can see it just schmelting here.
Just great timing on that play as well. As the dragon spawning in 40 seconds, so the Spire has time to get off their resets. They're going to be back out onto the map. I don't know if they're going to have the ultimates back up for Camille and Zac. It's going to be pretty close.
Yeah. Also, I just remembered, earlier today you said Cassandra is the only one you don't want to get to the opposite side of, but turns out it's also set because of the showstopper. But didn't really matter too much there because we got showstopped into the wall.
Yeah, didn't get the angle quite right there for Bear, unfortunately. So, it's going to be the tier 1 in mid. It's going to go down for high alert. It was just barely hanging on that tier 1. There's not really any point in defending it for Spire. River currently held by high alert. But Spire in the area, ready to move in to contest. Banana Brush Trap getting set up here. They got the control ward down.
And you have Bear here looking for a flank, but everybody from the side of Spire's on the top side.
And they're going to commit to get that mid wave pushed out. Good macro decision there for Spire. Now they have the mid priority. They move into the river as a team. Figure out the Banana Brush. Very methodical. Very good.
Play on a Razor's Edge here. Bear once again looking for a flank. There's a Justice Punch in.
Oh, the Black Magnet Storm! Massive engage for Reserve. Look at Bertha on the other side of the fight. The Kai'Sa manages to dash the other side, but Camille does get on top of the Kai'Sa. Gwen in the thick of things. CH gonna get taken down. The Kai'Sa has fallen as well. It's all up to Ethereal Ice and Bear now to try to turn the fight around. I don't think they're gonna be able to do it. The Haymaker does do a bunch of damage to Pinaholic. The Galio will go down in the end, but it's gonna be a team fight win for Spire. They get the 5-for-2. Massive win. And they could go for Baron, but they lost their misfortune, so much safer to just look for the dragon here instead.
Get yourself on that second point, but great team fight there from Spire. Once again, the hostile takeover just giving so much value there, as well as the Hextech ultimatum. I mean, Strawberry Frog able to just instantly hop into the backline there. Cho'Gath ulti. Verja.
Ooh, the Otacon dragon combo come through. Yeah, it was great. Oh, sorry, go ahead, Gopher.
Yeah, it's going to give the GAs here if they're able to take it. Of course, Otacon pretty damn tanky, so usually takes some time.
Yeah. Really big swing there for the Spire. They're going to be feeling really great about that sequence, no doubt.
Yep.
And we... Go ahead.
Oh, yeah, and like you said, nice sequence for them. That's going to give them a nice boost here. Ahead by a decent amount of gold, tied up the dragons, and now they're just gonna get bonus gold on every single kill from here on out. Well, every assist, I should say.
We've got an interesting position for Reserve right now, as the Rel's got a little bit of a flank angle, but I don't know if there's really much to find here, as Reserve is gonna try to get away. Oh, I didn't know the Rel W actually takes priority over Zaki. It's interesting.
Yeah, it's interesting. Not something I knew either. But yeah, River Control going back over to Spire here. They kill the Scuttle. That's going to reveal all these cheeky words that have been placed. Well, the cheeky word that had been placed, I should say. Oh no, okay, it's words.
Cheeky no longer.
Going to be pushing on up here, as mentioned prior. With the 6 grubs, will be able to do a number on any turret they're able to get their little hands on. That make it rain, though, that does attract some turret.
Boostus does sidestep the Shattering Strike. The bullet time comes out, and Reserve just gets absolutely melted. As that ultimate from Zac causing so much chaos. The Strawberry Frog into the back line again. They delete the Kai'Sa, and I think you're absolutely right, Goferino. That might be the game right there. They don't have the Baron buff just yet, but there's not really much wave clear to speak of for the side of high alert. In goes the Zac once again. The Hero's Entrance going to come in over the top. Beautiful Wombo combo. Beautiful engage there. from the Zac. Bear flashes away, tries to stay alive. The Locket is going to keep Witch alive. That is going to complete the ace, the clean ace for Spire as they close out the match. 2-1 victory for the defending Emerald champions. They get their first win of the season.
Yep, they just spot 3 members under turret and pull the trigger there. You go in with the Elastic Slingshot, you go in with the Hostile Takeover, bada bing, bada boom. And
Bob's your uncle.
yeah, it turns out 5 versus 3, very, very, very winnable here.
Absolutely. We were talking about how it was going to come down to execution. It was going to come down to those engages. Zac and Camille getting onto the back line. And right after we had that conversation, it felt like they were absolutely on point for the rest of the game. So really well played by the engagers. Boost is always ready for the follow-up bullet times. Verja, a valiant effort. But in the end, just wasn't able to get away from the incredibly potent engage that Spire had access to.
Yeah, and after that, it was kind of baboomed, even without the Baron there, like you mentioned, because the Lissandra plus the set unable to do anything to clear out that wave.
Mm-hmm.
Like we said, prop to Spire, especially for that game number 1 with that interesting draft, I want to say, winning with that.
Yeah, that's definitely going to make, I think, some of their opponents, think a little bit later on in the season. You never know what this squad is going to bring out. If they can, win with funky drafts like that, you kind of have to be ready for anything, right? So definitely Spire giving the rest of the league some notice here, giving them lots to think about. Who's your POG for this last game? Go for Reno.
Probably Witchat or Penguini here. Both are insanely key in the team fights. And of course, Witchat able to set up a lot of the early plays there for their team, but of course, Penguini just having the button, very crucial.
Yeah, for sure. I think Witch was awarded our POG vote for the game number 1, if I recall correctly. That
yeah,
Spire
we gave
went out
we made Witchat our little pog champ.
Absolutely. A great play there from the Spire jungler. Is one of those members that's consistent with the lineup that won Emerald last season. So he's clearly still got it, still popping off, still doing great work for the squad in the jungle there. And then Penguini, go Freno. Have we beaten the Nami one-trick allegations? What do we think?
Maybe. Kind of helps that was like an extremely great Renata angle that game, since the enemy team kind of really just wants to go in on you, and Renata just needs to press the one button.
Yeah, I thought the Renata looked quite good. Even securing a couple of those early kills with the autos, right? So yeah, great looks there. Great looks across the board for Spire, particularly in the games that they won. Everybody looking really, really strong. Do you have any other final thoughts, Go Reno? Any closing remarks as we get ready to finish up the stream?
Excited for the rest of the season. Nice solid start here to the whole season. We got a whole season ahead of us, so I hope to see all you gamers in chat here tag along for the journey.
Absolutely. Glad we retreated to a full 3-gamer in at least one of our matches tonight. Nice to see a little bit of back and forth in this second one. Definitely, High Alert is going to be a team to watch as well. Verja in particular, a player that was pretty exciting to watch in this one. Bayer had that great game too on the Scion as well. But it is, of course, the Spire that managed to pick up the victory in their first match of the season. Great news for them. That is going to pretty much do it for us tonight. Tomorrow, we are going to have day 2 of the Premier League. So that is going to be, you're going to have Chong Solmo for that one, as alongside Ferris. And that's going to be looks like about 45 minutes later on the start time. Or it should be the same start time, I think, for game number 1, 4 Eastern, is when you're going to want to be here for that one. From us here, from myself, from GoFreno, from Wookie, the entire team here at Blue Water, thank you, everybody, very, very much for watching. Be sure to tune in tomorrow, and we will see you next week for some more BOPL. Have a great night.